Okay, here we go. Let me just finish up the last 3 things here really quickly, and we will start. Actually, okay, I won't do this, won't do that. Let's do this one real quick. Okay. Okay. Done with this. Ooh. What's this? Oh. What's this? Okay, and this one is... Why do I have so many explorers open? That's so annoying. And this. Good. Alright, sweet. Holy hell, man. Holy hell. Barely managed to finish it. Kinda didn't really finish all of it though. I am missing... I didn't upload 2 of the videos I want to upload this morning, but it's okay, I'll just do them later, I guess. I'll just move them out of the queue. Alright, cool. Just have a sip of my OJ. Fucked up my hand. That's good times. But yeah. Anyways, good morning everyone. Welcome to Fragmentor stream. Because... I don't know why I said because. I have no idea. Yeah, anyways. For the most part, we only have League of Legends lore today. I do want to get through it really fast and play some Final Fantasy today. Because I do not get to play at all. I can't even... Now that I think about it, I think I played like maybe in total an hour and a half of video games this week. Really not like me. Usually it's like 40 hours a week. But yeah, anyways, let's get started. Let us get started. We're gonna start with mmoRPG. This is episode 131 out of 148, so we're almost there. And then, so I want to finish this this storyline this week, like the Targran, and then we're gonna move on to Necrit. And then I also got recommended another video to watch by someone else about League lore. So yeah, and then we're gonna watch all the League cinematics. Chronological order, if I can find it. Anyways, let's go. mmoRPG, the sad money. Well, thank you. Glad to be here. Not gonna lie, I didn't really understand mmoRPG's original lore, so I'm happy that it's updated. I think I might have fallen asleep. Oh. Damn, Poppy's jacked as fuck here. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Did. Damn, so many tragic stories. I mean, understandable. He is the sad mommy. I mean, it has to be sad enough for him to cry for millennia. I think the grandma is in the wrong here. I mean, yeah, technically he did kill her daughter, but the daughter kind of ran and like hugged him, so. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, nice. I don't know why. Anyways. Okay. He never made a friend. Forever alone. Poor guy, man. And before season 11 and 12, no one even played him. Poor guy. It's okay, Amu. I feel you, man. I don't know the solace of friendship either. Poor guy, man. Fuck. Like, unreasonably forever long. Was he that disgusting though? It's kind of cute now, I don't know. Anyways, yep, that's a mmoRPG, and I think there's a mmoRPG extended, no? Let's see. Nope, it's Rammus and Rammus extended. Alright, cool. Let's go next. On to Rammus. Alright, Rammus it is. Armadillo. This is gonna be a double episode. And then we have Yorick double episode. Nice. Alright, let's go. Oh, there's my phone. Christ. Okay. Goddamn Bowser. But Rammus is a fucking sage. Holy shit. Is it deity? Been dying. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it would be cool if they add Rammus into the mmoRPG, and he would have like, I'm assuming he's only in Shurima traveling, right? And you would be able to. So I was playing this game, right, the forthcoming, and there was this invisible merchant. He had like 7 different spawn points on the 3rd island. So the game's divided into 3 islands. On the 3rd island, this invisible merchant was selling one of the best weapons you could buy. Actually, no, the best weapons you could buy. Obviously there were strong weapons, but like as far as like buying goes, he had the strongest ones, and like he would always be up at some point, I believe, for 2 hours at a time at a random spawn location, 1 of 7 if I remember correctly, or 11. But he would be invisible, so you'd have to like hover your mouse over his location in order to actually see him, or have no, actually no, you couldn't even see him. You had to have a spell on that was called Detect Invisibility. Anyways, so this is what I would want them to do with Rammus. Have him like just travel around. Well, not he doesn't have to be invisible, of course, but have him like randomly travel around Shurima, and if you manage to like stop him, like you can, I don't know, buy 1 item off him that is like, you know, cool or whatever, or you know, ask him a question that can prolong a quest or something like that. I don't know, but like it would be cool if they had add him into the game as just like this traveling asshole. It's like you have to like hopefully stop at some point and get something from him. But don't make it too easy. Damn, what a good guy. Just fucking roll in. Roll for the win. You never know. Imagine you just sleep rolling and just fucking destroyed an army. It's like, yeah, man, I'm just chilling. It's fucking just got high and just fucking rolled on. No problem. True. That's how it is. Just Chris. Yeah, good job. Not enough. We'll have to outrun them. Wow. Yep. Straight up, this is like way too much detail that has nothing to do with Rammus. It's like such a build-up of like, oh, the beetles are coming, they're running away, disaster hits, the caravan breaks, he fell, he got pulled out, the beetle is coming, whatever. It's like, and probably later on Rammus will show up, but it's like, bro, this is about Rammus. I don't care the story of the caravan. It's like, yo, there's a caravan, you know, they're in danger by beetles. There, 20 seconds. Can we get on to Rammus? Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure don't look like it. An asshole. Okay. That's such a... It's kind of a random story. It wasn't even about Rammus. it's like... It's like, imagine a story about Superman, but it's like you have the whole talk about the city, and then it's like disaster hits, Superman came, solved the disaster, and left. And it's like, okay, well, but the movie is about the city. You know, imagine you're watching like Resident Evil 2, where like the city's being infested with zombies and shit. It's like you have like literally like an hour of just zombie invasions and shit, and then suddenly like Superman comes, kills all the zombies and leaves, and it's like, well, this movie is about Superman. Actually, you guys just didn't expect it. That's what this feels like. Oh my god, bro. Alright, well, that's Rammus. As interesting as a rolling armadillo can be, I guess. Anyways, let's go next. We got a double episode of Yorick. And then we are almost done. Ooh, exciting times to be alive. Let's go. Yorick, updated lore. Mm-hmm. Oh. Gravedigger. Shepherd of Lost Souls. Wait, what was his original title? It's somewhere here. Probably around Shadow Isles. Kali Shadow Isles. Or not. It can't be that far up. Let's see. Yorick. I swear he was around the Shadow Isle stuff, right? Come on. Huh. Interesting. I'll look for it in the background for now. Oh, okay, that's where it was. When he was talking about the twisted tree line area, I believe. Well, it's Spooky Isles, so technically it's probably Shadow Isles. The third one was Yorick. That's where it was. Mm-hmm. That's the Viego. Hmm. So here's the question, though. Was this Shadow Isles already, or was this a second incarnation of the Shadow Isles? Like, was he already working in the Shadow Isles? Because the Shadow Isles used to be Blessed Isles, and the Blessed Isles became Shadow Isles when Viego basically did what he did to try to resurrect his wife. Right, with Viego came there, put his wife in the pool and whatever, and then all that. Yep, this is the Viego. Okay. So yeah, so it was Blessed Isles and it turned to the Shadow Isles. Oh, so Yorick is the good guy, huh? Would that mean that in game we might be working with Yorick then? Were they working with Yorick to stop Viego? I wonder. I know people said someone said Irelia, the Massians, some Noxus guys. Like it was a massive like corporation to stop Viego. Obviously Lucian and his wife, Senna. But yeah, I wonder it was Yorick. Because doesn't Yorick want to stop it too? Let's go. See the next one. About Yorick. Last rites. Bro, no way. This whole time I didn't even have the audio working.
Vitals.
Ay. Ay. What an
Welcome, ladies.
absolute idiot.
Welcome, ladies.
Okay, well.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Gonna have to start over. Well, we. Shit, just wasted 30 minutes of my time. Oh, I wish I had viewers to tell me it's like, hey, idiot, sound is not on. Fucking moron. Yeah. I think I even forgot to record a mmoRPG, to be honest. So there is that. As we Jews say, oy vey, oy vey. All right, let's see what is this.
The updated lore stones will.
And you see this shit.
The deep dark.
Okay, so this is the double Skarner, and that was okay, good. So we are on a Mumu. All right, let's try this again. A Mumu. Try number 2. Let's go.
Gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. We're nearing the end of the Shurima storyline with only 2 more champions left to cover. I'm going to get right into it.
Yeah.
So, without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Amumu, the Sad Mummy. Enjoy. The hardy folk of Shurima agree upon certain things. The wind always blows from the west in the morning. A full belly on a new moon is an ill omen. Buried treasure hides under the heaviest of rocks. They do not agree, however, about the tale of Amumu. One oft-told story links Amumu to the first great ruling family of Shurima, who succumbed to a disease that corrupted flesh with hideous speed. The youngest child, Amumu, was quarantined in his chambers and befriended a servant girl, who heard his cries through the walls. She regaled the lonely air with courtly news and stories of her grandmother's mystic powers.
Okay.
One morning, the girl brought word that Amumu's last remaining brother had passed away, making him Emperor of Shurima. Saddened that he had to bear this news alone, she unlocked his door and ran inside to comfort him face to face. Amumu threw his arms around her, but as they touched, he fell back, realizing he had condemned her to the same terrible fate as his family. Upon the girl's death, her grandmother placed a twisted blight on the young emperor. In her mind, Amumu had as good as murdered her kin.
Might as well
as
have
the curse
murdered
took
the
effect,
grandma,
Amumu
too,
was trapped
so
in
she
his
doesn't
moment
put a
of
blight on
suffering
him.
like a locust ensnared in honeyed amber. A second tale whispers of another crown prince, one given to bouts of petulance, cruelty, and murderous vanity.
The grandma is 100% in the wrong here. You know, of course she doesn't care that she's in the wrong, because, like, you know, her granddaughter is dead, but that's not his fault. He's the sick one here, you know? Well, that doesn't sound right, because if you're a psycho, you can also say, well, he's the sick one here. It's like, yeah, but she's the dead one, right? It's like...
In this telling, Amumu was crowned Emperor of Shurima at a young age, and convinced he was blessed by the sun, he forced his subjects to worship him as a god. Amumu sought the fabled Eye of Angor, an ancient relic entombed in a gilded crypt. Said to grant eternal life to whoever looked upon it with an unflinching heart. He hunted the treasure for years with a host of slaves who carried him through labyrinthine catacombs, sacrificing themselves to traps so the emperor could continue without hindrance. Amumu finally reached the Cyclopean Golden Archway, whereupon dozens of his stonemasons laboured to breach the sealed door.
Well, here's the only thing I don't really understand. How is a Yordle become Emperor of Shurima? It's like these two stories already don't really make sense.
As the young emperor rushed within, determined to look into the Eye of Angor, his slaves seized their chance and sealed the stone doorway behind him.
Also, if he's a Yordle, he's already immortal, right? So it's like he wouldn't be seeking immortality.
Some say the child emperor endured in the darkness for years, his loneliness driving him to insanity and causing...
Oh wait, actually he might not be he might be also a child, not the Yordle, so...
him to claw at his own skin, which he was forced to wrap in bandages. His life was extended by the power of the eye as he meditated on his past transgressions, but the gift was a double-edged sword, for he was cursed to remain forever alone. When a series of devastating earthquakes shattered the foundations of his tomb, the emperor escaped with no knowledge of how much time had passed, seeking to undo the suffering he had caused in life. Yet another story of Amumu tells of the first and last Yordle Emperor of Shurima, who believed in the innate goodness of the human heart.
Wait, he was the first and last Yordle Emperor?
Last Yordle Emperor of Shurima, knowledge of how much time had passed, seeking to undo the suffering he had caused in life. Yet another story of Amumu tells of the first and last Yordle Emperor of Shurima, who believed in the innate goodness of the human heart.
But how does Yordle become Emperor?
To prove his detractors wrong, he swore an oath to live as a beggar until he made one true friend, convinced his people would rally to help their fellow Shuriman. Though thousands walked by the deceived Yordle, not one stopped to offer a helping hand. Amumu's sadness grew until he eventually died of a broken heart. But his death was not the end, for some swear the Yordle still wanders the desert, forever searching for some...
Well, how can he die from a broken heart? Like, from sadness? I mean, But also, if he is a Yordle, then he's immortal, isn't he?
One who might restore his faith in humanity. These stories, despite their differences, are woven with parallels. Whatever the circumstances, Amumu is doomed to exist in a broken state of emptiness, eternally alone and friendless, fated to forever search for a companion. His presence is cursed and his touch is death. On long winter nights when the fire is never allowed to burn low, the sad mommy can sometimes be heard weeping in the desert, despairing that he'll never know the solace of friendship. Whatever Amumu searches for, atonement, kinship, or a single act of kindness, one thing is as certain as the western wind at dawn.
Oh.
He has yet to find it.
Oh, yeah. And he ain't gonna find shit if he keeps crying about it. Put your grown man ass pants on, you know, like grown man pants on. Grown ass man pants on. How do you say that? Grown ass man pants on, yeah. That would be the one. Alright. Go next. Go next. FF15, go next.
Welcome
Welcome back. And we are going next already. It is time for some Ramus.
ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of
As far as I understand though, Ramus doesn't really talk, right? He just does...
League of Legends. Over the next two
Or does he
episodes,
talk in the
we're going to
game?
be finishing off the last champion centered around Shuriman lore before beginning the Bloodline story. So, without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Ramus, the Armadillo. Enjoy.
Armadillo.
Some believe Ramus is an ascended being, an ancient god amongst men who rolls to Shurima's aid as an armored guardian in its time of need. Superstitious folks swear he is a harbinger of change, appearing when the land is on the verge of a great shift of power. Others speculate he is the last of a dying species that roamed the land before the Rune Wars sundered the desert with uncontrolled magic. With so many rumours of great power, magic and mystery surrounding him, Ramus compels many Shurimans to seek his wisdom. Soothsayers, priests and deranged lunatics alike claim to know where Ramus dwells, but the Armadillo has proved elusive. Despite this, proof of his presence predates living memory, with crumbling mosaics depicting his image on the most ancient walls of Shuriman ruins. His likeness adorns colossal stone monuments made in the early days of Ascension, leading some to believe he is no less than an immortal demigod. Skeptics often point to a simpler explanation, that Ramus is just one of many such creatures. It is said that he appears only to worthy pilgrims in great need of his age, and those blessed by his presence experience great turning points. After the Armadillo rescued the heir to a vast kingdom from...
What if there's actually like a bunch of Ramuses? And it's like they're all called Ramus. It's like whenever like something happens, Ramus shows up. It's like maybe it's not the same Ramus. Maybe that's the case.
A terrible fire, the man renounced his position to become a goat farmer. An elderly mason was inspired by a profound yet brief conversation with Ramus, and constructed an enormous marketplace which became the bustling heart of Nashrame. Knowing Ramus's guidance can pave an enlightened path, devout believers perform elaborate rituals designed to attract the favour of their deity. Disciples of the cult devoted to Ramus demonstrate their unwavering faith in a yearly ceremony by imitating his famous roll and somersaulting through the city in droves. Each year, thousands of Shurimans trek through the most treacherous and remote corners of the desert on a quest to find Ramus, for many teachings indicate he will answer a single question of those he finds deserving, if they are able to find him. Knowing his enthusiasm for desert treats, the pilgrims arm themselves with offerings thought to attract his blessing, packing their mules with flasks of sweet goat's milk, chests filled with colonies of ants sealed in wax, and jars of honeycombs. Many never return from the deep desert, and fewer still with stories of the demigod. though travellers describe waking to find their packs mysteriously emptied of all edible provisions. Whether he is truly a wise oracle, ascended deity, or a mighty beast, Rammus is known for his miraculous feats of endurance.
Rammus is
He entered the impenetrable fortress of Sirim, an imposing bastion designed by a crazed sorcerer. The structure was said to contain untold magical horrors, fearsome beasts mutated beyond recognition, corridors wreathed in flames, impenetrable tunnels guarded by shadow demons. Not an hour had passed when the enormous fortress...
Seems like he's just defender of the weak kind of thing. He defends those who can defend themselves, right? So for example, this case with the tower of sorcery where there's like a bunch of like animals or whatever imprisoned and being experimented on or whatever they were doing there. Those animals can't defend themselves, they're behind the cage, so he goes and destroys them.
Collapsed in a plume of dust, and Rammus was seen rolling away.
Sorry, it doesn't destroy them, destroys the tower.
Rammus entered the darkened gate, nor what secrets he learned within the basalt walls of the fortress. In the year of the Great Flood, he crossed the vast lake of Imali in just 2 days, and dug many miles deep to destroy a giant anthill and kill its queen, whose daughters had devastated the nearby farmland.
Here again, farmland, like farmers can't defend against like those insects and shit.
Sometimes he appears as a benevolent hero when invading Noxian warbands attacked a northern Shuriman settlement. Disparate tribes banded together to defend the territory beneath the Temple of the Ascended. They were no match for the invaders in size or skill, and the battle was all but lost when Rammus entered the fray. Each side was so shocked to see the elusive creature that fighting halted him completely as they watched him roll between them. As Rammus passed the towering temple, the foundations of the building shook, and enormous stone blocks toppled onto the invading army, crushing many of its warriors. Now outnumbered, the army retreated to elated cheers from the Shurimans. While many swear Rammus saved the town out of love for Shurima, others argue he was merely defending the territory in which his favourite cactus flowers grew. At least one tribesman claims Rammus was simply sleep-rolling and had no intention of taking down a temple.
Imagine just fucking rolling while he's sleeping. It's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just stop a war, in my dream. And then it's like he actually stops a war in real life. Guy was probably high out of his mind or some shit. It's like, yeah, bro. I wish I would add like a high skin for Rammus with voice lines of him being high. It's like, yeah, rolling, brother.
Whatever the truth, stories of Rammus are treasured by people of Shurima.
They obviously won't do that.
Any Shuriman child can list a dozen theories on the question of his origin, half of which they likely invented on the spot. Tales of the armadillo have only increased with the rise of ancient Shurima, as they did just before its fall, giving way to a belief that his presence heralds darker times to come. But how can such a benevolent Epicurean soul herald an age of destruction?
This is the type of stories I hate the most, because as the reader, you still don't know anything about Rammus. Like, you don't know his perspective on anything, right? It's like you just know what is being told about him, right? It's like, I get it, like some champions should have that, but God, I hate those stories. It's like, I want to know the character kind of thing. And so this is what it is. I'm not blaming Targran for this, right? It's just like, that's the story that was given, and that's all it is. But it's like, I would rather have like an origin story, how he came to be, what his thoughts are, what he's doing, shit like that, like why he's doing what he's doing. But yeah, okay, well, that's that. Anyways, moving on to the next one. Hey, there we go. Okay, gonna skip that, there's nothing interesting there.
What?
Alright, let's go. Yorick, try number 2.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. In this episode, we'll be returning to a champion we covered such a long time ago. A champion who is the survivor of a long-forgotten religious order. Blessed and cursed with the power over the dead and trapped on the Shadow Isles, his only companions are the rotting corpses and shrieking spirits that he gathers to him. Without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Yorick, the Shepherd of Lost Souls. Enjoy. Even as a child...
And when he says a very long time ago, it's about 2+ years before he made this video, so yeah, it is a very long time ago.
Yorick's life was never normal. Raised in a fishing village at the very edge of the Blessed Isles, he always struggled to find acceptance. While most children his age were playing hide and seek, young Yorick was making friends of a different kind, the spirits of the recently deceased. At first, Yorick was terrified of his ability to see and hear the dead. Whenever someone in the village passed away, Yorick would lie awake at night, waiting for the chilling cry of a new visitor. He could not understand why they chose to haunt him, and why his parents believed the spirits to be nothing more than nightmares. In time, he came to realize the souls were not there to harm him. They were simply lost and needed help finding their way to the beyond. Since only Yorick was able to see these spirits, he took it upon himself to be their guide, escorting them to whatever awaited in eternity. The task was bittersweet. Yorick found that he enjoyed the company of ghosts, but each one he brought to rest meant saying farewell to another friend.
Is this different from the original Yorick thing? The original one was like Yorick and his family were grave diggers for generation. That was like their occupation and stuff. I don't remember the part of him being able to... I think he was actually able to talk to ghosts and stuff like that back then. But I feel like he was just a grave digger. Well, not a
to the dead,
shepherd.
He was a saviour, but to the living, he was a pariah. The villagers only saw a disturbed little boy who spoke to people who weren't there. Tales of Yorick's visions soon spread beyond his village and drew the attention of a small order of monks who dwelled at the heart of the Blessed Isles. Its envoys travelled to Yorick's island, believing he could become an asset to their faith. Yorick agreed to journey to their monastery, and there he
wait, did it say Blessed Isles?
Blessed Isles.
Yeah, okay.
Its envoys travelled to Yorick's island, believing he could become an asset to their faith. Yorick agreed to journey to their monastery, and there he learned the ways of the Brethren of the Dusk and the true significance of their trappings. Every monk carried a spade, as a symbol of their duty to conduct proper burial rites, which ensured souls would not lose their way. And each brother wore a vial of water drawn from the Blessed Isle's sacred spring. These tears of life represented the monk's duty to heal the living. Yet no matter how he tried, Yorick could never gain the acceptance of the other monks. To them he was tangible proof of things that should only be known through faith. They resented his power to easily perceive what they themselves had struggled their entire life.
If you have faith, believe in the faith, man. Don't be jealous of other people, because if you have faith, whatever it is you believe in, there's a reason that that someone gave this person this power. There's always a reason when you're dealing with faith, right? So you shouldn't be jealous or your faith is lacking. If you're jealous, means your faith is lacking. I'm just saying. You know, it's a whole, like, you can debate faith for like days and not come to a conclusion. Right? It's like years even. Anyways, back to the video.
Their lives to understand. Shunned by his brothers, Yorick found himself alone again. One morning, as he tended to his duties in the cemetery, Yorick was interrupted by the sight of a pitch-black cloud rolling across the surface of the Blessed Isles, devouring everything in its path.
Somebody just lost their queen, I'm just saying.
Yorick tried to run, but the cloud quickly enveloped him and plunged him into shadow. All around Yorick, living things began to writhe and contort, corrupted by the foul magic in the black mist. People, animals, even plants began to transform into vile, ghoulish mockeries of their former selves. Whispers emanated from the turbulent air around him, and his brothers began ripping the vials of healing water from their necks, as if the objects were causing them great anguish. A moment later, Yorick watched in abject horror as the monks' souls were ripped from their bodies, leaving cold, pale corpses behind. Among the quieting screams of his brethren, Yorick alone could hear voices within the mist. Remove it. Join us. We will become one. He felt his fingers grasping for the vial at his neck. Mustering all his resolve, Yorick forced his hands away from his throat and commanded the howling souls to stop. The black mist writhed violently and darkness overtook him. When Yorick awoke, the winds had calmed and the once fertile lands had transformed into the grotesque hellscape of the Shadow Isles. Isolated tendrils of the black mist clung to him, trying to overtake the one living thing not yet corrupted. As the mist wrapped itself around him, Yorick saw it suddenly recoil from the vial at his neck. Yorick clutched the blessed water, realizing it was all that kept him alive. In the days that followed, Yorick scoured the islands for survivors, but found only the twisted remnants of what once lived there. Everywhere he walked, he witnessed wretched spirits rising from the bodies of the dead. As he searched, Yorick slowly pieced together the events that led to the cataclysm. A king had arrived seeking to resurrect his queen, but instead had doomed the Isles and everything on them. Yorick wished to find this ruined king and undo the curse he had unleashed. But he felt powerless in the face of seemingly endless death that surrounded him. Almost lost within his grief, Yorick began to speak to the spirits around him, attempting to find solace with them as he had as a child. Instead, as he communed with the mist, corpses left their graves guided by his voice. He realized the bodies he once laid to rest were now his to command. A glimmer of hope shone from the heart of his despair. To free the dead of the Shadow Isles, Yorick would wield their power and strength. In order to end the curse, he would be forced to use it. "Help me," begged the shipwrecked man. Yorick couldn't say how long the survivor had been lying there, bones broken, bleeding into what remained of his wrecked sailing vessel. He'd been moaning loudly, but his cries were drowned out by the multitude of wailing souls that haunted the isle. A maelstrom of spirits gathered around him, drawn to his flickering life force like a beacon, hungry to reap a fresh soul. The man's eyes widened in horror. He was right to be scared. Yorick had seen what happened to lost spirits taken by the black mist, and this was warm flesh.
I feel like I didn't turn on the mic last time I paused the video, so I don't know if what I said was recorded. This is a weird morning. It's been a weird morning. Anyways, just going to reiterate in case it wasn't recorded. I want to know Viego's full story. I want to know who was the ghost of his wife that attacked him, because clearly it wasn't really his wife. Also, the story kind of says that's not his wife that attacked him, even though it took the shade of his wife. Was it like the manifestation of the mist? Also, the origin of the Blessed Isles, the Blessed Water, is it similar to like how they used Aurelian's soul to make the sun disk? Did they use Aurelian's soul to make the Blessed Water? Stuff like that, yeah.
A rarity in the Shadow Isles. It had been how long? 100 years since Yorick had seen a living being? He could feel the mist on his back quivering, eager to wrap this stranger in its cold embrace. But the sight of the man stirred something in Yorick he had long forgotten, and whatever it was would not allow him to surrender this life. The burly monk heaved the damaged man onto his shoulders and carried him back up the hill to his old monastery. Yorick studied the face of the injured man as he groaned in agonized protest with each step the monk took. "Why did you come here, live one?" After completing the climb, Yorick carried his guest through several corridors in the abbey before coming to a stop in an old infirmary. He eased the shipwrecked man onto a massive stone table and began to check his vitals. Most of the man's ribs were shattered, and one of his lungs had collapsed. "Why do you waste your time?" asked a chorus of voices speaking in unison from the mist on Yorick's back. Yorick remained silent. He left the table and made his way to a heavy door in the rear of the infirmary. The door resisted as he pushed, his hand doing little but leaving a print in a thick layer of dust. He pressed his shoulder against the wood and heaved his entire weight into it. So much effort for naught, sneered the mist. Let us have it. Again Yorick answered it with contemptuous silence as he finally forced the door open. The heavy oak dragged across the stone tiles of the monastery floor, revealing a chamber full of scrolls, herbs and poultices. For a moment, Yorick stared at the artifacts of his former life, struggling to remember how to use them. He picked up a few that looked familiar, bandages yellow and brittle with age, and some ointment that had long turned to crust, and returned to the man atop the stone table. Just leave him, said the mist. He was ours the moment he came ashore. Quiet! Snapped Yorick. The man on the table was now gasping for breath.
Interesting. So the mist still talks. So I wonder if what was resurrected in the shape of Diego's wife was actually a manifestation of the mist, and the reason the mist could manifest because death already took over her, right? So she was already dead, so like in a sense death took over her, but then the blessed water resurrected death, which is the black mist. Would that be kind of how it goes?
Knowing he had little time to save him, Yorick tried to bind his wounds, but the rotten bandages fell apart as quickly as he could apply them. As his breath grew more ragged, the man convulsed. He grabbed the monk's arm in agonized desperation. Yorick knew there was only one thing that could save the man's life. He uncorked the crystal vial at his neck and considered the life-giving water it contained. There was precious little left. Yorick was unsure if it was enough to save the man, and even if it did...
What then?
Yorick was forced to face the truth. In trying to save the man, he was just chasing the memory of his former life, when this cursed place was called the Blessed Isles.
Yeah.
The souls in the mist had taunted him, but they taunted him with the truth. This man was doomed, and if Yorick used the tears of life, he would be too. He closed the vial and let it rest against his neck.
Bro, you know what I wish that, in the mmoRPG, what I want to do with the Shadow Isles, make the whole Shadow Isles like a mega dungeon. Because I doubt it will be a raid, because Diego is not in the Shadow Isles. Neither is Hecarim, technically, I believe. It's on like Thresh and Callista right now are in the Shadow Isles. So like either they leave to be with Diego at some point for the raid, or they become like dungeon bosses in the Shadow Isles. Like what I want from the Shadow Isles, yeah, you can make it an exploration, like a zone like where you level and stuff, or like end game zone. But I feel like I would rather, because inside the Shadow Isles itself, there's not much lore. There's lore around the Shadow Isles, but there's not like, you're not going there and doing quests inside, right? So it's like, how about using the Shadow Isles as a massive dungeon? Like, you know how like in WoW you have mega dungeons, which is like like 2 dungeons combined? They can have a mega dungeon that is like 3 or 4 dungeons combined. Like a massive dungeon, like a raid dungeon, basically, right? And then if they want to go into like something like a mythic plus system or whatever, then they can obviously like make it like divided into parts and stuff like that, like designed with that intention in mind. But I would love to see a massive fucking dungeon, right? Or like a progression dungeon, something like that. Not a mythic plus, more of a Palace of the Dead type thing dungeon, but instead of like a Palace of the Dead where it's like you keep going down into the palace, I guess, or maybe up. I'm pretty sure it's down. Here you would be going further into the zone, divided into like 100 zones or something like that, and have it as a solo progression, exploring the Shadow Isles or something like that. I don't know, but as a whole, like, I feel like the Shadow Isles is a fantastic instant zone. I don't know if it would be a great zone for like just players to go in, because then it would feel like, well, the Shadow Isle is not a threat. You just go in, like you just demolish everything, you know. If you saw the Shadowlands cinematic by Captain Grimm, where it's like everyone just goes into the maw and just like, oh, this is hell, and then it's like everyone just goes in, just demolishes everything and abuses hell. That's what I feel like the Shadow Isles would become if it's not an instant zone. There's just a bunch of players that are just destroying the whole zone, right? Won't feel that good. Or it can be like an elite zone where it's like you can only go to there in a party, because otherwise you would just be like completely demolished by the monsters, like all the monsters are elites and stuff like that, maybe then, and it would have like random world bosses and random events and stuff like that. That would also be kind of cool.
Stepping back from the table, Yorick watched the man's chest rise and fall one last time. The black mist filled the room, spirits clawing out from it in anticipation. The mist shivered eagerly, then ripped the dead man's soul from his body. It uttered a faint, feeble cry before it was devoured by its new host. Yorick stood motionless in the room and uttered a barely remembered prayer. He looked at the soulless husk on the table, a bitter reminder of the task he had yet to complete. While the curse of the ruination remained, anyone who came to these isles would suffer the same fate. He had to bring peace to these cursed islands, but after years of searching, all he had found were whispers about a ruined king. He needed answers. With a single motion of Yorick's hand, a thin strand of mist poured into the man's body. A moment later, it rose from the table, barely sentient, but it could see, it could hear, and it could walk. "Help me," said Yorick. The body shambled out of the door of the infirmary, its sloughing footsteps echoing through the halls of the monastery. It continued out into the foul air of the cemetery, walking through the rows of emptied graves. Yorick watched as the corpse trudged toward the centre of the aisles until it disappeared into the mist. Perhaps this one would return with the answer.
It is pretty cool that the mist is alive. I understand that Diego can't control the mist, but like when Diego is not controlling the mist it can do its own thing. So that's kind of interesting. But anyways, yeah, that's Yorick. And yeah, let's go for the next one, shall we? We got Ivern. We're almost done. Look at this shit. Let me see real quick. You're curious, confused, yeah. What did I want to check real quick before moving on? Oh yeah, Yorick. No, not Shadow and Fortune, not Burning Tides. The Harrowing, was it? No. Was the Shadow Isles story. Spooky Isles story. There we go. Part 3, Yorick, right?
Slaughtered. Yorick had always been taught about importance of his work and the effort it takes.
Not gonna lie, if you watch this video by video, you don't notice the change in his microphone as much. But like, holy shit, the mic was bad back then.
His shovel was his only companion through the long nights among mmoRPG. Was a famous undertaker.
Yeah,
Back
Undertaker.
in the times of the ancient Rune Wars, Yorick mmoRPG was a famous undertaker, taking care of the great final rest memorial cemetery together with his family. It was not an easy profession that anyone could make, but in his family, it was tradition passed through generations.
Yeah, so they were all undertakers in his family, which wasn't really the case in the new lore.
It was not a popular profession either,
Yeah,
yet no one could deny that it was really needed, especially after the bloody Rune Wars when thousands upon thousands of people had been slaughtered.
Yeah, alright, cool. Anyways, yeah, let's go. Ivern, the Green Father.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Glad to be back.
In this episode, we're going to be covering a champion that consists of half man, half tree.
Half
cultivates
man,
the
half
forests
tree.
wherever he goes.
Holy shit, bro.
Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Ivern, the Green Father. Enjoy. In the early days of the Freljord, Ivern was a fierce warrior with an iron will and unflinching resolve. However, he was powerless when the Iceborn rose to prominence and looked down upon Ivern and his kind as hapless mortals who dared challenge their will. He plotted with his kinsmen to overthrow their sorcerous masters. Ivern the Cruel and the battle-hardened battalion under his command set sail from the front.
He does sound like Ivern the Cruel, right? It's almost like Ivan, you know, the red. It's like
frozen harbours of Frostguard for a faraway land that, according to legend, was the source of all magic. If Ivern could seize such a power for his own, then he could break the Iceborne. As the fleet crested the horizon, they sailed out of memory and into myth, for they were never seen again, and faded from Freljordian history like tracks in the winter's snow. The sea, in abject rejection of their noble goals, fell on them with waves like crushing jaws, and shook the resolve of even the heartiest of men. Ivern, after putting many mutinous cowards to the sword, landed his armada on the shores of Ionia, and mercilessly cut down the native resistance.
Ivern knows no chill. Holy shit.
The Ionians surrendered and led the Freljordians to a sacred grove known as Omikaelen, the heart of the world.
Okay.
Most of Ivern's men thought this a gift to the conquerors, a sign of loyalty, but it was there, in that strange and verdant garden, where they met the fiercest resistance. A mysterious new foe arose. Chimeric beings, half human, half animal, stalked the dwindling battalion, relentlessly cutting down the would-be conquerors. Undeterred, Ivern pressed on until the remnants of his army, battered and few, discovered what the Ionians held so sacred, the God Willow, a massive tree dripping with long gossamer leaves that shimmered with golden green light. While his men were being slaughtered in a final assault, Ivern stood transfixed by the mystical tree. Seeking to shatter the resolve of his foes, he gripped his battle axe and swung at the tree with a force of 10 men. He felt no impact. He felt nothing.
Okay.
There was only blinding light when he felled the Godwillow and extinguished all the life force within it. What happened next was even stranger. His hands fused and became one with the battle axe and Godwillow's hardwood.
Oh shit.
His limbs grew in length and became knotty and rough to the touch.
Naughty.
He stood helpless as the rest of his body followed suit. Within moments he was 10 feet tall, staring down over a field of his slain comrades. He could not feel his heart pumping, but he was awake and aware.
Sounds like actually no, not really. Gulliver's Owl was a bit different, right? But it's like he woke up and suddenly he was giant because everyone else was tiny, but he was a normal human, I guess.
He heard a voice deep inside him. "Watch," it said. In what felt like seconds, the bodies decayed under legions of colourful mushrooms and buzzing insects. Flesh fed the carrion birds and wolves alike. Bones rotted into fertile soil, and seeds from fruit eaten by the conquerors budded and sprouted into trees with fruit of their own.
Witness nature.
Hills rose and fell like lungs gently filling with breath. Leaves and petals pulsed like colourful hearts. From the death that surrounded them, life exploded forth in ways too numerous to believe. Never had Ivern beheld such beauty. Life, in all its forms, was tangled together like an impossible knot that didn't want to be untied. He reflected on the mistakes he...
So I had this conversation with my grandma the other day when I was driving her, and like we were driving in like this area and had a lot of trees and stuff. She's like, "Oh my god, this is so pretty and whatever, because nature and stuff." And I was like, "It's just fucking trees, man. I don't get it, right?" But it's like she's very of the whole like mentality of what this is kind of like referring to, which is like, look at life in all its glory. And for me, it's like it's a fucking tree. So I can't relate to Ivern at all.
He'd made, the cruelty he'd visited on others.
Like I understand,
and felt an overwhelming sense of...
Like I understand the people who say those things, but I can't relate at all. It's like I don't care about these things.
Sorrow. He wept, and dewdrop tears sprang up on the bark and leaves that now covered his newly tree-like body. Am I now becoming the God Willow? He wondered. Then the voice inside Ivern told him something new. Listen, it said. So he did. At first he heard nothing. Then the whimpers of countless beasts, the bawling of rivers, the howling of trees, and the dripping tears of moss. They lamented the God Willow's death in a symphony of mourning. Remorse washed over Ivern, and he cried out for forgiveness. A tiny squirrel snuggled at his legs. He felt the gaze of nearby animals. Plants reached out for him with their roots. Nature's gaze fixed on him, and he felt the seeping warmth of forgiveness.
Yeah, you know what would be cool is Ivern's passive. Every time like a jungle camp would die near him, like actually die, not like the way he's like you know, convinces them to give the buff, but actually would die. Like someone would attack it. It would be cool if he would get in his passive would enrage or something like that and just start going like fucking movement speed increase, attack speed increase, some shit like that. Which doesn't really work with him, but it's like you would see him like turn red and angry and some shit. That would be fucking fantastic.
When Ivern finally moved, over a century had passed and the world felt new. The violence and cruelty of his old self were echoes in his heart. Never again would he be the man who brought so much destruction. He even asked the voice deep inside, why him? Why was he spared? The voice spoke a third time. Grow, it said. This puzzled him. Was he supposed to grow or help the world grow? He decided it was probably both. After all, who couldn't use a bit of extra growth? Ivern looked at himself, his bark-like skin, the mushroom on his arm, the family of squirrels tucked away in the area where his scabbard used to reside. This new body astounded him. He found he could dig his toes deep into the soil and commune with roots and insects alike. Even the dirt itself had opinions. Ivern decided an excellent start was to get to know all the world's inhabitants, and so he did. It took a few centuries. How many exactly Ivern couldn't say, because time flies when one is having such a good time.
Oh, yeah.
He wandered the world and developed close kinships with all the creatures great and small. He observed their foibles, delighting in their little habits, and occasionally offering a helping hand. He shortened the inchworm's path, played tricks with mischievous bramblebacks, hugged thorny elmarks to happiness, and laughed with wizened elder fungus. Everywhere Ivern went, forests blossomed in perpetual springtime and beasts dwelled in harmony. On occasion, he rescued creatures unjustly wounded by careless predators. In one instance, he found a wounded stone golem. Knowing the poor creature was on the verge of death, he fashioned her a new heart from a river pebble. Adhering to the tradition of all mineral beings, the golem became Ivern's devoted life friend. He named her Daisy, after the flowers that mysteriously sprouted from her stone body. Today, if Ivern is threatened, she races to his side.
Aww.
Sometimes he encountered communities of humans, many of them somewhat peaceful.
No, don't hurt Ivern. It's fucking like runs.
They called him Bramblefoot or the Greenfather and told tales of his strange benevolence. But how they took more than they gave, how they could be cruel and human, unnerved Ivern, and he retreated from their company. Then the voice inside of him spoke for a fourth time.
Oh.
Show, it said.
Not tell.
Ivern left the woodlands and journeyed out to meet a world planted in mankind. The resolve he'd once felt returned, but this time it wasn't driven by malice or cruelty. One day he hoped to replace what he took. If he was called to be the new God Willow, he needed to cultivate humanity, help them watch, listen, and grow. Being human once himself, Ivern knew this would be difficult. So he smiled and challenged himself to complete this task before the final setting of the sun. He knew he would have the time.
Yeah, guys are gonna live forever. Yeah. Alright, well, that's the tree hugger right there. I don't even know if I can call him tree hugger or just tree man. I don't even know. But, yeah. But it's cool. Like, I didn't even think about the name. Ivern does sound like someone who was brutal. And then it's like he was shown the beauty of life and, like, it completely changed him to the point where he just rescues life and shit. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah. Anyways, that's that. And let's go to the next one. Alright, this is a multiple series. I think I'll just keep it as one video. Some of them are like extremely short. So yeah, we'll just do this all as one big video. Was it 10, 12, 25, 40 minutes. Okay. We'll see what we do about this.
Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart, Chapter 1. You should have killed her. My brother settled 2 cubes of sugar neatly in a slotted spoon suspended on the fine lip of his teacup. His gleeful attention...
See, I felt like this would be about Camille. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like it would be about Camille.
Turned to the pouring of the tea. The wrinkles on his face pulled back into a smile, a delighted giggle escaped as he watched the shapes melt and fall into each other. Unable to flee, the last remnants of sweetness collapsed under the dark brew. Lady Sophia will not be a problem, I said. Steven battered a hand in the air, annoyed. Today, maybe, but tomorrow? Emotions fester if left unchecked, sister. He looked up at me, questioning. Better to snuff the spark before it sets the house on fire, no? I have spoken to the Arvino's principal intelligencer. You intelligencers and your deals. I still say she betrayed her house and should pay for it with her life. There may come a time for that, I said, softening my tone. But I have made the agreement. Adalbert will see she stays out of trouble. She is his responsibility. My part in the discussion was over. Steven leaned back in his chair with a look of begrudging acceptance and picked up the blanket laid over his lap. That man could use another pair of eyes installed in his head, Steven harumphed quietly. In Steven's view, it was never about the pursuit of a solution, just the end result. For my brother, the fixes I doled out could make many problems in Piltover disappear. Rarely did he consider the choices leading up to those decisions. I held my cup in one hand and let the other drift absently to my hip, taking comfort in the grapple line spooled there. Steven was partially right. End results were nice, but I much preferred the chase. I watched Steven through the steam of my drink. He pursed his lips as if deciding something. The pressure whitened the skin on his chin and heightened the age spots that crept up past the silk wrapped around his neck. There is something else, I said. Am I that obvious, sister? I think he would have blushed if his weak pulse had allowed it. He smiled painfully instead and pulled a folded piece of paper and a bearded chaplet from a drawer in the desk between us. Steven rolled his wheelchair back, coughing with the effort. On the chair he turned small levers, the modest effort driving little cogs that drove bigger cogs until the clockwork mechanism pulled the wheels toward me, and him with it. Lady Arvino's short-lived engagement was not the only thing uncovered during this mess, he said. This was found on one of Baron's men during the cleanup. I set my cup down in its pale saucer and took the scrap of paper and chaplet he offered. I shifted the balance of the blades beneath me, and their sharpened points dug deeper into the rich carpet. The edges of the note were charred, and a greenish hue wicked through the paper from the ragged singe. The chaplet had been well loved. The facets of the glass prayer stones were burnished and smooth. Camille. My brother only said my name like that when he was serious, or when he wanted something. I unfolded the note, a waft of Zorn's
Or when he seriously wanted something.
acrid unpleasantness rising with it. I took in the strong lines. The diagramming was neat and orderly, the flowing script precise. My eyes found the artificer's mark just as Steven confirmed it. If Naderi has returned. Hakim Naderi is gone, the words fell from my mouth, a reflex. It had been more than just years since the crystallographer had served as lead artificer for our house. It had been a lifetime. Steven contemplated his next move. Sister, you know what this is. Yes.
What is it?
I looked down at the paper. The diagram mirrored the mechanical and crystalline construction that pulsed within my chest. I held my own heart's design. We thought them all destroyed. If this exists, others could as well. I could finally be free of this chair, he said, to walk about my house as the master of this clan should. Perhaps it is time to let another take on the responsibility of clan master, I said. It had been many years since Steven had been able to navigate the halls on his own, something his own children and grandchildren never let him forget. This wasn't just a place of paper and string of prayers. For Steven, this was a map to immortality. This is only one schematic, I continued. You believe if we uncover the rest of Naderi's designs, our artificers will be able to recreate his work. There would still be the question of how to power it. Camille, please. I looked at my brother. Time had not been kind to a body born frail, but his eyes, after all these years, his eyes were still like mine, the Ferrous blue. That deep cerulean couldn't be watered down by age or ailment. His eyes were the same luminous colour as the hex crystals, lighting the drawing I held before me. His gaze pleaded with me now. You and I, we have led this house to greater success than mother and father ever dreamed, he said. If your augmentation can be repeated, this success, our success, Camille, It can go on forever. This house will ensure the future of Piltover. Indeed, we will ensure the progress for all of Valoran. Steven always had a flair for the dramatic. Coupled with his weaker constitution, it had been difficult for our parents to deny him anything. I am not the intelligencer for all of Valoran. I may find nothing. Steven gave a relieved sigh. But you will look. I nodded and gave him back the schematic, but kept the chaplet. Tucking the twisted loops into my pocket, I turned to leave the study. And Camille, if he's alive, if you find him, it will be as it was before, I said, stopping my brother before he could unearth more of the past. My duty, as always, is to the future of this house.
Okay, that's cool. So she's also from a prestigious house. Well, I guess you could tell that just based on how she looks. I thought she was an enforcer, like
Lore
a
of League
police,
of Legends,
basically.
The Weakest Heart, Chapter 2. The late afternoon crowds near the Northwind Commercia still swarmed in anticipation of the Progress Day revels. The people's faces were flushed with the effort of making ready for the city's annual observance of innovation. However, it was not they, but a foreign trader tottering from drink that revealed my second shadow. By an Ursine's frozen teat, the trader said, frustrated with the press of the crowd. He pushed away those who had stopped to assist him. I need no help. Piltover's worker bees thrummed around us, all except for one blonde drone at the end of the square. I kept her in view as I leaned down to the trader in front of me. Then get up, I told him. The Freljordian looked up at me. His annoyance had him reaching for the carved-tusked dagger at his waist. I met his glare and watched it slip down past the hex crystal in my chest to my bladed legs. The man released his grip on the knife. There's a good boy, I said. Now get out of my way. He nodded dumbly. The trader backed away, and the mercantile hive mind of Piltover broke and reformed around him as he stumbled his way across the street. Only my shadow escort remained still, watching me from a distant market stall. I continued through the crowds, the people parting easily before me. When the opportunity presented itself, I ducked into a blind alley and fired my barbed grapple lines into a high wooden crossbrace above the corridor. I drew myself up into the darkness above and waited.
I bet her design came from Attack on Titan. these things, these two, definitely came from Attack on Titan. Let's be serious.
A moment later, my escort entered the alleyway. Her clothes were layered and nondescript enough not to draw attention in the promenade levels of Zorn.
Okay.
But the ornamented whip at her side said Piltover, or at least a very generous sponsor. I let her walk a pace forward into the shaft of light that would blind her. Once she was in position, I dropped in behind, the tips of my blades slipping neatly into the cobblestone gristle. Did you lose something, girl? I said, letting a low growl roll over my whisper. Her hand crept toward the black leather handle of her whip. She was tempted, but good sense seemed to win out. It seems I've found it. The girl raised her open hands to her shoulders. I bring a message. I arched an eyebrow. From your brother, ma'am, she said. Steven's drama was going to be the death of someone if he wasn't careful. Give it here.
You give it here.
The girl kept one hand up and used the other to pull a small note from her tightly cuffed sleeve. The wax seal carried the Ferros sigil and Steven's personal mark. Move more than an eyelash and I will slit your throat, I said. I opened the note. I could feel my annoyance rise like a fever. Steven had taken it upon himself to hire me a helper, in case my inquiry stirred up any lingering sentimentality that prevented me from seeing to my duty. I told myself he meant well, but even after all these years it seems he did not trust me with Hakim. It was cowardice to hide these feelings behind his lap blanket and not to tell me this to my face before I left. I should kill you for delivering the insult, I said, weighing her response. Your name? Aviette.
Aviette?
Kept her hands and voice even. She was young, not even an augmented finger. And you took this assignment knowing the possible consequence of my irritation? Yes, my lady, she said. I hoped if I pleased you there might be a more permanent position within your house. I see. I turned my back to her and began walking out of the alley, giving her an opportunity to come at me if there was truly her intention. I could hear her exhale breath on a raspy jangle as she brushed the coiled steel of whip at her side. Her footsteps followed. Do we have a destination, milady? Church, I said, patting the chaplet in my pocket. Keep up. Okay. Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart, Chapter 3.
Dude, there's no way you're doing the full intro here. I mean, it's only a minute 10 seconds. Come on.
The first assemblage of the Glorious Evolved was technically still within Piltover, but only just. Here, past the boundary markets, the pernicious odours of the city below outweighed the celebratory smell of roasting meats and sweet cakes. The Zorn Grey rolled in like a low tide. It lapped at one's legs and condensed along soot-covered merchant awnings into puddles of clouded muck. I turned to the girl. You will stay here. I'm to follow you, Aviette said. Your brothers, you will stay here, I said again, leaving no room for argument. My patience for my brother's game was thinning. The Glorious Evolved are fervent believers. They do not take kindly to the unaugmented. I looked over my new assistant, daring her to respond. Aviette shifted her weight slightly to her back foot. She still itched for a fight, to prove herself, but was unsure if this was the moment. I smiled. There's enough time for that later, girl.
Okay. I don't know why this one was so short, but okay.
Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart, Chapter 4.
Let's do it. Again, like, there's no way you're doing an intro. It's a minute 30, bro. This guy's crazy.
The entry of the old building gave way to a dim foyer set back from the main hall by an iron lattice.
Okay.
Through the diamond patterns of welded metal, several clusters of yellow-orange thermolamps illuminated the congregation. The 50 or so people there murmured in rolling unison, giving the impression that the great machine breathed beneath them. Velveteen fabrics in dark colours were draped over the parts of their bodies that were still flesh, while their metal arms and augmented legs were exposed to the warm light. Here, high-end augmentations mixed with those of a more utilitarian function. Piltovan or Zornite, it didn't matter to the Glorious Evolved. These designations were secondary to their higher pursuit. In the centre of the group, a young woman with mechanical elbows reached out to a man with a sleek metal jaw.
Mechanical elbows?
The body is frail, she said to the man. The flesh is weak. The machine drives us forward, the group responded together. The words echoed in empty air above them. The future is progress. I hadn't come to bear witness. I kept to the shadows, ignored by the augmented flock, and continued my search.
Okay.
Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart, Chapter 5. I heard the soft gurgling of Brother Xavier's ESO-filter before I saw the man. His balding head was tucked down to his chest as far as his breathing apparatus would allow.
Yeah.
He was kindling a few sparklights on the corners of the side chapel's altar. Watching over him was an imposing figure outlined in cold lead and frosted glass. The Grey Lady, holy patron of the Glorious Evolved. The stained glass window glowed from within, lit eerily by the arc lamps outside. I approached the shrine. There were jars of organs. Single eyeballs floated like pickled eggs. Bundled offerings were wrapped in linen, some of it fine, some of it oily and ragged. A few flies buzzed among the discarded pieces of the congregation. One of the wrapped bundles moved. A little plague rat poked its nose out shortly after, daring me to take away its prize. The gauze of the newfound treasure caught on the edge, and the rest of the bundle tumbled away, revealing a desiccated finger. The rat scampered down, but Brother Xavier shooed it back into the darkness. "Camille," he said, I could hear the smile in his voice underneath the wet burble. "Have you come for contemplation?" "Information, brother." I pulled the chaplet from my pocket, the glass beads tangling with the wire chain. Brother Xavier turned to face me. His eyes were also under glass, magnified like those in the jars. Although unlike those, his darted with life. I handed him the chaplet. "Where did you find this?" He shook his head as he inspected it and then clucked his tongue. Never mind, I should know by now not to ask those questions.
True, don't.
He went back to attending his votive lights. Several weeks ago I met a man carrying this. He came to light a spark and ask her favour for the coming Progress Day. Brother Xavier nodded toward the figure depicted in the window. The Grey Lady's cloak was a mosaic of ash-violet glass, oxidized cogs and blackened pistons. Her epithet was often invoked when an inventor felt at loss due to inability or failure. Hers was a blessing that often required sacrifice. He had the tan-skinned of the desert dwellers, older than the usual foreign apprentices who pursue the auditions, Brother Xavier continued. "Do you know which clan he sought?" He said he was staying at a payhouse near Clan Arvino. The factory hum of the congregation fell away. "This evening's testifying is over. My duties call." Brother Xavier patted my hand. He gathered his dark robes and made his way back to the main hall, leaving me to my contemplations. Hakim had returned but had not sent word. Not that the last conversation we shared had detailed how best to reach one another. I picked up the brittle finger from the floor and placed it back with the other offerings. It annoyed me, the idea of him petitioning like an ordinary apprentice. Hakim was spheres above Clan Arvino's artificers. Through the cut glass triangles and diamonds of the side chapel's window, I could see Aviat standing beneath a street lamp. She was still following orders. For the moment. My indulgent silence was broken by a shuffling scrape, small but much larger than a rat. I felt the hex crystal in my chest vibrate in anticipation as I turned to face the threat. "Are you her?" a small voice asked. From the darkened corner near a metal bench, a little girl stepped forward. She could not have been more than 6 or 7. "Are you the Grey Lady?" she asked again, closer now. My hex crystal pulse slowed, lighting her face in a soft blue glow. In one arm she carried a bundle wrapped in gauze, all too similar to the one stacked behind me. The opposite sleeve of her dark dress hung empty. Balanced as I was, I towered over her. I knelt down, bringing my face to her level, and gently touched the metal bench to arc some of the crystalline energy off my fingers. The girl watched the anxious spark reflect in the polished metal of my blades. "Did you give up your legs for Progress Day?" she asked. The Glorious Evolved celebrated the old Zornite tradition of sacrificing something personal for Progress Day in the hopes the next iteration of invention would be better. It was a practice that could be traced back to the old days of the city, when the people of Zorn had to face rebuilding their lives after the devastation of the incident. The wealth and growth of Piltover on top of those scarred ruins served as evidence to many that the tradition had merit. I looked at the little girl. It was not my legs that I had given up on a Progress Day long ago, but something far more dear. "I chose these," I said, "because they better served my purpose."
Very
the girl
logical.
nodded. The blue light between us had dimmed, but I could still see the black spider veins on the little fingers that clutched her bundle. It was rare for the blight to affect one so young in this part of the city. The Glorious Evolved often took in the sick, seeing the removal of dying flesh as key to transforming a person's life and faith through technology. "Brother Xavier said it gets easier," she offered. "It does," I told her. The physician attending her had remissed his duty. The girl should have had both arms taken at once. I'm sure the surgeon explained away that lack of courage when holding the knife as a kindness. But waiting would do the girl no favours. If she did not have the other arm cut away soon, those spider veins would creep closer to her chest, eventually blackening her heart. The chances were slim she would live to see the next Progress Day. The young girl bit her lip, hesitating before the next thought. In that moment my eye caught movement through one of the larger stained glass panels. I stood and watched several dark shapes approach. Aviat was no longer alone. I stepped into the dim corridor to make my way outside. "Do you miss them?" the little girl called out. I didn't turn back. I knew the girl's hopeful face wavered like the row of sparklights on the altar. I knew because I remembered my own trembling doubt. So many years ago, Hakim had demanded of me a similar question. My heart? Him? Would I miss any of it? I touched my hex crystal augment, assuring myself it still vibrated evenly. Just to the right of the Pharos sigil's angular engraving, I felt a small, fluid lettering. It was the mark of Hakim Naderi. No, I lied.
So is Camille technically not human anymore? Like, she is, but she isn't. Like, she's missing her heart, she's powered by the crystal. She's kind of like extremely logical, with almost like ideally would have no emotion, but clearly she still has memories of her past life, like before the operations and shit. So it's like, you know, interesting. Yeah.
Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart, Chapter 6. Aviette was ready to fight. Her blonde hair lit up like a halo under the streetlight. There were 5 men circling her like dock sharks. Their utilitarian augmentations cut jagged shapes in their silhouettes. "Give us that pretty thing and maybe we won't kill you slow-like," the smallest one slurred loudly, eyeing the whip in Aviette's hand. All the vexations of the day compounded. From Steven's brotherly chiding to my new unnecessary companion to the thought of Hakim having returned, I could feel the pent-up energy crackle down my spine. Impatient to find release, a pompous miscreant and his dog-eared crew would do nicely. "You didn't say please," I called out. The mouthy one with the twitching nose looked up. "Aye, boys," he said. "No worries now, looks like there'll be more than enough to go around." "Nice of you to join us, milady," Aviette said. "Yes, we was about to indulge in a little Progress Day remuneration," one of the big ones with a copper augmentation said. His twin-sized partner tugged the brim of a dirty woolen cap over his fluid-filled eyepiece and sneered, "Your Grace."
Yeah,
My arrival had distracted them, allowing their circle to become lopsided and a small breach to open up. It was more than enough. Speed and decisive thinking have always been my most cooperative allies, and I sprinted in toward the break, catching the lanky one across the shoulder with a long sweep. My bladed leg cut through the dirty tweed, a line of darker red blossoming quickly in the cloth. But it was the arcing blue of the subsequent hex crystal energy that knocked him unconscious. The chubby one and the one with the sump accent tugged to Aviette, while the tall ones approached me. I let a dark smile spread across my face. After so much contemplation, this was exactly what I needed. My 2 dance partners were not amused. Both had heavy-set shoulders as thick as the double bells that rang out over the iron sand commercia. They had still not decided who would approach first, and their indecision was my opportunity. I would take them both. I stepped in toward the one with the eyepiece, letting my back leg rake down the coiled tubes of his copper-plated brother. He had misjudged my reach and scrambled to reconnect the sliced hoses.
It's fucking story of my life. I always misjudge Camille's reach in-game. I was like, oh, she can't reach me from here. Like, at full fucking, like, a leg, whatever she does, the thing where she just jumps across shit. Yeah, I'm way too far. No, she can reach. Yeah, you always misjudge that. She can really reach.
To a sputtering Kempel.
It's like,
a low swipe rendered his partner's leg useless from
I'm surprised Camille is not actually a jungler because of how fast she can probably clear the jungle and how fast she can, like, how good her ganks probably are and how good she is to clear the jungle, like, and like how fast she can go from camp to camp. I'm surprised she's not a jungler.
Down. I waited
a moment. She has the kit to be a fantastic jungler. The ganks are insane. Especially you reach level 6, man, jump into lane or somebody, like they're fucked. They're not moving anywhere.
They were always wrong. Now collect your broken bits and get out of my sight, I told him. His brother was already limping into the shadows, his worthless leg dragging in the muck. The metal of Aviet's whip rang out in the alleyway. There was another wire-taut snap, and sparks rained down on the chubby one as he cowered, his face to the cobbles, tears streaking his grime-covered cheeks. That was only 4. I looked around. The rodent-faced one with the oversized ego was missing. I found him slinking back toward the assemblage hall. The barb of my grapples line sunk deep into the angled stone above the hall's entrance. I dropped in quickly on my sump rat, tucking his and my weight together into a tidy roll. When we came to a stop, I was on top. His fetid breathing was fast and shallow. "Did you really think you could run?" I asked, low and even. His head shook out a terrified no, but his greasy hand fingered a stick knife at his belt. He squinted from the blinding radiance of my hex crystal so near his face. He was desperate to drive the knife into my thigh, anything to get me away from him. "Go ahead," I whispered.
Make my day.
His eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't let my permission linger long. The tip of his knife pierced into the dark leather, but went no further, stopped by the metal of my leg. Surprise registered on his face just as his hand slipped down with the force of the blow, driving the flesh of his closed fist along with the edge of his own blade. He did not swallow his scream like the others, and it rang out on the damp stone of the buildings. I looked up as it echoed from the assemblage hall. The stained glass window of the Grey Lady towered above us. A small face was pressed to the coloured glass, watching. I leaned in and let my blade at my knee almost kiss the fluttering pulse in the neck of the man beneath me. "Hunt here again, and I will end you," I promised.
Why not end him
Realizing
right
he'd
there
been
and
granted an extra life, my prey pulled himself away in an awkward crab walk. Once there was enough distance between us, he got up, clutching his dripping red hand, and ran for some dark hole to lick his wounds. I could hear Aviet winding the metal of her whip. "I heard you didn't have a heart under all those mechanics," she said, her interest sparked. "Perhaps the rumours are mistaken." "Mind your manners, girl," I told her coldly as I walked out of the alley, "or I'll mind them for you."
Oh shit. Don't point out my emotions, okay? Don't talk about it. Because then they're gonna reoperate on me and they're really gonna make me a fucking robot. Robocop, literally.
Lore of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart.
Chapter 7. Let's go.
The boundary markets and the assemblage hall were always steeped in shadows, overwhelmed by so much progress towering above them. But it had truly become night by the time we reached the payhouse nearest Clan Arvino. After some proper encouragement, the innkeeper became quite generous with his detailed ledger, although his handwriting left much to be desired. Nadiri was either somewhere in the basement or on the 3rd floor. I left Aviet to the cellars, while a grapple line gave me access to an open window on the 3rd floor. The small forge at the back of the room had burned down to embers, smouldering under a crust of ash. I crouched through the window and stepped inside. The room was dim, with only a single lamp lighting a small desk, but it was the man asleep at the desk that caught my breath.
Oh.
The curls of his dark hair and the desert-tanned skin. The vibration of my hex crystal stuttered. Perhaps he, too, had stalled time for himself. "Hakim?" I called out softly. The shape at the desk moved, waking slowly from sleep. He stretched with the grace of a cat and turned. The young man wiped the sleep from his eyes in disbelief. He was so much like Hakim, it hurt, but it was not him. "Mistress Feros." He shook himself more awake.
Camille Ferros?
What are you doing here?" "Have we met?" I asked. "No, not exactly, milady," he said, almost embarrassed, "but I have seen your face often." He went back to his desk and shuffled some papers, pulling out one that was slightly older and more worn than the others. He handed it to me. The lines were strong, the inkwork neat and orderly, and the shading precise. It was Hakim's work, but it was no diagram. Instead, it was a drawing of my face. I couldn't recall posing for it. He must have sketched it from memory after working in the lab one night. My hair was down. I was smiling. I was a woman in love. The sting was so sharp I couldn't help but take a breath. I didn't say anything to the young man in front of me now. I couldn't. It could have been drawn yesterday, milady, he said, filling the silence. He meant it as a compliment, but it just magnified the acres of time that stretched on in my mind.
Basically, yeah, I guess what he meant is that she doesn't look a day older from before, but like, that probably hurts a lot. Like, oh, fuck. It's trying to throw a compliment, but it's like instead, it's like, it's not an insult, but it's like, it's just one of those, like, you know, that nostalgic pain you get sometimes. You listen to like an old song, you're like, ah, those were better days. Yeah, maybe.
My uncle carried this with him until he passed.
Yeah.
Your uncle? He's dead. Yes, Hakim Nadiri, do you remember him? He asked. Yes. The word stuck in my mouth and wrapped itself around a selfish question I had carried for far too long. One I was never sure if I wanted an answer to. If the pain of memory was to overwhelm me with 1,000 little cuts, better to open them all at once and be done with it. I looked at the young man who looked too much like Hakim. Tell me, did your uncle ever marry? No, milady, he said, unsure if he was going to disappoint me. Uncle Hakim said that to love your work was more than we could ask for in life. I had wept all my tears long ago, and so there were none left to come to me now. I picked up the stack of papers and set the drawing of my face on top. The lines of ink wavered in the blue light of the machine that replaced my heart.
This is like a Romeo and Juliet story, but they didn't suicide, they just decided that they can't be together.
What I was, what I gave up, all the sharp-toothed sacrifice that made me who I am today. All of it was rendered in painstaking detail. I could hold the past, but never have it again.
Yeah.
This is all of it? All of the work? My words came out a dark whisper. Yes, milady, but... His voice trailed off in disbelieving horror as I set the bundle on the bank coals and blew gently. The oiled parchment ignited and quickly burned a red-orange. I watched the past bubble and darken until nothing but cinders and dust was left. It was the young man that pulled me back to the present. Hakim's nephew shook his head slowly, his disbelief palpable. I understood how the shock of losing so much so quickly could be overwhelming. He was numb. I escorted him down the stairs to the street below. He adjusted the leather satchel on his shoulder and stared at the cobbles. He looked back at me. The air of defeat was replaced by one of growing fear. Having been so lost in my own past, I took less notice of the shadows on the street. I barely heard the metallic jangle of wire. The lash of the whip came fast, binding my arms to my side.
You're fucked.
That's far enough, milady, Aviat said. Her voice was smug. I watched her look Hakim's nephew over. Is this what my brother paid you for? I had suspected as much. Aviat had been watching for an opportunity all evening. My distraction at finding Hakim's nephew seemed as good an opportunity as any. Yes, she said. All of us. Two big men stepped onto the cobbles, their repaired augmentations catching the streetlight. The chubby one and his little rat-faced counterpart followed behind.
Can't even trust your own blood, man. Fuck's sakes. This is why it sucks being a noble in all these stories. You can never trust your own blood. Like, you're like a day away from being like assassinated by your own fucking sister, brother, mother, father. It's fucked up.
They were the same men from the alley behind the assemblage hall. The chubby one shoved a knife at Hakim's nephew while the other smiled his rodent smile and bound and gagged the young apprentice. The juggernaut with the newly connected chem tube stepped forward. His fingers twitched, eager to return the violence I had visited on him earlier. Mind the crystals, MF? Aviat said. The whip tightened and I felt the cuffs close around my wrists. She walked around to stand next to Hakim's nephew. We're to collect them and Nadiri, or no one gets paid. Was all of this for my brother's jealousy? I knew Stefan felt the tide of years slipping away and saw me standing near immortal in all of it, but he truly had no idea of the cost of my duty to the family. Could he not see what it would cost him now? And the rest? The copper man asked, smiling at me as if it were...
Well, what what you value and what he values are very different, clearly. Like, you like sacrifice your love life for your duty. For you, that's the biggest thing. For him, it's like love life? Fuck that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about that. I just want more power.
We're about to tuck into a Progress Day feast. All yours, replied Aviat. It was nice of you, Your Grace, to demonstrate your talents earlier, he said as he pulled his augmented arm back into a fist. He obviously felt no need to hide the telegraph when facing a bound opponent. His grin widened. It will make this go so much quicker. The metal knuckles connected with my jaw. He expected me to fight it, but instead I let the punch take me down to a knee. The inertia forced his heavily augmented arm to come down to the ground with me. I tasted my own blood on my lips, but it was he who was off balance for the moment.
Why?
The rest of the gang's
Holy
prattle
fuck.
went silent.
What is she made of? Holy shit.
You haven't seen all my tricks, I said as I stood. The energy of my hex crystals coursed through me, the power building up like a wall. The Juggernaut's brother attempted to step in, bringing his own augmented fist down on the glowing buffer. The shield popped and hissed, but held. It was my turn to smile. Aviat grabbed the trailing handle of the wire whip, hoping to shake me free of the energy field. She yanked hard to pull me off balance. She had no idea how long I'd lived my life on a knife's edge. My hands still bound, I leapt forward into a spinning kick, slitting the throat of the second Juggernaut and coming down to impale the first. The tail of the whip snaked out of Aviat's hand. She called to the two who still held Hakim's nephew. Abandon the job and I'll kill you both. Do you still think I have a heart now? I asked her, the two Goliaths lying dead at my feet. Aviat was unsure, but stood her ground. I am the sword and shield of Clan Feros, I told her, ice enunciating every word. My brother seeks to kill me to extend his brittle life for a few more selfish moments. His desires have betrayed his duty and our house. I felt the crystals pulse faster. And you will not live enough to see the morning, I said. I channeled the crystal's energy for a moment, building its intensity until the shield that had once surrounded me became an electrified prison. There would be no escape. I leapt into the air higher than before and came down hard, shattering the metal that bound my wrists and the cobbles between us. The force of the impact knocked over Aviat, her two remaining thugs, and Nadiri's nephew. The streets had ruptured in a crater and dust hung in the air. The fight Aviat had been looking for since we'd met to prove herself to my brother was not going as planned. The heels of her leather boots scuffed to the stone of the street, her body announcing her retreat before even her mind had fully agreed to it. I read her fear as she stood facing me. Whatever my brother had told her of me, she had sorely underestimated. Aviat saw that any trace of the mercy I carried before had been boiled away by the full revelation of my brother's betrayal. I stepped forward and let my back leg arc around. I leaned into the blade as it connected. Aviat struggled to keep what was in her belly from spilling out, but it was a futile effort. I made short work of her two last goons, and the alley behind the payhouse was quiet again. I picked up Aviat's blood-soaked whip from the street. The nephew of Hakim Nadiri had backed himself against the wall in his panic. The young man's breath was coming in panting waves through the dirty cloth that gagged him. I approached him as you would an animal you didn't wish to startle. I untied the bindings at his wrist. I offered him my hand and his fingers trembled at my touch. As soon as he was set upon his feet, he let go. He had seen the violent face of my duty, what I could never bring myself to show Hakim, and I had let it happen. The soft-hearted woman I once was had truly been burned away, leaving only a cold darkness and grey ash.
I won't call it cold darkness, cold steel and grey ash.
The tests, he said, his chin quivering with a different kind of...
But she's not dark, she's not evil or anything like that. She's like duty bound, but it's not like she's killing innocents or anything like that. She's basically like... whoever she's killing is usually a bad person, right? So... she's literally like the... what would you call them? Well, I don't have a good example because all the ones I have an example of what she would be in a police force are all technically also evil, so... She's like KGB, you know, but she's basically like I wouldn't say a spy because she's only internal affairs. She doesn't really leave Piltover, as far as I know. She doesn't participate in wars either, right? So
The reality of the evening was coming to bear as he realized none of this was a dream. What am I to
Homeland Security, maybe? I guess you can call her Homeland Security.
show the artificers tomorrow? You studied under your uncle? Yes, he taught me everything but the designs. Hakim's nephew knew his options, either come to work for me or give up his life's work.
Yep.
My position as intelligencer would not allow the knowledge he possessed to fall to another house.
Yep.
In his frightened eyes, I saw his innocence of the world sacrificed. I was a murderous Satan.
Hair is getting in the way. But sometimes it's nicer to be bald, man.
And a
Don't have to deal with hair.
In this moment of cruel understanding, I had become his grey lady,
Yeah.
a steel shadow to be feared and venerated. You will build them better tomorrow, I said. Unable to process his thoughts into words, he nodded his head and stumbled into the night. I prayed he would rebuild his resolve before the dawn. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to run that I could not catch him.
Deep. Alright, next, last
Lore
one.
of League of Legends, The Weakest Heart,
Final
Chapter 8.
Camille is a long ass story, huh?
I stood and looked out over the balcony of my brother's study. A chill breeze ruffled the pennants that hung from the eaves of the house. The entire city stretched out before me. The doors to the study opened, and for a moment I could hear the preparations for tomorrow's influx of apprentices. In those voices and quickened steps, I heard the years behind me unfolding, all of them too similar to separate. All of them save two. The one where a handsome man from the sands danced away with my heart, and the one where I demanded the same man carve it away.
I love that, like, they made, like, even in this position, look how straight her back is. That shows, and, like, her chin is always up. So it's like, it just shows that she always walks with, like, massive pride, like, straight, shoulders back, chin up. Like, that's her natural form. Like, she's so used to walking like this that it's uncomfortable for her to be in any other position. Like, her muscles in the back here shorten to make that figure, right? This is like her natural form right now. It's really, like, they're really thinking a lot about, like, how they portray their characters. It's crazy.
How often had Hakim come here with me between those two slivers of time? The breeze that teased the pennants would catch the curls of his hair.
I'd say the only thing that's kind of weird here is the elbow position. Elbow, I think, should be a bit more towards there, because if the shoulder's rotated backwards, your elbow naturally goes back more, right? On that, like, see, like, here the elbow is in the back, but here the elbow is like, right, so like, it's back here rather than inside.
As he stood on the balcony, such
I don't know why this matters.
He would say as his eyes danced over the glittering towers
It's just
of the
something
city,
I'm
the glow of
interested
Zorn
in.
lighting the buildings from below. Such a delicate machine, all of these parts working together. I told him what my father told me, that this was the promise of progress, the promise of Piltover. It moved our city forward, but I cautioned one ill-shaped gear could threaten it all.
Yeah.
One cog that rejected its role could destroy the entire machine.
Yeah, which is basically what her brother is.
Steven's chair creaked along the carpet. My fingers ached for the curls of Hakim's hair, or even the solace of the chaplet's polished glass in my pocket. Instead, I coiled Aviat's whip into tighter circles in my hands. Hakim so wanted to draw me out of this darkness, only realizing too late that my work, my duty to my family, was something I could no more cut away than my own shadow. Camille? I said nothing, unable to tear my eyes from the fragile view and even more fragile thoughts of the past. The clockwork mechanism ticked and the wheels of Steven's chair brought him up behind me. You've returned, he said. Aviat? I tossed Aviat's whip on the woolen blanket laid over his lap. I see. She served her purpose, I said. That being, for having sat so long in that chair, my brother was an artful dancer. He plucked at the wire of the whip. To remind me of mine, I said. Your purpose? Steven's initial nervousness slipped into agitation. He knew he would die tonight. He had been caught, and he couldn't run, especially from me.
Especially
his only consolation was to try and wound me
legs.
just as grievously before his time expired.
Yeah.
Bound as he was by his frailty, the only weapons left to him were words.
Yeah.
Your duty is to me, he said, just as it was to our father. Duty. My father. The right words could cut more deeply than a knife. You are here to serve me, he growled. No. I swore to serve this house.
Yep.
The oath I had taken pricked fresh in my mind. The oath of all intelligences. I repeated it now without effort or remorse. To this house I will be true and faithful, putting its needs before my own.
Yep.
To this I will commit mind, body and heart.
Literally.
They were the same words I told Hakeem the night I had ended things between us.
And then her brother would be like, I am the house.
I could not be his, for I had promised myself to another.
This house.
That duty of intelligencer was meant to be mine. Steven's voice wrenched me back to the present.
It wasn't.
He gripped the arms of his chair until his knuckles whitened. You swore an oath to our father, and what did you do? He died because you were not strong enough, and then you nearly deserted this house. For what? Love? Attention? Where was your duty then? He spat the words in the space between us. These spider veins, this blight. I had let it fester far too long.
Yep.
What kindness had I shown this house in ignoring his madness? I cut out my heart for the family, for you, Steven, I said. I have given all that I am. After all these years, can you say the same? Steven sputtered like a wet spark, desperately trying to flare to life, but knowing there was little left to catch fire.
Yeah.
Father just gave this to you, but I was the one who spent my entire life proving to him I deserved it, he said. Disgust waited on his words. My brother's anger ran faster, the toxicity poisoning the air like a chem spill. You may see me as your betrayer, but you are the one responsible, sister. If you could be trusted to make the right decisions, I would not have to step in. I had let him become this monster. I tolerated his grim plots and motivations all because I was unwilling to face a future without him.
Yep.
A future where no one remembered the woman I was. If I had been stronger in my resolve, I could have ended this years before. I had chiseled away parts of myself, but in all that time, I never had the courage to cut away the piece I knew would blacken our house. That night, I would have run away with Hakeem if you had not made the effort to remind me of my duty, I said. He had come to me, bloody and broken, forcing me to confront a reality where I had abandoned my charge. Even when I discovered the truth years later that he had been behind his own attack, I had been relieved. On the brink of a decision clouded by sentiment, my brother had given me the hard push that let me separate honour from emotion. I knew that, without it, I might have given up who I was meant to be.
The question is, how, like, does she have a sister or something like that? Like, how are they gonna have more people in this house? Is Camilla gonna be the last of her house? Because, like, are there more females in this household? Like, what's going on in this clan? Like, how are you gonna reproduce once Camille dies, you know? And it's like, you can say, it's like, well, she won't die because she's a machine. She might be broken, though, you know, so...
It was his dark encouragement that let me take on fully the mantle I wore now. I moved toward him and let my fingers rest on his shoulder. I could feel his aged bones beneath the rich silken parchment skin, the vibrations in my chest built. Steven looked up at me, the blue in his eyes hardening like chips of broken glass as the energy around my augmentation grew. You have always been my responsibility, brother. The chill in the air entered my words. Steven, I will fail you no longer. I could feel the charge electrifying the hair at the back of my neck. I let my hand drift from his shoulder to the edge of his face. The boyish lock of hair that fell over his temple had thinned and disappeared years ago. The spark arced through my fingertips and enveloped Steven. It didn't take much to push his heart over the edge. The atrophied muscle that drove my brother to such dark places finally seized in his chest. His eyes closed, and his chin sagged in my hand. The vibration of the crystals in my chest slowed to an even rhythm. I turned back to face the city. Tonight's cold would settle in her metal bones, but tomorrow she would continue to push forward, to pulse with life, to progress. Such a delicate machine.
Yep. Good story though. Overall, the first three. Oh my god, Mora. Oh my god, man. I almost fell asleep because like nothing is happening. Because again, the build up is so long. It's just like nothing's happening. And then in the last word, it's like, okay, here we go. Shit's about to go down, right? Oh man. Alright, cool. Well, that's Camille. Holy shit, 50-minute video. Alright, we only have two Gallios, Kaya, and Rakan left. And then we can watch Necrit's stuff. Woo. Finally. We're getting there, bro. I'm so excited. Alright, let's go next. Alright, Galio! Let's go!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Damn you, Targrand. Stop
In this episode,
mixing up your mic settings. Holy shit, my ears.
Galio, the Colossus.
God damn my ears.
Enjoy. Outside the gleaming city of Demacia, the stone colossus Galio keeps vigilant watch. Built as a bulwark against enemy mages, he often stands motionless for decades
massive,
until the presence of powerful magic.
I've seen the cinematic, I think Warriors? Was Warriors? Where Lux summons Galio? Like, I've seen how massive he is, but obviously the game does a very bad job portraying that.
Him to life. Once activated, Galio makes the most
I always
of his
get
time.
chills when Lux finally sounds him. I get the chills, man. It's such a... Even though I don't really know much about that scenario, I kind of know now, but like I didn't know back then. Man, it's such a... Like a nice... you know? Yeah, crazy. Anyways.
Time, savoring the thrill of a
goosebumps.
fight and the rare honor of defending his countrymen. But his triumphs are always bittersweet. For the magic he destroys is also his source of reanimation, and each victory leaves him dormant once again. Galio's inception began in the aftermath of the Rune Wars, when refugees across the lands fled from the destructive power of magic. Some say that in the west of Valoran, a band of these displaced people were pursued by a vicious band of dark mages. Exhausted from days without rest, the refugees hid among the shadows of an ancient petrified forest. The sorcerers that pursued them suddenly found their magic to be ineffective in the strange woods. It seemed the fossilized trees were a natural magic dampener, and any sorcery used within them would simply fizzle upon casting. No longer helpless, the refugees turned their swords on the dark mages and drove them from the land. Some decided that this sanctuary from magic was a gift from the gods. Others saw it as a fair reward for their terrible journey, but all agreed that this should be their new home. As years passed, the settlers crafted items of protection from the enchanted wood. Eventually they found it could be mixed with ash and lime to make petricite, a material with a powerful resistance to magic. It would be the foundation for their new civilization, forming the walls of the new kingdom of Demacia.
Okay.
For years these petricite banners were all the Demacians needed to feel secure from the threat of magic within the borders of their homeland. In the rare event that they needed to settle a conflict abroad, their military proved fierce and formidable. But when their enemies employed sorcery, Demacia's roaming army had little to counter it. The elders of the kingdom decided that, somehow, they needed to take the security of their magic-dampening walls into battle. They commissioned the sculptor Duran to fashion some manner of petricite shield for the military, and 2 years later the artist unveiled his masterpiece. While it was not what many were expecting, the great winged statue Galio would become vital to the defence of the nation, also serving as a symbol of Demacia's might across Runeterra. Each time the army was deployed to face a magical threat, they would mobilise Galio. Using a system of pulleys, steel sledges and countless oxen, they would pull the great stone figure to the battlefield. The presence of that much petricite easily nullified almost any arcane attacks, giving the people who had once fled from magic the ability to face it head-on in open warfare. Many would-be invaders were paralysed by the very sight of the awe-inspiring figure that loomed above the trees before them. The Titan who ate magic inspired a kingdom, and terrified
I don't think I've
those
ever
who
seen
opposed
anyone
it.
using the skin.
All the while, none thought to consider what exposing the statue to such untold amounts of arcane energy might do. The strange effect of those magics would alter the course of history. Demacia had been mired in a grueling battle with the Noxian forces in the Greenfang Mountains of northern Valran. Unbeknownst to the Demacians, Noxus had assembled an elite group of war mages known as the Arcane Fist. As the invading ground forces pinned the Demacians in a great veil, the Arcane Fist bombarded them with crackling bolts of raw mystical power. To the Demacians' shock, the projectiles tore through Galio's anti-magical field. For 13 days the Demacian army was pounded by their foes, and those who survived felt their morale evaporating by the hour. Just when their spirits could be brought no lower, they heard an all-too-familiar thunder of arcane explosions tearing through their ranks. But this time, the explosions were followed by a new sound. A slow, deafening rumble shook the veil, as if two mountains were grinding against each other. As a great shadow grew above them, the terrified Demacian troops shuddered, steeling themselves for death.
This guy's so big.
"Shall we fight?" bellowed a deep voice from above. To the Demacians' astonishment, the sound came from the towering colossus at their backs. Galio was moving and speaking entirely on his own. Somehow, the accumulation of absorbed magic had given him life. The stunned onlookers gaped at the Titan, struggling to make sense of what they were seeing. Before they could comprehend it, another blazing projectile descended toward the Demacian camp on the perfect trajectory to wipe out the few remaining soldiers. Galio threw himself in front of the troops, shielding them and absorbing the attack with his massive stone frame. Galio turned toward the source of the projectile and spotted 5 tiny humans on the slopes of the neighbouring mountain. "Enemy mages, let us make violence!" shouted the Colossus. As he
If you want violence, let there be violence.
bounded up the mountainside, the Noxians focused all their efforts into the concentrated funnel of arcane energy that would have melted almost any stone in Valorant. But as the funnel dissipated, the mages saw that the Titan remained standing, eyes closed and glowing warmly, as if he was drinking in the offending magic. Then, with an almost youthful enthusiasm, Galio continued up the slopes and squashed the Arcane Fist into the craggy soil. As the remaining Noxian forces fled, the surviving Demacians erupted with cheers of victory. They were eager to thank the petrified sentinel that had saved their lives, but as quickly as he had come to life, the fearsome protector had ceased moving, returning to the same pose he'd always held up on his pedestal. Back home, the bizarre tale of the living Colossus was told in hushed tones by the few who had survived the Battle of the Greenfangs, but it was always received with silent incredulity, as one would the tales of a madman. Eventually, those who had witnessed the animation of Galio simply stopped talking about it, out of fear their sanity would be questioned. It became mere legend, perhaps an allegory invented in ancient
He's actually a lot smaller here than he was in the previous picture, but yeah.
days to help people through hard times. No one from the 4 corners of the kingdom would have believed that the Colossus continued to see all that transpired around him. Even while immobile, he maintained his consciousness, longing to experience the visceral sensation of battle once again. Punching enemies with giant stone fists was thrilling, but being trapped in a gargantuan stone body, unable to move, was tragic.
Yeah.
Forced to observe in silence, Galio watched the humans pass beneath him, paying him tribute year after year, like a distant hazy dream. Though he knew very little about them individually, he began to feel as though he knew them as a people. It puzzled him to see them disappear one by one as time rolled on, seemingly replaced by new bodies with new lives of their own. He wondered where they went when they vanished. Perhaps they were sent away to be mended, as Galio was when he returned from a fight. After one of the many battles against the barbarians of the Freljord, Galio saw long columns of men carrying what looked like draped cots back into the city. As the procession filed past him, one of the coverings fell away, revealing the still, pallid face of a young soldier. He was a boy Galio had seen before, and the Colossus could not understand why someone so bold would choose to be carried on a covered litter around the city. Gallio began to realize the sorrowful answer to his question.
Yeah.
Unlike himself, the people could not be repainted or have their damage easily repaired. Humans were frail, ephemeral creatures, and he now understood just how much they needed his protection. Fighting had been his passion, but the people were now his purpose. Since then, Gallio has been able to join the fight only a handful of times, sometimes going centuries without moving. Magic is rarer in the world than it once was, and so he remains in his dormant state, observing the world through the murk of his waking dreams.
After the Rune
giant
Tarot
statue's
battle,
greatest
wars,
hope is to
whatever.
be blessed by a magic
Rune
so
Wars.
powerful that he will never be forced to sleep again. Only then can Gallio truly serve his purpose, to forever stand and fight as Damarcia's constant protector.
Okay, alright. Gallio Part 2.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the
Let's
Lore
go.
of League of Legends. In this episode, we're going to be continuing on with Gallio's story, In a Hero Wakes. Enjoy. War was coming, and Gallio could do nothing but watch as the
Winter was
Damarcian
also
soldiers
coming.
prepared for it. He couldn't say how long it had been since he'd last tasted magic. He'd been carried from the plinth many times before, only to return without getting a chance at life. But even when his body was still, his mind was always stirring, and it longed to fight. Gallio could just make out the bristling rows of northern barbarians in the distance.
But the thing is, like, in order to power up Gallio, they need to pour magic into him, but magic is illegal in Demacia, so it's like... So the only time Gallio can actually do anything is if they're under attack.
Even with his senses dulled
Poor
in this
Gallio.
dreamlike state, he could tell their ranks were sloppy and undisciplined, pacing to and fro in eager anticipation of their Damarcian foes. Gallio had overheard talk of these wild men many times, given their recent conquests. The fearful people of the city whispered that the Freljordians left none alive, and mounted the heads of their foes on enormous tusks from strange beasts. But the barbarians were of no interest to the Colossus. His eyes found a bigger prize, a titanic shape seeming almost as tall as the hills behind it. It moved ominously, heaving like the waves of a troubled sea, waiting to be unleashed. "What is that?" thought Gallio. "I hope it fights."
What are these?
Beneath him, his Damarcian comrades marched.
It's like, imagine like this, right? It's like Gallio is conscious and shit, but it's like, imagine Demacia is being invaded by non-magic users. Just like, combatants, right? All AD comp attacks Demacia. Gallio can only just stand there and look at it. He can't even move.
Precise synchronization, reciting a cadence, chanting away all thoughts but battle. To each other, they sounded confident in their victory. But to Gallio, who had heard this song so many times before, their rhythms were less certain, more hesitant.
Yeah.
They are not excited to battle this great beast. I will do it for them.
But you can't.
Gallio was filled with the urge to scoop up every one of these men in his arms and tell them it would be fine, that he would spring forth and chase the entire invading army back to its borders. But he couldn't. His arms, legs and claws were as cold and inert as the stone he was hewn from. He needed a catalyst, a powerful magical presence of some kind to awaken from his living dream.
Like Lux ult into...
I hope there's a mage this time, he thought, gazing toward the horizon.
Basically, yeah.
Usually there isn't. I hate it when there isn't. His worry grew as he heard the snorts of exhaustion from the oxen pulling him. They numbered several dozen, and still had to be swapped out with fresh replacements every mile. For a brief moment, Gallio thought they might all collapse, leaving him in the outer Damarcian brambles while the humans had their fun. Then, at last, his cart came to a stop at the edge of the battlefield.
Oh.
He knew there would be no parley, no chance that the savage enemy would surrender. Gallio could hear the clatter of his tiny human comrades locking shields, forming a solid wall of steel. But he knew that whatever the barbarian's enormous beast was, it would surely cut right through the fine Damarcian armaments. The two sides flew at one another, colliding in a flash of limbs and blades. Gallio heard swords clashing and axes meeting shields. Men from both armies were falling to their deaths in the mud. Brave voices that Gallio knew well cried like children for their mothers. The soft heart of the stone giant began to quiver, yet still he could not break his paralysis. Suddenly, a shock of blinding purple seared through the fray, causing scores of Demacians to drop to their knees. Galio felt it then, that familiar sensation in his fingertips, like the noon sun warming cool alabaster. He could almost wiggle them. The flash came again, sapping the life from more heroic Demacian soldiers. Galio's senses came to life with startling acuity, revealing the conflict in gruesome detail. The bodies of men in broken armour were strewn about their field in grotesque contortions. Many barbarians lay slain in pools of their own blood. And in the distance, behind their lines, their cowardly sorcerer was summoning a crackling orb between his hands, readying his next attack.
There we go. Magic!
There he is.
There
He is the reason I wake, Galio realized, first in gratitude, then in rage. I will squash him first. But his attention was once again drawn to the monstrous shape in the farthest reaches of the battlefield. Finally, it was coming into focus.
He should be thankful for his enemies for bringing magic. It's like the first thing he does, kill them.
A towering behemoth of a creature, covered in thick, matted fur. It struggled against the steel chains that restrained it. Its head thrashed about viciously in an attempt to free itself from the giant binding cowl that covered its eyes. Galio smiled. Now that is a foe worthy of my fists. The barbarians pulled off the behemoth's covering, revealing a snarling, mangled snout beneath a beady pair of jet-black eyes. Free from its blinders, the creature erupted in a fearsome roar, as if declaring itself ready to ravage everything in sight. The monster's handlers released a mechanism that let loose the chains, and the behemoth threw itself into the opposing infantry, instantly slaying a dozen Demacians with just one swipe of a saber-like claw. Galio was horrified. These were men he had guarded since they were children. He wanted to weep for them, as he had seen humans do in mourning, but he was not built for that.
Nope.
He focused on his purpose and the thrill of the fight that awaited. This was a huge, terrible beast, and he couldn't wait to put his hands on it. He could feel the vitality of life returning to him. Yes, at last! The sensation shot through his arms, his head, and all the way to his legs. For the first time in a century, he could move.
Yep.
Across the valley, a sound echoed, something not heard in living memory. It was the sound of a stone giant's laughter. Galio leapt into the fray, knocking aside the barbarians' crudely built siege engines. Friend and foe alike stopped to gape at the stone giant who was now smashing his way through the front lines. Like a living monument, he...
Let me join the battle, guys! Just fucking runs through.
burst from the press of soldiers and threw himself into the path of the rampaging behemoth. "Hello, great beast," he rumbled. "Shall I smash you?" The creature threw its mighty head back and howled, as if in acknowledgement of the challenge. Both titans ran toward one another with earth-shaking force. The behemoth slammed into Galio's midsection with its shoulder, and let out a groan of intense pain as it crumpled to the ground, clutching its collarbone.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Galio stood above it, reluctant to smash a prostrate opponent. "Come now,
For
no need
honor.
to feel bad," said Galio, eagerly motioning with his hand. "That was a good try. Now hit me again." The monster slowly pulled itself to its feet and regained the angry glint in its eye. It struck Galio with all its might, its claws raking away a piece of his head. "You broke my crown," said the Colossus, pleasantly surprised, encouraged by the hope of a competitive fight.
Oh.
He struck at the beast with the bottom of his hand, swiping it down like a club with every ounce of his stone frame. The petricite fist collided with the behemoth's flesh, and the surrounding field rang out with the cracking of gigantic bones.
So the behemoth
The
can
monster
talk?
staggered, screaming and swinging blindly, but connecting with nothing. Galio grabbed the giant beast around the waist in his monolithic arms and wrenched its torso, trying to break its spine. But the behemoth twisted out of his grip and began to circle him warily before backing away. "Wait! Our battle must be resolved!" bellowed the Colossus. He started to lumber after the beast, hoping it would reconsider its decision to flee. But the faint cries of his Demacian brethren carried to him on the wing. Without realizing, Galio had followed the monster for hundreds of feet, straying from the heart of the battle. He wanted to fight the creature, but his human comrades needed him. As the abomination limped away into the distance, Galio gave it one last wistful gaze. "Farewell, great beast." He turned and thundered back to his comrades. More than half of them were lying on the ground in agony, tortured by unseen coils of power. He knew at once it was the same magic that kept him living. The Stone Titan saw the terror in the soldiers' faces, before turning to the malevolent sorcerer once more. Galio knew what he must do, and what the consequences would be. He leapt high in the air and then came crashing down onto the mage, interrupting his vile incantation and squashing the barbarian into the loam. The remaining invaders were routed, dropping their arms in terror and fleeing in all directions.
It's like if you have a spider in the house, instead of just like killing the spider, you burn the house. That's basically what Galio is to mages, an overkill. Slight overkill.
As the sorcerer's magic faded, Galio felt conflicted. The animating force was draining from his body. He'd saved countless lives, but he was being dragged back to slumber. He didn't understand why he had no magic of his own, like all living things must have. Why had he been made this way? Had that even been his creator's intention? As he felt the cold embrace of his dormancy returning, he took comfort that life itself was magical, and if Galio only experienced it briefly, it was worth it. Until the final day, until he would come to break the world's last mage in his unyielding fists, and the stone sentinel of Demacia would awaken no more.
They just need Lux to keep powering him up and shit like
and
that,
that's all.
but obviously they can't because, you know, Lux is not supposed to know magic and shit like that. Anyways, yeah, that's cool. Alright, we only have 2 left. Let's get to it then. Go next. Boom boom. Hiya.
Well,
Hiya. Target, I'm glad you're back, and it might seem like you're not getting many views initially, but that's because they build up gradually. Anyone wanting the lore for League will end up on your channel. Love the lore. That's why I'm here. Oh, clicked the wrong thing. I just want to do a like.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. In this episode, we're going to be covering the first of 2 champions that have just been released by Riot. Starting off with Xayah the Rebel. Enjoy.
Let's go. Wait, she's a rebel? The Rebel. Oh, she's doing drugs. Fights with her mom.
As a child, Xayah loved listening to her father sing the ancient folk hymns about Vestayan heroes. The haunting melodies transported her to a long-forgotten time, when the spirit realm danced freely throughout the physical world. But with every new generation, humans encroached further into the Lothland tribelands, disrupting the raw, chaotic essence of Ionia for their own purposes. Unwilling to stand by and watch her kind fade, Xayah ignored the decrees of her people and set out to reason with the humans. She ventured into villages beyond her secluded tribal home and learned how little she knew of the outside world. A group of poverty-stricken villagers mobbed her, some of them trying to steal her feathers as priceless trophies. Others were fearful of her strange appearance and summoned the authorities, forcing her to defend herself. Xayah's attackers were soon taught the dangers of getting in her way, as she skewered them with her lethal quills. Dismayed, she returned to her home, only to discover that her tribe, including her father, was missing without a trace. An ancient Vestayan temple had been tainted by unnatural shadow magic, disrupting its connection to the spirit realm. Xayah destroyed the temple in order to dispel the corruption. Almost instantly, magic flowed back into the surrounding lands. It was a beautiful sight, but her tribe was still nowhere to be found. After years spent fitting in and out of the most fortified strongholds and leaving a trail of bodies in her wake, she became known as the Violet Raven. She lived alone, focused only on the next mission, and the next step toward freedom for her kind.
I know why Xayah feel, or Kaya, whatever. Why does she feel like she has passive armor penetration? Because, like, out of all the ADCs, it's like, aside from Vayne, obviously, because Vayne actually has, like, fucking shit ton of true damage. It feels like Xayah is, like, the second best at dealing with super tanks, raid bosses, right? Vayne is good at it because she does true damage and she can knock them back and, like, she's super mobile. Xayah is just good at it because she just fucking melts them. I don't know why she melts them compared to, like, something like a Kalista or a Darius, you know? Or a Jhin. Well, Jhin makes sense because he's not attacking fast, but yeah. Where's the attack speed?
But then she met another Vestayan who would change her life forever. As she entered the remote mountain town of Lonquo in search of a stolen Vestayan artifact, she was struck by the strange sight of a braying crowd of excitable humans. On stage before them stood a preening, flamboyant performer. a veritable golden peacock who sang all of Vestayan's
flamboyant
songs for his
performer.
captivated audience. As he finished his show with a dazzling array of cheap tricks, as Zaya saw them, the crowd erupted and chanted his name, Rakan. He took a theatrical bow. She dismissed him as a buffoon. Zaya willed herself to ignore the entertainer and completed her mission. She made her escape, which she had to admit had become far easier thanks to the buffoon's distracting of Vlankwo's inhabitants. Despite vowing never to see this Rakan again, she couldn't seem to get him out of her mind. It was a strange and complicated feeling. There was a lightness to his spirit that she found aggravatingly alluring. As she left the town, Zaya stood preoccupied by these strange thoughts, leaving her momentarily distracted to an ambush from a group of mercenaries. She'd been expecting a fight, so she was glad to get her feathers bloody. A good brawl seemed the perfect antidote for useless diversions and unwanted feelings.
Usually it is, yeah.
That was when Rakan made his grand entrance.
Oh.
Zaya insisted she didn't need the swaggering Vestayan's help. Rakan insisted he didn't care.
More interesting,
He
though,
just didn't want to...
Rakan is like very flamboyant, like he's a peacock, right? But if you look at like the belt, he has skulls, like I guess peacock skulls, but like it's bird skulls, right? Which is like kind of unfitting to what he represents, but also, you know, it's like, why are the skulls? She has a similar skull here too, so
miss the party. Through the course of the fight, Rakan
maybe
proved
skulls
an
mean
unorthodox,
different for them.
surprisingly dauntless and effective ally. He leapt and pirouetted through the attackers who couldn't take their eyes off him, providing Zaya ample time to strike them down with a devastating accuracy. In spite of her protestations, Rakan continued to follow Zaya. Over time, she grew to welcome his company, and though she was initially loath to admit it, the world didn't feel so broken and lonely. They became inseparable, with her passion for the Vestayan cause infecting the showboating battle dancer.
Ah, look, it's
She'd
God
adapted
touching
to
man.
his free-spirited ways, utilising the chaos Rakan creates as perfectly timed distractions. Together, they fight to release Ionia's abundant flow of magic, so that the Vestaya might thrive once again.
So here's what's interesting. So they are in Ionia, but the Vestaya are, for the most part... Well, actually, are they in Ionia? Like the Vestaya. I thought the Vestaya are closer to like the jungles area where Kiana is, and where like what's it called, east of Shurima. Could be wrong. I don't know. I know that these two are in Ionia, but it's like didn't know that they have like a whole like Vestaya group there. I just know that these two are in Ionia. Maybe Vestayas are just everywhere. They don't have like a set place where they're like situated, kind of thing. Like different tribes go to different places of the world, something like that. I don't know. We'll learn more as we go. All right. Next, we are going for Rakan. Rakan the Charmer. The peacock.
Welcome, ladies
man.
and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of
Oh, this is
League
like
of Legends.
super fast.
In this
huh?
episode, we're going to be covering the second of the Vestaya recently released by Riot. Without further ado, I present you with the Lore of Rakan, the Charmer.
Let's
Enjoy.
go. Thank you. I will. I feel bad. I don't think he released any videos in a long time. But it's like, if he started releasing it...
Welcome, ladies and
Let's see,
gentlemen.
where was his last video, right? Let's see. Yeah, 5 years ago, man. See, the thing is, if he not only just kept going... Yeah, like, there's nothing, right? 6 years. StarCraft lore, stuff like that. Bro, right now would be the perfect time for him to join on to the League lore hype because of the MMO announcements. It's like, by far, I don't have a lot of views or whatever, but it's like, by far, the League of Legends stuff is getting the most, especially when I react to Necrit. It's crazy.
On the
Like
ancient
the
mystical borders of Ionia's deep forests live the last of the Lothland Vestaya. It is a place where magic is breathed like air and time has little meaning. To these chimeric creatures, the mortal realms have become like an unforgiving desert, virtually devoid of magic. Few willingly travel far from their shrinking lands, but Rakan has long walked a riskier path. He journeys along the edges of the world's magical streams as an explorer, emissary, and songcatcher for his tribe. An entertaining rogue, a welcome performer for any tavern or village carnival, Rakan was content with the simple adventures of this life on the road, until he had a chance encounter with Zaya at the Harvest Festival in Blanco. Seeing her in the crowd, Rakan performed one of his old songs, entrancing the entire town with his gleaming plumage. Though countless human and Vestayan women had fallen for him in the past, this violent raven seemed immune to his charms, though not uninterested. How could she see him and yet choose not to follow him?
Right.
It was a puzzle, with no easy answer.
What a puzzle.
Intrigued, the battle dancer decided he would accompany Zaya on her travels. He became fascinated by how she interacted with the world. She seemed always prepared, aloof, and focused where he was uninformed, affable, and frivolous. But in any dangerous situation they fought together, with uncanny harmony. Soon enough the pair became inseparable. After months of courtship, Rakan began to see the world through Zaya's eyes. Inspired by his partner's singular drive, he joined her crusade to reclaim the power of the Vestaya and take back all that their people had lost. Through Zaya, he had found purpose, and Rakan had fallen in love.
Aww. Oh man. Anyways, that is the last video by Targran. I think it's actually like might be literally his last video since he quit making videos. Let me see this real quick. Videos. What's the last video? Yeah, Rakan was his last video. Man, like, I wish he would keep going. Because, like, here, look at this. Right? Where is it? Like, it's crazy. Look at this. I have, like, no views on anything. But then, Necrit React 866. Like, see, low views, low views, low views. And then there's another... And then you look at, like, Necrit stuff. Look at this. 3,000, 4,000, 10,000, right? It's crazy. Like, I wish he would keep going, though. Wait, why is this? Oh, sarcastic? Is that why? Oh my god, I messed up. Oh my god, what have I done? Narc, not Necrit. Oh my, thank god I fucking checked that out. Anyways, yeah, so that's the end of Targran storytelling. Shit, man. Thanks for the times. Thanks for the 148-ish videos. Oh my god, bro. Anyways, yeah. So let's go on to my next subject. And the next subject is Necrit tier list. I think that's the one, right? Yes. I have not watched this. This is a year ago. Rank all champions based on how good their story is. Oh man, that's also pretty good. Waifu list, I don't care. Howler champions, don't care. That's okay. So we're gonna go with this one and with this one. But first, let's go with this one. Necrit's how powerful champions according to lore, which is actually really important to me because of the video where I reacted to the his video. I'm reacting to him a lot. His video where he says like, here's the raids that can happen, stuff like that. And I made some mistakes, especially regarding Viego. So let's see how powerful these enemies really are, so I can get a better understanding of what's going on in League of Legends. For the most part, I thought I got the point of it. I didn't know Viego's story, so I definitely didn't know how strong he is. But for the most part, you know, like Celestials and stuff like that are going to be at the top. Ancient One's going to be like even stronger than that, stuff like that. So yeah. But I don't know much about like power levels between champions. Like some of them might be dungeons, some of them might be raids, some of them might be just assisting characters because it depends on like where they align. But yeah, let's go. Without further ado. Oh, here's a cat.
On this channel we have talked about a lot of different topics and we have made a lot of different top 10 lists.
Yeah.
We have ranked champions based on their lore, even though that video is outdated now. We have talked about the most powerful champions according to the lore. And then we did it again after Riot retconned their old universe. And we even talked about the weakest champions according to the lore. But we have never ranked every single champion based on their power in the lore compared to each other. So, that's what we are fixing today. Today we will rank every single champion based on their power in the lore, but there is a slight catch. We will be ranking what their power can be measured as. Or if you want to make that comparison, we will be judging their power level. But power level doesn't come only from combat. Lilia is a good example. If Lilia fought Sett, Sett would probably snap her neck. But that doesn't mean that Lilia is weaker than Sett. She is still a spirit born from the dreams in Ionia. Her power level is much higher than the other Vastaya. So when we talk about this list, remember that we are boiling the champions down to a single number. We will be calling that the power level. However, if one champion is above the other, that doesn't necessarily mean that the higher one would be able to take down the lower one in combat. Power doesn't always come from fighting. With that said, we will not be taking into account political power. Swain is one of the leaders of an entire empire. That should give him a massive political influence. But
I want power level. Because, like, so for example, he went on and said, like, Renata would be a raid boss. And, like, bro, Renata's power is literally money. Like, in the lore. It's like she barely does, like, she's not a raid type boss. Like, she's a dungeon boss at most, right? She's not very strong on her own. Just because she controls a lot of money, you can't really portray that as power when you fight her, right? Inside of an MMO. So I don't see her as a raid boss, as an example. Swain, I don't see as a raid boss currently. Just because he has political power doesn't mean he's like... Unless the raid consists of, like, fighting, like, waves of monsters and eventually Swain comes, then maybe, but it's like, it has to be, like, a massive ad fight in order for him to be, like, a raid boss.
That kind of influence on other people is not necessarily his own power. It's just that the other people trust him. Or are forced into trusting him. So we are focusing purely on the individuals. Lastly, I understand that a lot of people will have their bias. We all main some champions.
100%.
But even if you main a champion, just understand that maybe your main is not that powerful in the lore.
Oh, he's not.
Just deal with it.
Kassadin apparently is a fucking scrub compared to, like, some of the characters here, but I was like, bro, please give me more Kassadin.
And to make sure I didn't have any bias and this list is as fair as...
Did they redo Kayle and Morgana lore at some point? I know they remade the two characters, right? So it's like, I hope they updated the lore to the point where it's like, it would make sense right now. Because Kayle and Morgana original lore does not make sense at all right now.
Possible. We spent 4 hours on stream moving around the different champions to strike the perfect balance. There still are some champions that are debatable, but we will talk about these as we get to them. So now, without further ado, since we have more than 150 different champions to talk about, let me try to briefly justify the placement of all of them. Looking at this list, understand that the ladders don't matter. It doesn't matter if a champion is S rank or A rank, what matters is the placement compared to each other. That's why, instead of using this kind of list, we will be using this kind of list.
How much you want to bet this down here is a mmoRPG? This is Twitch, this is Zac, this is Lucian, Vayne, is this Fizz? I can't tell. Jinx for sure, Misfortune, Akali, Sivir, Veigar, Zac? Or is this Zac? One of these is Zac. Alright, enough guessing.
This has all the champions on one list compared to each other. And even though this looks very complicated, it is very easy to understand. The most powerful champions are at the top, the weakest at the bottom. And in each row, the most powerful is on the left and the weakest is on the right. However, we still have 5 champions at the very bottom, which don't have any lore.
Bro.
Or even if they do, the lore tells us nothing about their power. This is mainly the Voidborn, Corki, who was only ever mentioned in a cinematic, Shaco, who really just doesn't exist, and mmoRPG, who is just a legend. We have no idea what's happening with him. So now, finally, let's get onto the list.
Let's go.
From the video where we have ranked the weakest champions according to the lore, you may remember that the old crowned king of the weakest champions was Draven. Draven is an entertainer who is a good fighter but who lacks some real training. That's why he used to be the worst. But ever since then, things changed slightly. First of all, the new crowned king of the weakest champions in League is Seraphine. She is literally a person who can hear your thoughts.
Wow.
The end. I wonder how that's gonna protect her from the blade of an axe. But above her, instead of Draven, we have Jinx. And there's only one reason why that is the case. You see, Jinx is just a crazy person with a gun.
Yeah.
Jinx is the Florida man of Runeterra. She is certainly dangerous, but compared to all the other magical creatures on this list, she's really not that strong. Yeah. And the only reason why Draven would be able to beat her is because very recently Riot tried to give us some context as to how Draven works. His problem used to be that when he throws away his axe, he can't get it back again. But Riot tried to argue that he has more axes hanging on his belt. Now, I don't know how massive his belt is, or how many axes he can actually have on his belt, but you know what, that's a good reason why Draven could be at least equal to Jinx. So it really doesn't matter which one you think is weaker, these two are just worse.
We don't really have much about
her,
No,
above
nothing
them,
is as bad
Annie.
as this.
This may surprise a lot of you, but remember that Annie has no real idea how to use her power. The only thing that ever happens to her is that when she gets scared, Tibbers comes to life to save her.
Oh, nice.
And that's all that ever happens. Unlike what she does in the game, in the lore she doesn't really know how to cast spells. It just randomly happens.
Yeah.
Then there is Twitch. Twitch's advantage is that he's a mutant. He can get wounded and then be fine the next day. And he has a really deadly crossbow. But that's kinda where it ends. Yeah. The one who would be able to beat him is Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is really strong when it comes to his physical form. But he does have his limitations. He's a machine, so if people know how he works, they can easily abuse him. Yeah. And also, his moral code tells him that he shouldn't be harming people. Above him, believe it or not, there is Cassiopeia. And that's for one simple reason. Cassiopeia never does what she's actually doing in the game. In the lore, all she ever did is strangle people with her snake tail.
Yeah.
However, we should mention the fact that she did petrify someone once. There was a story where she was stressed and she screamed so hard she turned someone into stone. So she does have some abilities, but first of all, it is her curse. She doesn't know how to control it. And we simply don't have that much info on what her abilities are about. She simply needs more lore. But at the very least, she really doesn't have the ability to summon snakes. Spitting poison is the only ability which I would understand. Then there is Echo. Echo is kinda shady because yes, the ability to manipulate time may sound really powerful, but it has a catch. Yes, with his device he can slow time for a brief moment, and then for quite a while he can't use it again. But that is the stronger ability. His rewinding time is even worse. He can only rewind like 6 seconds back, and he can only do it if he is alive. So one bullet in the head and Echo is done. Not to mention the fact that even if he rewinds, he will still feel the pain from his wounds. This was especially shown in his cinematic. So his abilities are really not that powerful. Then there is Mundo. Mundo speaks for himself. He is physically strong, but he's dumb as bricks. Then there is Ezreal.
Well, he gave
and right after Ezreal, there will be a lot of champions who have very similar power level. Ezreal's only issue is that he doesn't really know how to control his glove perfectly. He himself doesn't really have any kind of professional training, and oftentimes he has no idea what he's doing. He's kinda squeezing the glove and hoping that something good happens.
Oh, nice.
So while the Glove of Nazuk, the artifact which he has, is really powerful, Ezreal doesn't know how to fully unlock its potential.
I can't wait for them. They will probably eventually remake Ezreal where he can actually control the full powers of his glove. That would be really cool, you know?
On a similar level, then there is Graves. Graves' power really comes from two things. Living in the underground, he has lived through a lot of shootouts. He knows how to fight people. But also, his shotgun is just really powerful. And since it is partially enhanced with magic and hextech, it is just really strong.
Let's see. Misfortune. Alistair. Not sure. Vi. Not sure. Not sure. That's Gnar. Odsakali. Probably Fizz.
Very slightly above him there is Misfortune. Yes, she is just a human.
Oh, that was Jace.
But on top of Graves, Her combat mastery is a bit high.
No, she's not just a human. She's a fine specimen of human genetics. Look at that shit.
She's far more agile, she has charm on her side, and similar to Graves, her guns were crafted by the best smiths in Bilgewater, her parents. On a similar level, above her, we have Alistar. While Alistar is really strong because he is a Minotaur, that's kinda where his powers end. He would be able to take a lot of hits and he would last for very long. But anyone with at least a little bit of training would be able to outmaneuver him. Or if they are clever, they can outlast him. Really, compared to the other Minotaurs which we know about from Legends of Runeterra, Alistar should be one of the weaker ones.
Wow.
Then there is Jace.
Ouch.
Above everyone else, he actually has a really powerful hextech machinery on his side. That's being his hammer. But the real benefit he has comes from his intellect. He is very smart. But his smartness probably won't outmaneuver Vi. While Jace crafted the hammer himself, Vi's Atlas gauntlets were enhanced by the professionals in the Piltover military. So in the present days, Vi would be above Jace. And of course above her.
One sec. The original gauntlets come from the mining golems, but they were enhanced with Piltover Hextech after she joined.
So in the present days, Vi would be above Jace.
That's kind of what happened in Arcane.
And of course above her, we would have Caitlyn, who not only has a really deadly Hextech sniper rifle, but she also has professional officer training on her side. Though even that kind of training would not outlast Gangplank, whose power really comes from his stubbornness and refusal to die. He lost his arm and he came back. He was tested by Ilaoi with the power of Nagake Boros, and he passed the test of his will. He was deemed worthy of living by the gods themselves. That alone makes Gangplank more powerful than anyone else so far. And this is where the power level jumps up a bit. So now we get to people who are either military veterans, or they have some kind of a special or magical training. First there is Irelia. Irelia comes from a family of weavers. They were weaver dancing. And it so happens that her weaver dances are able to manipulate blades that come from her family crest. She was quite strong even when she was young. That's when she cut off Swain's hand. But she is still somewhat inexperienced compared to the others. What she's really lacking is some professional training. Irelia is purely self-taught. She knew how to dance, then she realized she can manipulate blades, and she herself started training with the blades. So, someone like Riven would be above her. Because not only is Riven's blade far more powerful than what Irelia has, remember that her weapon was crafted by the Black Rose, but also Riven was trained in the Noxian military. She got a proper soldier's training, so those combined would rank her higher. And she would be roughly on the same level as someone like Akali. Akali is partially spiritually attuned to Ionia, even though her bond is not really that strong. But she also has her Kinku training, with the Kinku being one of the most powerful orders in Ionia. And then we have two Yordles who are highly debatable. There is Gnar and Fizz. The issue with those two is that they are primitive. Gnar is the oldest Yordle on Runeterra, and Fizz is very close to him. And while Gnar's megaform would be able to defeat anyone else so far, he is not smart, and so the rest would be able to outmaneuver him. And with Fizz, the issue is that...
That's what I feel about Gnar players too. No way this League lore is that... bro, League lore is messed up. Like, it is so deep, it's crazy. Like, it goes so far back. Yeah.
Fizz just never fights.
Like, they have
he jumps around
millennia
and plays
of the
with
story.
People, but he never really does anything beyond that.
Yeah, he jumps
Yordles
around.
usually rank higher up because they are Yordles.
Why is Gragas up here, though? Like, he's just a drunk. It's just a drunk fat guy.
Their normal power level is really high, but they are brought even higher because of their intellect. Yordles are smart, but not these two. That's why
these two are dumb as fuck.
So,
like the players who play them. I'm just saying.
If you would personally rank them higher, I would understand. And then there is Gragas. While the Iceborn are really, really strong people, Gragas...
Oh yeah, long time ago. There hasn't been I haven't found an updated lore in Morgana yet. I'll make a list later of videos I want to watch. That'll probably be for next week, though. I won't be able to do it this week. It's gonna take too long, probably.
Is lacking any kind of real weapon. Yes, he
will probably go over Morgana here at some point, based on this list. Where is it? Morgana is probably somewhere up there. So, yeah. Oop, oop, oop. Too much, too much, too much. There we go.
Really, really strong people, Gragas is lacking
Sure.
any kind of real weapon. Yes, he would be able to punch you to death, but that's kinda where he ends.
You don't need a weapon when you got a big belly and big fists.
He is physically insanely strong,
have fun.
but nothing more than that. He would be on a similar level as someone like Quinn. Quinn's issue is that she is no assassin, she's not a killer, she's a scout. She is really good at sneaking around and scouting areas. But when she gets into a fight,
Not if she gets fed, though. If she
she's
gets
not that
fed.
good. As an example, in the Garen novel, Quinn almost died after fighting 2 people at once.
Oh, wow.
Valor does a lot to help her, and we are counting that power. That's why she is a lot higher than someone like Caitlyn. But still, she is really not that strong. And above her, we would have the 2 Noxian assassins. Of them, Talon is absolutely the stronger one. That's why
Because he
he's
can
above
run
her.
away.
However, neither of those 2 assassins are perfect. The reason why Katarina has a scar on her face is because she failed as an assassin. That's why she was kicked out. And Talon managed to fail to kill Katarina when she was stationary. So neither of them are perfect kills.
Wow, you guys suck.
That's why, above them, we would have the Demacian crew. Fiora, Jarvan, and Garen are all interchangeable. We know that Garen and Jarvan should be on the same kind of level. Because from their childhood, they have always been training together. The 2 are great friends. But the reason why I would put Garen slightly higher is because, unlike Jarvan, Garen is used in battles far more often.
Just more battle
he should
experience.
have more experience. And the very slight problem with Fiora is that Fiora is focusing on one-on-one battles. She is an amazing duelist, but her combat abilities are highly limited by that. And above these 3, we would have Darius. Darius should be just as strong as Garen.
Yeah, that's what I was
would likely
thinking.
be equal. And while Garen has the advantage of having Petricite, the Noxian soldiers have the Black Iron, which is mined from the Freljord. And that is the strongest kind of steel that we know about. Darius's armor is nearly unbreakable. If you also count the fact that he's a member of the Triferix, even if we don't count the political power, Darius would be slightly above Garen. Surprisingly, slightly above him, then we have the special people. Just like Twisted Fate, who seems to be a normal human, but he is actually a mage. And his magical abilities alone would be above the rest. Vayne is on a similar level, but she doesn't take advantage.
But based on lore, wouldn't TF's magic not affect someone like Garen, who is wearing armor that is immune to magic? Supposedly, you know. Yeah. Wait, Vayne has magical abilities?
Of magic. She ranks higher above the rest because of her arsenal alone. She is a really good killer, but she is also being carried by her weapons, which are armed with silver bolts. But better than silver bolts is Lucian, with his sentinel guns. The recent event showed us that the sentinel guns are really powerful, but they also enhance Lucian's abilities. They give him slight magical abilities, such as his dash. Above Lucian, we would have something like Zac, who is really just an experiment with quite some potential, but that's really where Zac ends. He is strong when it comes to...
I'm very surprised that Singed is above Vayne, Lucian. Heck, that Singed is above... Misfortune. That Singed is above Graves, honestly. I feel like for the most part he's a scientist that uses poisons, but it's like, and yeah, he's smart, but as far as combat goes, I don't know.
Slapping people,
well, we'll see.
But he is just a blob after all.
Yeah.
On a similar level, we would have Singed. He is a Piltovan professor by day and a Zonite murderer by night. He managed to figure out how to slightly prolong his own life, but he's currently trying to figure out how to really become immortal. His current experiments are some of the creepiest stories which we have in League.
Yeah,
and
but
it
as
is
far as
all about
battle...
Singed stitching people together in hopes of attaching a smart person onto a strong person. And
yeah, but as far as battle capabilities, I don't know, man.
Therefore prolonging the smart person's life. There is the theory that Singed wants to do that to himself. I highly recommend reading his story. And above Singed, we would have the other crazy person.
Jhin.
Jhin's power comes from 2 different things. His masterful planning and the Tula armory. Many people may not know about it, but all the guns that Jhin has were sponsored by a secret Ionian cabal. They are really powerful and
cabal.
magically enhanced. So his arsenal would rank him above the rest. Then we have something like Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix and
is a
Rengar are about the
Voidborn
same.
who eats animals. He's not really that smart, but physically
He evolves,
gets
right?
stronger with every kill.
Yeah.
However, he's not really the ever-consuming void creature. Surprisingly, Lux would be on a similar level. She is a really strong mage, and she has the potential to be really high up on the list. But her issue is that Lux doesn't really know how to control her light. That is the point of her story, especially in the comic. Above her, we have the other people who tap into magical abilities, such as Nidalee. She is really just a person who taps into the ability to morph into a cat.
Yep.
And then there is Kai'Sa, who really just taps into the ability to have a Voidborn attached to her. She is strong, but it's nothing mind-blowing. And then there is rank.
Wait, I just noticed that Kassadin is still not on this list. Bro, now I'm getting. Woo! Okay, let's see. We got Elise next. Don't know. Urgot, Sona. Don't know. Not sure. And then Sivir.
Rengar, who over time is getting stronger and stronger on a way faster rate than someone like Kha'Zix. And don't
Really?
worry, no, we are not counting the power that comes from the Sentinels of Light, just like for Vayne. This is just Rengar before the event. Then there is Elise, who, just like Nidalee
Set.
or Kai'Sa, is a human that is tapping into another source of power.
Wait, Kayn
but it
is
just
that
so happens
low?
to be that the power of the Shadow Isles
I thought it was Kayn, but I also thought it's like, no way Kayn is that low. So I was like, okay,
is
whatever.
way better, with it being connected to an immortal god called Vilemo.
Yeah.
Above her, there is Kayn, who is also tapping into another power. The issue with Kayn is that he is still a child, and his shadow training is nowhere near completion. So he is neither a master of the shadow technique, nor is he the Darkin. That's
Yeah, but you would still think he's siphoning the power of the dark. I'm not saying he's like, full on, but still probably stronger than this list.
why he is a lot weaker in the current state than what people realize. On a similar level, there would be Warwick, who is really strong and really ferocious, but his insane status kinda cripples him at the same time. The same goes for Urgot, but Urgot is actually smart. And that's not even talking about him being really resilient, or the fact that he can meat grind people. And slightly above him, there would be Sona, who is a really powerful mage who can make you dance so hard your bones break. Don't underestimate Sona. And on a very similar level, there would be someone like Orianna. Orianna's power doesn't really come from combat. Yes, she can fight, but she's no fighter. Her power purely comes from the fact that she is the perfect combination of organic and synthetic. She is the top form of human assimilated with Hextech. But she's not quite perfect. We'll get to that.
Okay. 1 second. See, I see Yasuo, but I see Malzahar here, but I still do not see a Kassadin. That's a good sign. No, wait, please tell me this is not Kassadin, though.
And then there is Yuumi.
It might be
While
Kassadin
everyone
next to
may argue
Malzahar.
that
Oh,
Yuumi is
no.
just a cat, that's not really the case. Yuumi is a spirit from Bandle City. She's exactly the same thing as something like Pix, which Lulu has.
Pix?
So it doesn't matter what she looks like. She may look like a cat, but her power level would be something close to something like Vastaya, a magical creature. But she would still be slightly lesser than them. That's why above Yuumi we have most of the Vastaya. There is Rakan, who is really the weakest of them. Then there is Set, who is a really strong fighter, and he's a Vastaya, but his human side is kinda holding him back. Above him there would be another really formidable fighter, Sivir. Sivir would be a lot lower on the list if she didn't hold the Chalikar. The Chalikar is the blade that was the key to sealing the Darkin inside their weapons. That artifact alone is insanely good. But above her there is Samira. Samira is a professionally trained mercenary who is also an assassin. Now that alone would make her strong, but what puts her that high on the list is the fact that her arsenal comes from the Black Rose. You really can't find more advanced weapons in the entirety of Nox.
So LB is gonna be decently high, because she's like the leader of the Black Rose, no?
Then there is Talia, a really good stone weaver who suffers from two things. She is really young and inexperienced.
Yep.
And she never got proper training for her abilities.
Because there's no one to train her.
She was trained by Yasuo when she was in Ionia. And that's really where it ended.
Yep.
So should she get some proper
I'm glad that the lore I watched about Yasuo and Talia, well, mostly Talia, but Yasuo was there, was actually the end of the story. I don't really care about her and Yasuo too much. Yasuo could be interesting, but her, not so much.
Elemental training from Ishtal, Talia would be a lot higher.
Like her lore ended when she entered Shurima.
And finally,
city.
to top of this category, there is also Xayah.
Yep.
The last Ionian Vastaya, who is by far the deadliest of them. But here we have a bit of a jump in the power level.
Oh.
Next up, there is Xin Zhao, who many may know as Viscero. That was his gladiator name.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao was originally an Ionian soldier. He was insanely powerful, but he was captured by the Noxians during the invasion. Because he was so strong, the Noxians thought it would be funny if they used him in the arena. And so, that's where Xin fought. And no one ever defeated him. He was able to take on dozens of people at the same time. And so, being as strong as he is, the Noxians then used Xin Zhao as a living weapon. And together with some other gladiators, they sent Xin Zhao into Demacia to claim the lands for them. That's where the Noxians were defeated, and Jarvan III thought that Xin Zhao was not fighting for the right side.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how would Noxians think that's like they will be able to, like, well, I don't know what they used to like try and make him like submit to them, but I mean, he's clearly a captive, you know. It's like he doesn't want to go back.
That's how Xin Zhao was converted. Anyway, the point is, Xin Zhao is insanely strong.
Yeah.
But not quite as powerful as someone like Lee Sin. Lee Sin may be
but Xin Zhao has the eye advantage. He can see.
Slightly lower than Xin Zhao when it comes to pure fighting.
Okay,
but Lee Sin has the edge because he can use the Dragon's Flame.
Okay.
The same goes for Yasuo. He's also a really good fighter, but he has the edge because he can use the Wind Technique. And somewhat of a similar thing goes for Victor. Victor himself is a really clever inventor. But his power level comes from the fact that he's really good at replacing his own body. He is simply more than a human, on a similar level to other people using some kind of a powerful technique. And what's better than a really clever powerful inventor? A Yordle inventor. Or 3 of them. Rumble is the lowest of them because Rumble is using literal garbage for his machine.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger is above him because he actually knows what the heck he's doing with his invention.
I'm surprised that Ziggs is above Heimer as far as inventions go.
And Ziggs would be above him because Ziggs is not held back by moral code. His wild side would give him the edge. Then we have the 2 guys who are tapping into the powers of the void. They are not really as
No, Kassadin is so low. No.
Insanely powerful as people would think. They are really just people touched by the void. But the void is so powerful that
I'm just happy Kassadin is stronger than his daughter. Okay, that would kind of suck. Dude, how is he weaker than Ari, bro? Oh my god.
Kassadin and Malzahar would be above the rest. And then there is Gled. A really old...
See, here's the problem though, because there's no updated lore on Malzahar and Kassadin, that's all he can say. There's really nothing about them, like, in the last decade.
And Malzahar would be above the rest.
That sucks.
And then there is Gled. A really old and really skilled soldier, who's kinda held back by his dementia. A very unfortunate fate for Gled. Though because of Scarl, it almost kinda equals out.
Okay,
Shyvana would be on a similar level. Being a half-dragon, it's almost natural to be a really powerful magical being. Almost as powerful as the last land-walking Vastaya, Wukong. The reason why Wukong is above all the other Vastaya
didn't he practice in Wuchu basically?
So far, is because Wukong was trained by Master Yi, which means that Wukong has the basics of the Wuju technique. He can't use it, he didn't have visions of the past just like Master Yi did, but even with Master Yi's training on its own, Wukong is just way more powerful. And he is even using the battle staff of Doran. Above him, we would have...
Do I see Master Yi here at all? Not really. Yeah, I see Diana, I see Yone, I see Senna, I see, what's her name, Gwen, Vhagar. Yeah, I don't see Master Yi. Master Yi is like way up there, huh?
A human being resurrected by pure dark magic. That's kinda where that ends. Above him, there would be Yorick. Someone who is able to survive the Black Mist because he has a vial of the Blessed Waters on his neck, and someone who has the ability to speak to the dead and control the dead. Though that is not as powerful as someone like Illaoi, who is the chosen of the god of motion called Nagake Boros. Using the Eye of the God, which is the artifact she's holding, she's able to test mortal souls. That's what she did to Gangplank. And channeling the god's powers, Illaoi is just way above everyone else.
Yeah.
Though the Iceborn would be above her.
Really?
Just like
all
Ari.
of them.
Alright, I always say that someone is the last Vastaya, but no, Ari is the last land-walking Vastaya on this list. While the Iceborn are really strong themselves, because they are just really resilient people inheriting the distant power of the Watchers, while being able to wield weapons of true ice, which can instantly kill anyone who is not an Iceborn. Ari is on a similar level because she is empowered by the souls of her victims. So when it comes to Ari, essentially the longer she lives, the more powerful she gets.
Okay, fair enough.
Then above the Iceborn, we have some of the undead. Kalista is there because unlike the other people from the Shadow Isles...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kalista is no way a raid boss material. So even if there is a Viego raid, Kalista, the only way she could be a raid boss would be as a council fight with Hecarim and Thresh.
Kalista is not utilizing
as the
power
three
of the
generals,
Black Mist.
basically.
That's why she is a lot lower. And Karthus is really just herding the souls.
Yeah.
He doesn't really do anything about that. And so, above those, we have the other people related to the Black Mist. There is Akshan, who should be on the same level as someone like Lucian, who was way lower on the list. But the Absolver and the ability to resurrect people brings him a lot higher. Next to him, there is Senna.
Yeah, but one-on-one he would suck. It's in a big battle of, like, let's say thousands for 1,000, then yeah, I can see him being a lot more useful than a Lucian. But yeah.
Who is also just like Lucian, but she embraces the power of the Black Mist.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for Gwen. Except for Black Mist, Gwen is using the Hallowed Mist. And above them, we have the last Vastaya, who's not land-walking.
The third last
Being one of the
Vastaya.
Marai, who are one of the most ancient Vastaya that we know about, inheriting the wisdom of her people, and having the connection of the aspect of the moon, that's why Nami would be above the other Vastaya.
Okay.
Then there is Olaf, who is
Yone.
really shady. Once again, not counting the lore from the Sentinels of Light, it is really difficult to rank Olaf, because theoretically,
he just doesn't die, though.
Olaf is immortal.
Yeah.
As long as he fights, he can't die.
Yeah.
That is what his prophecy said. But you know, it would be insane to say that he would be actually immortal as long as he fought.
Yeah, he's just sending one-on-one against an ancient one and just just fight for eternity.
All prophecies should be able to be broken. Otherwise, Olaf would have to be on the same level of something like Aurelian, a never-dying soul. But that would be quite insane. That's why Olaf is where he is.
Yeah.
A really strong fighter with uncanny powers, just like Tryndamere. Tryndamere is above everyone else because he is tapping into the power of the Darkin. That's where his encounter with Aatrox comes in. So basically, he is a Freljordian warrior tapping into some insane powers.
Yeah.
The same
Yone, Varus, can't really tell.
goes for
Okay.
Yone. That's why Yone is above him. He's also just a really powerful swordsman who is tapping into the power of the Ionian demons called the Azakana. And that's why Varus is slightly above him. Varus is the combination of two veteran archers who were incredible hunters and one really powerful Darkin.
Yeah.
But here, since the Darkin also has some control over the body, Varus is just way higher than Kain. And he would be on the same level of someone like Yone.
Bro, but he's not as strong as Tristana, a Yordle?
We have the Yordles.
Or Poppy?
Unlike the other Yordles, including Kled. The reason why these are more powerful is because their connection to the spirit realm is a lot higher. Ziggs, Heimeringer, and Rumble are really just screwing around in the mortal realms.
Yeah, they're just
While all of these Yordles are embracing the spiritual powers. Tristana would be the weakest of them, followed by Poppy, who has the edge because she has the Hammer of Orlon, a legendary artifact weapon. Above her, there would be Lulu, one of the most powerful sorcerer Yordles in Bandle City.
Yeah.
Above her, there would be Kennen, whose link to the spirit realm is far higher than anyone else's.
What I don't like is that these guys are... what he's saying right now is true. I'm just saying that's like... There's not enough story about them, directly about them. They're like... they appear here and there. Lulu had like some background story way back when, right? But it's like they don't really have anything that proves their power. It's just an assumption that they're stronger just because they are tapped into the spirit realm more. Also, how the fuck is Teemo up here? More than Kassadin?
Because he's one of the leaders of Kinku. And above him, there is Teemo. We don't know too much about Teemo.
That's the problem.
But we know that despite his looks, Teemo is one of the deadliest Yordles out there. He's a master assassin at the same time. So whether Teemo or Kennen is stronger, that's really up to you.
It's hard to see it in game that Teemo is more of an assassin than something like a Talon or a Katarina. But he's a trap assassin, just lays down traps, I guess.
There would be Trundle. Trolls in general are incredibly strong. Yeah. They are pretty much immune
Isn't he
to
the leader
frost,
of the...
But Trundle himself is also an Iceborn. He wields a true ice weapon. That on top of the fact that trolls have incredible regenerating powers, Trundle is just way higher than what people would expect.
Yeah.
But he's not quite as powerful as something like Vastai Shirei, which is Nico. Nico is not a pure Vastai Shirei. If she was, she would be way higher on the list. Okay. But she is close enough to her pure ancestors.
Am I assuming that... what's that deer called? Lily or whatever? The semi-goat? She is a pure Vastai Shirei?
That her power levels are just way too high. That's why, notice, I didn't call her a Vastaya. And she would be on a similar level to something like Maokai.
Really?
Maokai is a nature spirit, but the issue with Maokai is that Maokai is barely surviving. He's doing all he can to push back the Black Mist, so he is not in the best shape. Above him there would be Nunu, but Nunu's powers don't really come from Nunu. It's all about Willem. From Nunu's story, we learned that the ancient Yetis were insanely powerful. They had incredible connections to magic, and their wisdom was inconceivable. So Willem alone is able to carry Nunu. Literally. After that we have Janna. Janna is also a primal spirit, but she's not in her best shape. Before Piltover and Zone split, many people worshipped her. That's when she was at her best. But since then, only people in Zone pray to Janna. And Janna gets her power from her followers. That's why she's not as high as she could be. Lilia is on the same level. She's also a spirit born from dreams in Ionia. Not the most powerful spirit, but powerful enough. And then we get to Rel. Rel is an incredible mage, who is thought to be able to fight someone like Mordekaiser with proper training. Currently, Rel is held back by two facts. She is a child and she has no real training.
That's a child?
Once both of those factors get cancelled out, she'll be a lot higher.
Maybe teenager.
Above her there is Veigar, the last Yordle on this list who is the most powerful Yordle that we know about. And above him there is a spirit that is not in a bad shape. Ivern is a spirit that was born from the Omikaelan, the world tree of Ionia. That alone makes Ivern really powerful. But he's still not the primal spirit of the entire continent.
Yeah, he was a human.
He is essentially just a spirit, in a slightly weaker form because Ivern the Cruel, the Freljordian warrior, cut down the original tree that was responsible for the power of the spirit. So even Ivern is not in his prime. And Ivern would have a similar power to Camille. Camille is an expert assassin, forged by Hextech to be perfect. She has enhanced vision, she really can't miss, and she got the best training Piltover could offer. She is really assassin brought to perfection. Galio would be on a similar level. He's a petricide style.
I feel like Camille would not be able to touch Galio. I don't think Galio would be able to catch Camille, like if they ever fought based on the lore. But I don't feel like she would do any real damage to him either.
Titan, he's really big! But that's kinda where his power comes from. If he wasn't big, Galio would be actually way lower on the list.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because besides moving around, he doesn't do much. Maybe besides absorbing magic. But even that can backfire. On a similar level, there would also be Skarner. If you really think about it, Skarner is just a dude. But he's a different species. So it is really the fact that he has a Hextech battery on his tail that brings
he's the strongest dude of his race,
this high. Then there is Udyr, a spirit walker channeling the power of the primal gods of Freljord. There is not much more I can say on this. He's a guy who is tapping into some real godly powers. That's why Aphelios is right next to him.
Oh.
Aphelios is also a guy who is tapping into godly powers of the moon goddess.
Oh.
And that's why Pantheon is next to him. Pantheon used to be a god himself, but after the aspect of war died, now he is a dude that is tapping into the remnants of a godly power.
Oh, so that's who Aatrox stabbed. He did stab Pantheon to kill the god, but the remnant of the god still remains, so Pantheon can use it. Okay.
And that's why Swain is next to him. Because Swain is tapping into the godly powers of a demon. And one of the more powerful demons at that, the demon of secrets, Raum. And following the patterns, then there is Pike. Pike is a guy who is tapping into the powers of Nagake Boros. While he should be on the same level of someone like Illaoi, Illaoi is only following the powers of Nagake Boros.
Oh, he's actually
she's
using
wielding them for the god's good. But Pike is infused with those powers. He's almost being controlled by the god. That's why he's a lot higher. And then we get the first Shreeman Ascended, Nasus. Nasus is really powerful, but he's also quite depressed these days. So he is not in his best form.
Can't
Then
blame
there
him.
is Nocturne. The reason why Nocturne, unlike the other demons, is this low is because Nocturne is banished. As far as we know, he should be still locked up somewhere around Demacia. His encounter with Lux didn't really go well. That's why, in his current form, Nocturne is slightly lower. Then there is someone like Hecarim, who is this high because he is fully embracing the power of the Black Mist. Hecarim can freely make up his own army as he wishes. We learned that from his very recent story in Demacia. He simply reaches into the Black Mist, pulls out a spirit, and he uses that spirit as his own.
Yeah, Hecarim would be like the perfect Halloween event. I mean, he is the headless horseman, just he has a head, you know?
Own soldier. That's why Hecarim can craft his own armies. Silas would be on a similar level, though Silas's power is highly situational. If Silas is in the middle of nowhere, he can't do anything. He needs to be around something magical. But the reason why he is this high, unlike the other mages, despite having somewhat simple magical abilities, Silas was able to wield the power of Morgana when he was in the capital city. Under normal circumstances, normal mortals would be broken by such powers. But Silas was able to tap into the powers of gods and then wield them.
Okay, so Morgana now is a god. Where's Kale on this list then?
That makes him special. Someone like Zed would be still slightly above him.
Let's see, we have... What is this? Vladimir, Zyra, Syndra... What's that worm called? The jungler. That can't see shit. That's him. Who is Gray? This is Zillion, probably.
The shadow technique is simply that powerful. It is similar to Nocturne himself, but Nocturne is still weaker because he is banished. That's why Zed is so high. And then there is Renekton. Renekton is simply far stronger than Nasus. And
but he's
in the
just
latest
stupider.
story, we even saw what happens if someone tries to strike Renekton down. Some kind of weird celestial magic reshapes Renekton's bones and meat and snaps him back together. Reading his story was quite mind-blowing. But what we learned from that is that we always underestimated Renekton's power. Then we finally get another demon, Tam Kench. Not the most powerful one, but he is still a demon. So his power level in general would be way above everyone else. Kinda on the same level of someone like Rek'Sai. One of the biggest Voidborn on Runeterra that we know about. You know, we have no idea what Cho'Gath is. But being the Broodmother, Rek'Sai is just insanely powerful. And then there is Nautilus. If you thought that Pike was really good because he was infused with the powers of Nagake Boros, he's nothing compared to Nautilus. Nagake Boros forged Nautilus into a full-on titan. At this point, Nautilus is the right hand of the god. And then we have Shen. Being the Eye of Twilight, Shen has by far the best connection to the spirit realm. At least out of all the mortals. He's really deadly in the physical realm and he's really deadly in the spirit realm. There's really not much people can do when fighting him. Then there is Brand. Normally Brand would be a lot higher, because Brand is essentially using the power of a world rune. But the point of Brand's story is that Brand can't control the power of a world rune.
I thought it was a demon. I guess maybe the story changed since.
Power consumed him. So yes, he is really strong, but he doesn't have the power under control. That's why he is slightly lower. And then there is Thresh. I'm recording this before we got the finale of the Light Sentinel event, so that one will definitely change Thresh's power. But currently...
Yeah, about that. I guess not. I guess it didn't.
It seems like Thresh will be the new leader of the Shadow Isles. That's why he is right here. He is holding inconceivable power, just like someone like Syndra. Syndra should be a lot higher, or at least she has the potential to be higher. But Syndra killed every teacher who tried to teach her how to use her powers. So while Syndra has unlimited potential, as she says, the potential is very limited by her own abilities. She simply has no idea what...
See, I feel like something like Syndra, like the unlimited potential type champions, they can eventually evolve to being something like a raid boss. Right now, obviously not. It's like everyone here is at most a dungeon boss, if not just a world, not even a world boss, just like a world event type thing. But like Syndra, for example, would be someone I would be like, you know what? Give her enough time, maybe she could become a raid boss.
She's doing. Then there is Zyra. The reason why Zyra is so high is because Zyra is a plant that is currently consuming about a third of Ishtal. The Kumungu jungles are being devastated by her, so I wouldn't underestimate her powers.
Okay.
And then we get to some really powerful mages.
See, I see LeBlanc here. Doesn't look like it's a Morgana. Maybe this one is Taric. This is Eve, I guess. This is Master Yi. Not sure who this is.
Zillion is insanely strong, not just because he has the mastery over chronomancy, and not just because he's one of the very few people who are able to resist the void, but also because he is a mage who trained in Shurima, in Icathia, in Ishtal, and on the Blessed Isles. Simply said, he is a really powerful mage in general. Just like Vladimir. Vladimir is a mage who has the mastery over hemomancy, which originated from the Darkin. Combine this with the fact that hemomancy in general has the ability to make you stronger over time, because you simply reshape your body to be stronger and stronger. He also comes from Kamavor, and also, back in the old days, LeBlanc considered Vladimir to be her only equal. She has never met a more powerful mage. That's why Vladimir is so high.
Okay, so LeBlanc has to be on this list. I guess the next one should be LeBlanc then.
He should be higher, but because Vladimir is hiding in Noxus all the time, he doesn't really have the chance to expand his powers. Above him, there would be Jax, or Saijek Squari Ikathun. There's not much to say about him. Jax is the only mortal who was able to single-handedly defeat a Shuriman Ascended. He's the only one who was able to defeat a God Warrior. For that alone, that's why he is this high. But also, he is holding the last flame of Icathia, and it is possible that he is a sand troll. So he might be like Trundle, but on steroids. Then there is Evelyn. Simply a really powerful demon who can shape into anything. She grows more powerful over time the more people she kills. Then there is Malphite. His power really comes from the fact that he is simply really big. He is the shard of the monolith.
But he's also a good guy, so we're not gonna fight this guy for sure.
So coming from a purely elemental place, his powers are just really high. However, not as high as the best elementalist mage from Ishtal, Kiana.
Isn't she the emperor, or like the queen of that place?
In the entirety of that entire region, there simply isn't a better mage. Kiana is that powerful.
Even though all of her damage is physical in the game, but whatever.
Very slightly more powerful than her, there will be Azir, who is able to single-handedly...
Is Azir weaker than Xerath, though? That is... I guess this should be the same power, but...
Raise entire armies from sand. He is the most powerful Ascended there has ever been, and he might be the most powerful Emperor Shurima has ever had. Xerath would be slightly above him for one simple reason. Azir got the powers from the Sun Disk willingly, but Xerath forced those powers into his body. Xerath took more power than what was intended for him. That's why his power level is higher. Then we get to Master Yi. I could honestly rant about Yi for hours, but if you are curious as to why Yi is so high, here's why. The Vuju technique is just so powerful. Strong, It was never intended to be used in combat, but when the Noxian invasion arrived, Yi thought,
Yi just went destroyed
maybe I should use it. And so he did. And he killed thousands of Noxians alone. The Noxians were so afraid of him, they tracked down his home village
They
and
nuked.
it just to be safe. Just to know there are no other warriors as powerful as him.
Oh my god, bro. That's just so funny. That is such a funny story if you think about it. It's like, yo, fuck this guy. We're not fighting him. Just nuke it. Kill it with fire.
And the reason why the Voodoo technique is so powerful is because it dates back to the first ever mortal race to exist on the planet. The first ever Vastai Shirei used this technique when fighting the first Stone Titans. That's why Yi is where he is. Vel'Koz would be on a similar level because as one of the oldest Voidborn, just like Master Yi, he is able to kill thousands of people in the blink of an eye. And then there is Tariq, who might be the weakest of the aspects, but hey, he's an aspect.
Yeah.
Above Tariq...
So here's... Okay, so Karma's story, which could have been updated since, but Karma is like comes from a family of farmers, and they just had this like out of nowhere magical fans. So she's that strong. But let's see, we have Leona, Karma, Anivia, Rammus, Rise, Diana, not sure, Ornn, Aatrox? Aatrox here?
I
Interesting.
would put LeBlanc. Once again, we are not counting political powers. But LeBlanc is ancient at this point. She is thousands of years old. She was present in the Immortal Bastion when Mordekaiser ruled it. She was the one who got Mordekaiser killed. Now she is mastering all the black magic that Mordekaiser was hiding in Noxus. And she is dominating and corrupting the minds of people all over Runeterra. She has eyes everywhere because, quite frankly...
Oh, so that's what she's wanted. Okay.
She is mind-controlling people everywhere. That's what her clones are about. Her clones are the influence over the entire world. I really wouldn't underestimate LeBlanc's power. Then above LeBlanc, we have another powerful aspect, Leona.
Okay, see what I mean though? Look at that.
Estimate LeBlanc's power. Then above...
This is obviously a year ago, right? So it's like, it's been updated, but like, see... Based on this, Viego is here. You know, it's like...
LeBlanc, we have another powerful aspect, Leona. And above her, there is Karma, who is Dara, a mortal vessel to the entire Ionian spirit. The spirit of an entire continent is inside Karma.
So it did change.
So just like the aspects, she is a vessel of gods. Then there is Anivia, the weakest of the primal gods. Then there is Rammus.
Wait,
but it is
so is Volley stronger than Viego right now? Well, based on this part?
Theorized that he might be also one of the primal gods, but truth be told, we don't really know anything about Rammus.
Yeah, we don't know.
But we know that he is snacking on the Voidborn like they were Cheetos. At least he is very powerful because he considers the Voidborn Cheetos. And then there is Rise.
Makes sense.
Someone who has the potential of the power of the world runes. But unlike someone like Syndra, who has the potential but she doesn't know how to use it. Rise also has the potential, and he also can use the power if he wished to do so. But he simply doesn't do it because he's afraid he's gonna destroy the entire world. So Rise is simply insanely strong.
Wait, and Diana is stronger than Rise when he has the potential to destroy the entire world? Okay.
He is wielding the power that shaped the entire world.
Okay.
And then there is Diana, one of the stronger Targonian aspects. Unlike Leona, Diana is actually actively pursuing the powers of the moon. Then there is Viego.
So how's she
Viego
stronger?
is simply really powerful because he is the source of the Black Mist. He is the one who can dominate minds of pretty much anything. But he's held back by the fact that he doesn't care about corrupting people.
Okay, so yeah, so this is probably before his wife told him, I don't want you.
He just wants Isolde, and that's his biggest mistake.
Yeah.
Then there is Morgana, also technically a Targonian aspect, but above someone like Diana and Leona. She and Kael were there when Demacia was formed, so they have wisdom, but also they are more closely attuned to the Targonian powers. While someone like Diana and Leona are still trying to figure out
Says this scale up here.
what is even happening. Compared to them, Leona and Diana are young. Then we have another really powerful primal Freljordian god, Ornn. And as strong as someone like Ornn, there would be Aatrox, the God Slayer. Aatrox is simply a Darkin that got out of hand. His rage is untamable, and as long as a mortal is holding his blade, and Aatrox can dominate them, Aatrox is unstoppable. He is the only being in existence that we know about that was able to kill a celestial god. That being War. And on the exact same level as Aatrox, I would say we have Gale. Gale is likely the most powerful of the Targonian mortal
Top
peasants.
10, let's go.
Being the aspect of justice, she can rain down holy swords on entire nations. Theoretically, she is responsible for Garen's ultimate, but we don't count that into Garen's power. Garen's ultimate is technically Gale's power. And the reason why Morgana is below her is because...
And even though Kayle and Morgana are half aspects of justice, Morgana gave up on her powers and she let Kayle pick up her blade.
Morgana willingly gave up on some of her powers. Above those, then we have Lissandra. While Lissandra was really powerful when the three sisters were still alive, and you know, she got wounded by the Volibear, over time, mastering the ability to not only use the true ice, but also the black ice, she is simply far more powerful than people give her credit for. She is the only person who is able to keep back the Watchers, the end of all reality. That's why she may be the most powerful mortal in existence.
Yeah.
But still above her, we have the stronger of the primal gods, the Volibear. Then we have Soraka. While it is true...
Then we have Soraka. What, like... Then we have Soraka. What a drop.
That Soraka is purely a celestial being. Soraka gave up on her celestial powers so that she could drop down onto Runeterra, get a physical form, and help mortals from their suffering. Soraka does have a physical body right now, but her power is so strong her body is burning from the inside.
Oh, interesting.
That's why in-game, when you heal someone, you hurt yourself. It's because the powers of Soraka are too strong for her mortal body to handle.
Okay, that
Essentially,
makes sense.
she is slowly dying. Then we have Mordekaiser, a warlord who, when he was alive, constructed the immortal
when
bastion
he was dead, was too angry to die.
devastated an entire continent on his own. He himself died on a mountain of corpses. But then he died, he found out there were no gods of death, and so he just decided to become a god of death. If you thought that Viego was the king of the undead, you have no idea what Mordekaiser is about. His power is far beyond that.
Yeah, like, Mord is definitely more of a raid boss than Viego. Like, just based on this video, yes. Though, that being said, Viego is still very, very strong. Don't get me wrong, okay? This is before the full story of Viego was unleashed, I believe.
He is the true king of the realm of the dead.
Yeah.
Then there is Zoe, the aspect of Twilight, who would rank even above someone like Gale, simply because the Twilight is that powerful. But also, it is the Twilight that currently holds the reins to Aurelian's soul. That's why she would be above the rest. Then there is Bard. Now, while Bard is not really a fighter and he doesn't hurt anyone, Bard are the first sounds the cosmos ever produced. He's on the same level of something like Aurelian's soul.
Is number one gonna be Aurelian's soul?
He is simply a pure cosmic
Is something
energy.
stronger than
But
Aurelian's
unlike
soul?
Soraka, he didn't bind himself to a mortal
It's also a year
he
ago,
just visited
so
Runeterra,
some
and he
champions
didn't
don't
want to
release
scare
it.
people, so he borrowed some items from a traveling theater. He is still a pure celestial being. And around him, I would rank Fiddlesticks.
Number one
As
demon?
far as we know, Fiddlesticks is the primal demon. He is the dark force that is moving the entirety of Runeterra. He is the source of the legend of the 10 kings. The 10 kings where one king consumed the rest. So it is possible that once there were 10 demons, but Fiddlesticks consumed the rest. He is the primal evil. And no, the Scarecrow is not Fiddlesticks. The demon is inside the Scarecrow, and he's just using it as a vessel. So remember, Fiddlesticks, first of 10, Fiddlesticks, end of men. And then we have Aurelian Soul.
Oh shit, so there's someone stronger than him.
You know, a technical god. Because he has the ability to actually forge stars around which you form planets. You couldn't get more godly than that. However, even Aurelian is not the most powerful. Because it was confirmed, everyone in reality has to meet the end. And Aurelian Soul...
Bro, this is why I said, man, Kindred is, like, Kindred power level is gonna be, like, the like, it's up there on raid boss level. Not that we have to fight it, but power level, yeah. yeah, something like Kindred.
Even he can't avoid it.
This is why I said, man, no one beats it.
And that is the list of all the champions ranked according to their power, according to their lore. It was quite a longer video than I expected, but you know, we had to do it. It was inevitable. Of course, if you don't agree with something, feel free to argue with us in the comment section. The comment section is gonna be quite the battle of mains anyway. But remember, we spent 4 hours on stream with about 1200 people talking about this. I really think this list is really fair. But you know, the lore is ever changing. The Sentinels of Light were a proof of that. So, who knows where Thresh is gonna land?
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess this is also before full story of, what's it called? Of Viego, maybe? Or maybe this is past full story. Either way, though, just according to this part, let's go all the way up. No, not really, does it? Okay, yeah, Kindred. So, like, who could be, like, potential raid bosses here, really? I guess if we go with Viego, then Aatrox for sure as well. Kayle, probably not, because unless we have a problem with Justice, you know. Syndra would probably be something like a raid boss, but she would be... Would she be the first raid boss? I would say end of expansion raid boss. I would go with Syndra to open an expansion onto Ancient Ones. I would go with that. Mordekaiser, Realm of the Dead type of expansion. Bard and Zoe don't really need to be raid bosses. I can see them as trials. Not Final Fantasy trial. Like, as in, like, if they are gonna be someone we fight, it would be more of a test rather than, like, actual fight. Fiddlesticks definitely gonna be something. However, I feel like it's not gonna be a raid. Fiddlesticks is more of a... He's kind of like everywhere, right? So maybe like someone suggested world boss in different locations. That would be cool. Aurelian Sol, again, I don't see a reason for us to really fight him because he's under the control of Zoe. So if we were fighting him, means we had to beat up Zoe to release his reigns, right? It's like, I don't know. There's also no reason to fight Kindred. Maybe we meet Kindred at some point. Yo, would be funny if, like, when you first time you die, Kindred comes and Wolf wants to kill you, and then Kindred is like the goat is like, yeah, no, he's for the other one, and just leaves us be and we resurrect, or some shit like that. But yeah, anyone else here would be a raid boss. Xerath can be a raid boss. I can see that. Not necessarily like the same power level, but like he's trying to make his own empire for sure. LeBlanc. I don't know enough about her power. Even though he says she's here, it's kind of like she doesn't feel like... It feels like because of her information network, she's so strong, not so much because of her actual powers. So, whatever. Leona and Diana, we don't really have a reason to fight them. Karma, no reason to fight. Rammus, no reason to fight. Rise, the only time I would say we fight him is if he's losing control over his power and starts to destroy the world by mistake. But as far as I know, Rise is not evil. So, yeah, a lot of these are not. Nocturne, if he gets released, can be a raid boss type. Hecarim, Thresh, and Kalista, like I said, council fight at most. Thresh and Hecarim, like, on their own, I don't think they're raid material. Syndra potentially can be, but it's like in a very long time. She needs to get stronger. Taric, I don't see a reason. Who else? Azir could be if he actually does start enslaving the Shurimans, because I don't know if he actually goes and enslaves them. It was just hinted at. I can see them as a raid boss, like the whole city would be a massive raid or something like that. Tahm Kench, feels more of a dungeon, just like the vibe I get from him. Just doesn't feel raidy, you know? Also, it's not necessarily like any of these will be raid. Well, some of them probably are, like Viego will probably be. But like a lot of these just like, they don't fit the bill in their characteristic to be a raid boss, you know? But yeah. I mean, they could go with like Cho'Gath raid boss, like he just fucking consumed so much that he became a fucking mountain and we need to like beat the shit out of him so he gets smaller. Or something like that. But yeah, anyways, that's the video. Thanks for watching and we'll see you in the next one. Peace. Okay. All right. Let's see. Where did it stop? Checking something real quick.
Let's go with
We don't need
this one.
sound. Where did it end? Five, four, three, two, one. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And properly, because like the stream app showed that the rec ended like later. And so that was How Powerful Champions, and then oh yeah, that's the video someone wanted me to watch about. I don't believe Riot will monetize their game. I still believe, knowing Riot, the way they've been doing it, insanely good cosmetics, but free to play. Dude, if they make it free to play, oh my god, and the quality that it should be, and it's just cosmetics in the shop, will just be insane. All right, then we're gonna rank the stories, and then, but before that, I really gotta pee, so I will be RB. All right, let's get to it then, shall we? Okay, before we do that, the action have more in Unreal Engine 5. Project TS. Oh, I heard about Project TS. From here to here. Fuck is that even? Out of touch, builds out of touch. Gaming is insane now. Oh, I gotta watch that. P8S Phase 2 guides. I actually have not seen what the second phase looks like. Arcane deleted scene, don't care. Darken lore. Oh, that would be interesting actually. Okay, anyways. What time is it? 12:20. I don't have a lot of time. Okay. So let's watch. Okay, this is the last video I'm gonna watch today because I want to play some FF. So let's go. Ranking all champions based on how good their story is. We're gonna like this already. As this Jin's story is simple, important, amazing. Okay.
What do you want from me? What do you want, Riot? You haven't released a story in a month! Everyone is playing Fortnite and Elden Ring! Just do something!
Can't blame them for Elden Ring. Fortnite, I mean. Void soon. Trademark.
I swear to God, if it's a sexy champion. As you can see, Riot abandoned us this month, so I have to reach for the reserve ideas. Over 2 years ago, we ranked all champions based on how good their lore is. Since then, the lore moved forward quite a bit. Last time, we used tiers such as Essential Read and World Building because some champions explained essential parts of the world. These days, pretty much every champion reveals something new, so the World Building tier is getting dumped. Now we are left with the classic S to F ranking, with the occasional forgotten champion. But now, because there's a lot of champions ahead of us, let's get on it. Remember, all of this is subjective, so if I rank your favorite champion low, But don't worry, the stories are generally good, there won't be too many bad champions. Starting alphabetically with Aatrox. Aatrox on his own is pretty average, but he has some great connections to Tryndamere. And with the Darkin lore, he can comfortably sit in B. Ahri's story is pretty deep, she appeared in 3 different stories. And Ruined King gave her some really interesting new background.
Oh.
S. Akali's bio is pretty
I need
short,
to watch
but she
that
does
Ahri
appear
stuff.
in the Z
Damn, holy
comic.
shit.
And her Bow and the Kunai story, which may be teasing a new champion, is amazing.
Oh.
A. When it comes to Akshan, truth be told, they did him dirty. Yes, he was a pivotal character during the Sentinels of Light, but for someone who is wielding such a crucial weapon, he's just not an interesting character. D. Alistar's bio is kinda cool. He has an interesting history with Noxus, but he never appeared anywhere since.
Yeah.
D. Amumu is just a legend. No one knows anything about him. He does have a decent amount of speculating lore, but it's frustrating to know that he's just one massive mystery.
Yeah.
C.
I mean,
Out of
C,
all the
it's a who.
demigods, Anivia has the least lore.
What is
she
a who
gets
then?
a C, but
Why?
only because Ornn and Volibear carry her.
Oh,
Annie
okay.
is a lot creepier in the lore than she is in the game. She also has her own cinematic, but the story called Trouble easily gives her a B. Aphelios is as complex of a character as his own kid. Loads of Targonian celestial reveals. A. For being one of the Freljordian leaders,
Oh,
Ashe
it's more of a implication of their story rather than their story directly. Okay, like personally.
Doesn't really have anything happening around her. She is a B, but only because her comic was awesome. If you like cosmic lore, Aurelian is awesome. He gets an A because of how meaningful his lore is.
Really,
Being
I thought
the
he would
Emperor
get an
of
S
Rima,
since he's
Azir
like
is
so
really
good.
important for the entire continent.
Yeah, that's an
He
S.
only gets an A because he is not as interesting as everything that is happening around him.
True.
Bard gets a B
Fair
because
enough.
his recent update gave his story a reason. From his mask to the meeps, it all makes sense now. And if you know his recent story, you know he's going to be important when the Void attacks.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, Blitzcrank is one of the Zonite characters that was kind of forgotten.
Yeah.
He does get a C because his ensemble story is adorable.
Okay.
Even though Brand's bio may be kind of boring, his story with Rise, called From the Ashes, is so good he easily reaches an S.
Really?
Most of Brom's
Holy
story
fuck.
is just legends. But man, are those legends awesome. Also, he appeared in The Ruined King.
Yes,
Hey,
it did.
remember, Arcane is a separate universe from the core lore. So Caitlyn's story here is slightly different. But it's still pretty awesome.
I still don't know why they did it as like a separate fucking like universe. Like it makes no sense.
Hey, while to many, Camille may not seem like an interesting character. The Weakest
Really?
Heart is one of the best
I
stories
feel like it was
League of
really
Legends
good.
has ever seen.
Yes.
Easily S.
Okay, if that's an S, I wouldn't put it an S. Okay, it was a nice story. First 3 chapters of it were not so interesting, but it's cool. I would put her like a B. Personally, like she's a Romeo and Juliet if they never sacrificed themselves and decide to go their separate ways. But they could never leave without the other, so they never got another partner. Well, she couldn't because of her duty. That's why she broke up. But like he couldn't get past her, so he died alone. But I mean, I wouldn't put her in an S. Like implications of the story are not that big as well.
Cassiopeia got a lot of interesting lore around
D.
Azir's release. And then it stopped.
Yeah.
That was 8 years ago.
Yeah.
C. Cho'Gath currently
Bro,
has no
what will it
canon
take? How is Gas lower than this guy who's like recent? That's so weird.
Corki
Yeah.
currently has no canon lore.
Same.
Darius suffers from one unfortunate thing. Despite him having a lot of lore in the comic, Noxus is a lot more interesting than him.
Yeah.
B. Diana and Leona don't have enough great lore to be at the very peak.
They need more.
But their recent story together easily gave them an
Oh, did
A.
they meet?
Draven is just worse Darius. C. Mundo's story doesn't explain anything.
That's
we all
true.
thought it would be linked to Shimmer, but
No.
nope. It's just a random chemical, I guess.
Yeah.
D. Echo
How's
is
that an
awesome,
D? Why is that not an F? What does it take to be an F?
both in Arcane and in the core universe.
Yeah,
His Lullaby
C.
story made a lot of people cry, but he hasn't gotten an update in a while. B.
Really?
Elise herself is a really interesting character, but she lacks updates. C. Evelyn is also a really interesting character, but she lacks importance in the world.
Yeah.
C. Ezreal
What the
has
fuck is a
awesome
D
Indiana
then?
Jones stories as he's traveling around the world.
No.
And he is connected to crucial world events. A.
Interesting.
Fiddlesticks is a mystery done right. What he is a speculation, but the mystery is set up so well. Take notes, Amumu. A. Fiora has a lot of good stories that all end as cliffhangers.
Yeah.
Until she gets a story with Jax. B. Fizz is kinda just not interesting.
Also,
He doesn't have a lot of lore, but
yeah,
the stories
no
around him
updates and
are
stuff.
interesting. C.
What does
Golly.
it take to be a D or an F? I don't even understand why. If Fizz is a C, Cass should be a C. Actually, she
Yo
is.
a
What's his name? Action should be a C. Why is Action a D? Oh, God.
really awesome character.
Why does it
but
take
it's
to
a
be an
shame
F?
that he's not being used in any of the recent stories.
True.
B.
Well, he's
Vesper
just
is
there.
one of the fundamental villains of Bilgewater, and he was in Ruined King. A. While
Okay.
many may think that Garen is a generic character, his personal stories are glorious. He
Really?
is
I like
an
Garen.
important character in every single one of his stories.
Yep.
There is a reason why he got a novella. S. Nar
Hell
started as a
yeah.
good
You
idea
did my
for a
Garen
character,
boy proud.
and then he was forgotten and his story never led anywhere.
Yep.
D. While Gragas's bio is really bland, his short story is awesome. Unfortunately, that can't
it's
carry
okay.
him above C.
Yeah.
Graves and Twisted Fate have amazing stories,
I think that's
but
a
they
B.
suffer from really bad bios. Still, A.
Really?
Gwen is surprisingly an interesting character despite not so interesting design. And she proved to be important during the Sentinels of Light. I think. We're still not sure
I
what's canon there. B. Hecarim is surrounded by
Oh,
so
God.
many amazing stories, with only one being centered around him.
Yeah.
B. Heimerdinger currently has 3 sentences of lore, but I
Jesus
guess it's
Christ.
canon lore. F. Ilaoi
Thank
has many
God.
different stories connected to many different champions, and she was in Ruined King. A.
It's
Irania
like, was the champion in Ruined King? Yes. A. No. C.
is a really important character for Ionia, but
Yeah.
her story was never
But that's
pushed
it.
beyond the events of the invasion.
Yeah.
B. Ivern is a really interesting character with a really awesome
Give him a
history.
C.
It's a shame he's not being used in the recent stories, though. B. Jenna
Yeah.
has a lot
We have
of
different
world-building
understanding of
lore
what
that
B
connects
means.
Shurima and Zone. She herself is lacking stories, though. B.
It's like the way I see B. B means good story. A means excellent story. S means holy fuck. I want to read this again to make sure I didn't miss any parts of it. And then D is like, like I don't really care. It's like it's whatever. F means irrelevant. Who means they forgot about this champion, like Cho'Gath.
Jarvan became a great character after the Mage Civil War, and the Aftermath story is amazing. Hey,
Yeah.
Jax is connected to one of the best storylines of Runeterra. The Icathian War is amazing, and he is a crucial character there.
See?
S.
Okay, I need to watch
Unfortunately,
that then.
Jace hasn't seen an update in a really long time, and compared to Arcane,
He's in the lab.
he's quite boring. C.
C, that's what I mean. Like, how is that a C? Hasn't gotten an update in a very long time, and he's quite boring. Bro, that's a D or an F. It's like Heimerdinger
Finn's
level.
story is simple, important, amazing, and he has his own comic. S.
Okay.
Once again, compared to her Arcane version, where she was amazing, the canon Jinx is kinda empty.
Yeah, she's just crazy chick.
Kaisa
Again,
has
why is
some
that a
really
C?
interesting stories, but it is all just a setup so far.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Voidy event will push her above.
Apparently, I think it did to an extent. Like, I didn't really understand the cinematic with the new champion. I feel like that should bump her up to A, because I think it is really relevant, but that's mostly, it's not even her story there. She's just a part of it.
B. Kalista is a really interesting character who was also really
confusing
important for
character.
the Ruination. I can't wait to see what the Ruination novel does to her. A. For as important...
Kaisa, in my opinion, story-wise, from what I've seen so far, maybe it was updated and stuff. Because, like, he hasn't seen what happened in Ruination at this point either. But at this point in time, where he's making the video, man, probably like a C. Like, her story was just so meh.
And as one would believe Karma is, she's really not. And her stories don't really do anything to her.
True.
C. Karthus is an interesting character who is heavily underutilized. C. Kassadin is a really interesting character as well. But for an unknown reason, his
completely
spotlight
forgotten.
was stolen away by Kaisa.
Because his dog... Man, you guys did my Kassadin dirty, man.
Katarina used to have interesting interactions with Garen,
Yeah.
but eventually
They
those
stopped.
were retconned.
Yeah.
And now her lore is empty. C.
Yep.
Gale and
And now her lore is empty. That's a C. She has no lore. That's an F or an a who.
Morgana lay out some really awesome foundations for Demacia. But until their setup gets paid off, they only get a B.
Fair enough.
Kain is a cool character with a cool background, but his dark inside is not really being explored. B. Kennen is a character that every now
We
and
have
then
such weird different understanding what a B, A, C, and D mean. Holy
appears
fuck.
in really important stories.
Oh, Katarina doesn't really have a story right now. But it's a C. But she doesn't have a story. But it's a C. How does that fucking work?
But he is never the main character. B. Kha'Zix was awfully left behind.
yes,
He does
who?
have canon lore, but his side of it is really bad. F. Kindred are simply flawless. The character is interesting, the lore is
I'll
awesome,
give that an
and the
S.
stories written for them are one of the best in League.
But it's also extremely confusing. Like, how does she even work? But yeah, it's an S.
S. Glad is a crazy yordle. The end. C.
Dude, that's a B. Crazy Yordle? Fuck it. That's a B in my book. It's a comedy, but it's a B. Maybe it's C for comedy.
Kog'Maw currently has no lore.
Yep.
LeBlanc is a really interesting character, she is important for Noxus,
Yep.
and she keeps getting updated. A.
Fair enough.
Lee Sin has a good story that is really starting to show its age. C.
Dude, I wish, so the cinematic where Kaisa is captured by the new champion, whatever, like the fucking flying squid. Dude, I wish Kassadin just comes and just fucking saves her and like beats the shit out of that, the squid, which obviously he can't do, but I just wish it would happen.
For a relatively new champion, Lilia's story is not too bad. B. Lysandra is a fundamental character for Freljord, and
Yes.
she doesn't have one, but two.
I feel like she's an S. Just like knowing what she did so far, I think that's an S, and what she's doing.
Amazing stories. S. Lucian is a cool demon hunter style
A,
character.
B, A. I would
But
give him
that's
an A.
it. B.
Really?
Lulu is quite bland, but her story with Tristana makes sure she gets at least C. Lux is a really important character for Demacia. She has 3 amazing stories and a comic. S.
Really?
For the longest time,
I don't know the I guess well, I mean at this point in time it's probably already in, with the whole major stuff, which I didn't see yet, so yeah, maybe. Malphite's probably like not important.
It was a lore meme. He simply didn't have a story. But
Yeah.
then Wright used the Uno reverse card and now he's in B. Malzahar recently got a story that is teasing the new Void
No.
champion, which easily got him a B.
Wait a second, Malzahar gets a story that Kassadin doesn't? Fuck off.
We'll see if he gets higher during the Voidy event. While Maokai may not feel that interesting, Ruined King gave him some really cool new depth. B. Mastery's bio is fine, the Homecoming story is good, but his story with Master Doran is godly.
Really?
Misfortune is a really deep character full of twists and turns which you wouldn't expect.
Full of
She
curves.
has a comic, and she is the main character of Ruined King. S.
Is she?
Mordekaiser's
Damn.
story is among my favorite. It is extremely simple, extremely badass, and extremely important for Runeterra.
Yes, yeah.
As interesting as Nami is, she suffers from lack of updates. C. Even though Nasus has not seen an update in a while,
his story was
old
good,
stories do stand the test of time.
Yeah.
B. Nautilus is a really good Bilgewaterian legend that could see more love. C.
That's a
Niko
D in
set
my
up her
book.
origins in the bio, and that's it. C. Nidalee is in the exact same boat. Quite a forgotten
D.
champion. C. Nocturne started as a pretty cool idea, but slowly through Zed and Lux, he became amazing.
Really?
Even though Nunu is not the most mind-blowing character, the history behind Willump is pretty good. And the two have a few heartwarming stories. B.
That's fine, I guess.
At first, Olaf didn't
that's a
look
B.
like a great character. His
I would
bio
give him
was
an A
very
or an A B.
simple, but over time,
As a
he kept
character, I would give him A or B. I love the type of characters like this. They're just like their sole purpose is to fight, but he's not like fighting anyone, but like big opponent. I go big opponent. I go fight.
kept appearing in more and more interesting stories.
Yeah.
B. Oriana is another one of those characters who
That's
are
kind of
cool,
forgotten.
but they lack updates.
Yeah.
C. Ornn is an extremely unique character. He is really important in the stories,
Yeah.
and he pushes the lore forward. A.
Did he push
Pantheon
forward?
is really good, but unfortunately a lot of his amazing lore belongs to
Is
Aurelion
Aatrox.
and Aatrox.
Yeah.
Although, with the latest story, he easily gets an A. For a while, Poppy was awesome, but then everyone got better and she stayed behind. Why show her in the cinematic when nothing happens to her again? C. Pike is all over the place. His story is really interesting, but it is also really tiny. On the other side, he also got a good story in Ruined King. Overall, B. Kiana launched as a pretty bland character despite her introducing a new region. But over time, her story ramped up, and these days, if you count the stories connected to her, she's a solid A.
Really?
Wynn is an amazing side character, be it in Sona's
yeah.
past or Garen's present. She's everywhere, but she hasn't gotten her own spotlight yet. B. Rakan and Zaya have some amazing stories where they are fighting the Shadow Order. That's on
Really?
top of the cinematic. A. While Rammus really doesn't have a lot of lore, the idea behind his mystery and the self-aware jokes
It's
carry
fine.
him to
Yeah.
C. Rek'Sai is a void mummy. That's her entire lore.
No, it is.
Right
Really?
now, Rel is just one massive cliffhanger. We have no idea where
Yeah,
her
no,
lore
there's
is
no.
heading. So, currently, D.
Yeah,
For the
makes
newest
sense.
champion, Renata has a decently interesting lore.
Renata, from what I know about her, just she has lore, but it's just so not interesting to me. For me, she would be like a C, but I can probably see her as being a B, maybe an A, because. But again, how much is she relevant to the world? Not really. She's only like relevant to Zaun and Piltover, really.
It is a pretty good setup as well, but there just isn't much of it.
Yeah.
C.
Yeah.
Renekton is on a similar level to Nasus. A good story connected to other good
Yes.
champions. B. Even after his updates, Rengar's story just lacks purpose. They
Yep,
even tried
he's
to
just a
fix
hunter.
it by letting him hunt Viego during the Sentinels of Light, which did nothing to him.
Yeah.
C. Throughout the last 2 years, Riven's story became a
Hmm.
staple. Her story is simply iconic now.
Is
She
it?
has a 3-part story where she confronts Yasuo, a
Really?
3-part story where Noxians hunt her in Ionia,
God damn,
and
bro.
during the Sentinels of Light, her story was one of the better ones. S.
Really?
Rumble has a hilarious
Bro, I have to watch the Riven one then. I actually really love Riven overall, so
story with kids in Shurima. That's really it though.
yep.
C.
That's
as badass
deep,
as
man.
Ryze is, the excellency of his lore rubbed onto Brand. Ryze's own story is far closer to A. Similar to the other new champions, Samira's story is just a setup, and nothing
Yeah.
happened to her just yet.
Fair enough.
Recently, Riot decided to give Sejuani an awesome treatment. Her stories just keep getting better and better, and her interactions with Volibear easily carry her to an S. Senna had the
Really?
misfortune
The
of being
hell's going on
connected
up
to
north?
Not one of the best storylines. but she still has a really good amount of great stories.
Okay.
B. Okay, so, you know what I'm about to do. Partially, I'm doing it for the memes, but partially, I stand behind that decision. Seraphine's KDA lore is really good. Easily an A. But her story in the core universe? F. Visually, she feels off. Thematically, she feels off. And she's making interactions with the Breckern awkward. If you cut her from the story, nothing changes.
Nothing, yeah. Or from the game. Nothing changes. This character literally was made for the KDA shit.
She should be closer to a D though. Seth is a great, simple character. He also has minimal, albeit interesting lore. Still C. Shaco is one of the few champions who has no lore. Shen and Zed have an excellent story. From the beginning to the end, it is all exciting. They are not an S because Jin steals their thunder, but they are still an easy A. Even though Shyvana doesn't have a lot of lore, the lore she has serves great purpose for Demacia and Jarvan.
Yeah.
B. Singed is a totally different character from his Arcane version. And in fact, he is a lot better in the core universe. If you like horror stories, the story called The
fair enough.
Host is
Story
the
wise,
best in League. Easy.
But he's still like he's different in the Arcane universe, but he's still not like I don't even know how to say it.
Sion is one of the most underutilized characters.
Yes, 100%.
His story suggests that
aside from the Noxus, aside from the Ionian invasion, Noxus invading into Ionia, I don't think he's been utilized at all.
Interesting, but he hasn't been touched in 8 years.
Yeah.
D. Despite Sivir also not seeing an update in years, the old stories she has stood the test of time.
It's good stories.
Skarner is going to get a VGU, so his story will most likely change again. In its current state,
or just
it's
updated.
A C. It's interesting, but there's not a lot of it. Sona was always an interesting character, but recently she got a great story to top it all off. A. Over time, Soraka slowly turned from just a celestial being into an interesting character.
Really?
Just remember that Soraka is secretly linked to Syndra's story. That earned her a B at least.
Interesting.
Swain is great. He is a fundamental Noxian, he has a rich history, and he has a great demonic mystery. A. Silas is an S. Despite the fact that he is a relatively new champion, he arrived with an insane story. And he's been pushing the story of Demacia forward ever since. A brilliant character overall.
Yeah.
While Syndra's bio is just fine, the Dreaming Pool story is so good she gets an A.
Really?
Tahm Kench is an excellent mythical demon.
But
that has never done anything in the lore. C. Talia's story.
That has never done anything in the lore. C. How is that a C though? That's a D. He had one story with like a gambler and that's it. How's that a C?
Is surprisingly really good. It is interesting,
it's
rich,
it's
and
fine. I give it a B.
Maybe in the Void event she gets even higher.
Maybe.
A.
Yeah, B
when
for
it comes
me.
to Talon, he's kind of a pointless character
C.
right now. He's done nothing and he's doing nothing. D. Tariq's story is quite good.
It's like, how is he getting? I'm actually okay with him getting a D, but how is Tahm Kench getting a C if he's just as relevant as Talon?
He reveals a lot about Demacian traditions, and he is connected to one of the recent amazing stories. B. Teemo has never gotten a story.
Never.
I don't know what's happening with him.
No one knows.
F.
Yeah.
Thresh's
More like a
story
hope.
comes from the outside, be it other champions or other games.
There's never like a
He's
actual
lacking a
Thresh
big
story.
that would be focusing on himself, but still, A.
Really?
Just like Lulu, Tristana is kinda there. C. Trundle's bio is fine, but his recent short story is excellent. B. For being one of the fiercest warriors of Freljord, Tryndamere is not doing anything.
Yeah.
C. Did you know that Twitch...
He's not doing anything though. There's no, like, if you think about what Tryndamere lore is, there is no lore. He married Ashe. I think that's not even canon anymore. I don't even know. There is no lore. He's D at best, because like he only has the old lore that is meaningless now. Same with Tahm Kench.
has lore? Yeah, me neither. F. I have talked
Oops,
about
I
the
missed.
silence
Yeah,
for
he
the
put on
damn
D,
story
yeah.
so many times already. You know Udyr is an S,
Okay.
and he bloody deserves it. Urgot has an interesting history in Noxus, an interesting story in Zone, and an interesting setup for the future. B. Despite Varus' story being a bit older, it still holds really well. I just wish it didn't end so abruptly.
Oh.
A. Vayne is simply a good character with interesting past. A. Veigar has an interesting history with Mordekaiser, and he has a funny story of his own. He's a great comedic character. B. Vel'Koz is an interesting character despite his own story being really short. The reason why he is so good is because he explains the Watchers. In a way, he is fundamental. A.
Fair enough.
Once again, Vex is a new champion, but her story reveals an interesting truth about the Yordles. B. Similar to Caitlyn, Vi is different from her arcane version, but her stories in the Undercity are still great. A. We can meme all we want, but the reality is, Viego's story is quite rich.
It's
he has
S,
his own stories, the bloodline...
I would say he needs to put an S plus for Viego, really. Viego has just so much story that I only recently found out about because of the comment section, but yeah, I'd say Viego's story right now is, like, there's the S stories, and then there's Viego, right? It's like, it's not even close.
And he has a game named after him. A.
How's that a day, bro? That's an A.
To this day, Victor might be my favorite lore character.
God, bro.
He is equally as
like,
good
the
as...
implications of Viego alone are already then an S minimum. Let alone him as a character. He's literally, like... he's a budget Arthas, sure. But, like, bro, his obsession with his girl, him simping for her, she didn't take advantage, but, like, him simping for her caused literally an annihilation of an island, changing it from a blessed place to a cursed place, and he has the capability to destroy the world. Tell me that's not an ass story. Come on.
He is in Arcane, but he is lacking that
D.
one big story to push him to the very top. A. Despite Vladimir not doing much right now, his stories that prepare him for coming out of his hiding are excellent.
I know about that story, so...
A. Volibear has the best story out of all the demigods, and his interactions with those who worship him are awesome. A. Warwick is good, but all the great lore is squeezed out of him by Singed. He serves as a great supporting character. C. Wukong is decent, he has a good interaction with Yi, but that's where it all stopped.
Yeah.
C. Zerath is as good as Azir. The two together are the foundation of the Shuriman lore.
Yep.
Though I think Zerath might be slightly better than Azir. A. Xin Zhao is currently an excellent character. He is almost the counterpart to Silas. He has two big stories, both of them are excellent, and for that he deserves an S.
Just hearing about what the stories are, compared to Silas, I don't know. If his story ended with him being taken in by Demacia after being made a gladiator by Noxus, that's like an A or a B. That's what's it called? That's Spartacus. Okay, I don't care about that too much. It's not unique. It's not that interesting. Silas' story, like, this is not an S tier, man. Silas' story is way more unique, way more interesting. It's like a mage hunter that was a mage, was imprisoned, unleashed from his shackles, attacks the master. Like, all that shit is way more interesting.
Yasuo has so much lore. Just like Riven, he's been fleshed out over the years. And his story in Ruined King is good.
I need to see the Ruined King part, because, like, if she's an S here, he might be good too.
The game ended his story with yet
not like as if like she wouldn't be S. I love her story as a whole, but like Yasuo so far has been like, you know, he's been just
setup, so there is more coming. S. On the other hand, Yone is riding off of Yasuo's success. He is fine, but he himself didn't make it that far.
Fair enough.
You see, if Yorick actually fought Viego,
that would be an interesting story, yeah.
He would be a lot higher. But currently his
yeah,
story ended with him getting ready to fight Viego, which never happened.
Yeah.
C. Yumi is getting ready to find Nora. The end. C. Zack was a chemical experiment. The end. C.
What?
Zeri has a nice setup for a future fight.
But it's like, see, like stuff like that, which like, are they relevant to the world? Not really. Would the like? What is it?
The end.
He is as relevant to the world as much as Seraphine. If he didn't exist, no one would care. Yumi, maybe. I don't know much about Yumi, so I can't say. But like, yeah, this guy, if he didn't exist, no one would care. That's Seraphine level. Same with Talon, to be honest. If Talon didn't exist, it wouldn't matter to anyone. Same with Gnar. You know, it's like Gnar maybe, because like there is potential, at least there's potential with Gnar as the most primal or the oldest Yordle. There might be potential, but it's like there are no implications to the world with Zack, with Twitch, with Mundo, with Seraphine. They're just like, who cares if they exist at all? Doesn't matter.
Zeri has a nice setup for a future fight with Renata.
But right now,
and she became Echo's friend. Still, nothing's happening with her just yet. C. Ziggy's bio is fine, but he does have a cool comic, and he got his own cool story. B.
Okay.
Zillion has a really interesting bio that is hopefully setting him up for the Void event.
Something normal.
But so far,
yeah.
C. Zoe is difficult to rate. She herself is not doing anything.
Yep.
But she is technically connected to the Twilight of the Gods story. And that alone gave her a B. And
why? It's like, oh yeah, she's connected, so it gives her a B. Like, why? It's like saying, well, the Void story is an S. Aurelian Sol is going to the Void story because he annihilates the Void, so he's also getting an S. Like, come on, it's like, that's not what the material is for S or whatever.
Finally, Zyra got a cool story where Noxians tried to explore her territory. You can imagine how that went down. B.
Yeah.
But that is all the champions ranked based on how good their lore is. Once again, remember, this is all subjective.
I didn't care about the Zyra lore at all.
May be different,
again, actually no, the Zyra, as far as from the small things he said about her in a different video, I guess her story is becoming more and more relevant to the world. So yeah, maybe. But it's like some of these just like they're just not relevant to anything, you know. Like some of these guys, you know, it's like.
But in general, I'm happy with this.
They don't build anything.
I would be a lot happier if we got more than one story this month. Riot has to be preparing something for the Void, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I swear to God, if it's a sexy champion, I am dedicating a rage video about her.
I mean, technically she is, but she isn't, so it is what it is. But also, where's Kassadin in all of this? Come on, man, give me my Kassadin. Anyways, that's the video. Don't hate on me too much on the comics, because I am coming from a perspective of the lore that I know, which is literally comment section about Viego and what's it called, and like all 5-year-old lore, 5 to 6 year old lore. Okay, so I am catching up, but I did want to see which stories are the best. I do want to see the Viego stories, and I'll try to see if he probably made videos about literally the stories, the comics and stuff like that. So maybe I'll get a better understanding, but yeah, I'll have to dig through his video history. But anyways, that's it for today with the League Legend stuff. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next one. Peace. Cool, that's all the recordings as far as videos go. See how many videos I have to publish. Jesus Christ. I got 2 more. The upload queue. Jesus Christ, it's been a good weekend. Holy shit, look at that. 3, 7, 14, 21, 22. 22 videos to upload. Hell yeah, brother. And that's not including the 4 that I uploaded today. So it's 12, 26 for just for this weekend. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Now we need to change my whatchamacallit. No, I don't care about 10,000 views, bro. Let's go, bro. Nice. Look at that shit. People love your videos so much they can't stop. What? Woo! Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for watching my shit. I honestly thought I'll get like maybe 1 viewer ever. So yeah. Oh my lord. 61 from 6 to 67 in 28. Bro, thank you guys very much. Thank you very much. Holy shit, man. That is, oof. I am very happy about it. Thank you very much, guys. Anyways, now I'm gonna do stuff that all my viewers hate because they're here for League of Legends stuff, and I want to go and play Final Fantasy. So, so good. All right, let's see. Can I edit this? I mean, well, give me one more. Like, I'm just kidding. Edit video. Let's see. Can I change this? Yes. Okay. FFXIV, Stormblood, MSQ, 4.1 plus. Actually, no. Can I change this? Okay. Let's see, like this. There we go. Save this. Okay, cool. And now, what's this? How will Riot monetize? They won't. Everyone knows they won't. They will not. Okay. Let's get on with trying to log in. Hopefully today I'll be able to. I was able to last night. But let's see if I'm able to today. Okay, one time pass. Let's go. Please don't fuck me over. This is my gameplay settings for the stream. Hey. Good stretch. Hey. Let me in. There's never sound. Data center. Behemoth. Oh, actually, I'm on Excalibur, right? Okay, good. We can connect. Thank the Lord. Sweet. Alright, cool. So, damn, man. I love it and I hate it that this game has had queue times since the expansion launch. I hate it because I don't like waiting, but I love it because it means the game is so popular. Every server I tried has queue times. As big. As really big. More than I can say about World of Warcraft. Yo, speaking of World of Warcraft, actually, let's see. World of Warcraft. Where's the... Want to get to the forums real quick. Let's see what the idiots saying. Oh, here we go. 2 more replies. Okay, I had 3 characters in season 3, all 3200 or higher, and all about the 3 characters mean 3 specs. 2 or 3 are not S tier or meta in community perspective, so it's pretty easy if you decide to actually try it. Okay. Cancel. 3 characters, I assume 1 spec each. out of 38 options. You are kind of proving my point about not really being able to play alts, given the vast selection of class spec. Changing specs doesn't mean you need an entirely different set of gear. Mostly if your role changes, you would need different trinkets and maybe weapon. Tell that to druids. Tell this to druids, DH, paladins, monks, shamans. Who else? Priest. Off the top of my head. Off the top of my head. Oh. Add this. So that's 4, 6, 9, 12, and shamans are probably only 2 sets really. So 13 specs already that you need to change gear for. And again, druids, feral needs a different set. Balance needs a different set, the healer needs a different set, and what's it called? And tank needs a different set. Yeah, you do. And so that doesn't mean you need an entirely different set of gear. Yeah, you do in some cases. No. Even secondary stats, you would need it. If you want to play at high level, you need secondary stats. Like, it's not even... Anyways, bro, people are clueless, man. They're justifying nothing. You did not see me doing this right now. This is nothing. Good, yeah. Think. Okay, WI update, good. Shh. I'm not using add-ons, guys. Shh. No one's using add-ons here. Okay. Nah, we're gonna just keep going. Didn't get punished. Some. Horrendous. Anyways, these guys are just like fucking mental. There's nothing more to say about them. Like, whatever. Alright, let's go. Ian. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the science. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Let's check my monies. Hey, sold something. Hey, sold something. Yes. Ah, we are at 3 million gil now on this character. It's pretty impressive for someone who's not farming any gil. Lord Ian is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes, you may. Let's see. Who is the emissary? Ah, an emissary.
Please.
Give me a
What brings you here?
fucking guy, emissary.
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Ian.
Mm-hmm.
But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
9. Say no. Need to go through all this trouble.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
Yep.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows, most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Assin you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of Chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Yeah. An emissary, this guy. I was like, which emissary? From where? Fucking Lise, bro. Just say Lise is here. God damn. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left but to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. Thank you for coming, Lise. Even if it was an unofficial business, I hope there might be time to show you the land you helped to save. But I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I get to see a little of the Enclave. You have made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we are getting on too. Till the meeting, then. Tilmina, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. I do want to check one thing, though. Let me see real quick. Sorry about this. Let's see. How do you guys see this? Actually, I'll put it on the other screen. This looks fine. The chat is a bit annoying for sure, as far as the game is concerned. Okay, what if I do the other one though? What if I do this? Does that look better? Let's see. I guess that does look better. Oh well. Okay, fine. We'll do that then. It is what it is. Looks better, looks better. It is what it is. Lise in the Dominant Enclave. At least, what do you want to talk about privately? I do feel like the bike, maybe the bike was nerfed and doesn't go faster than other mounts now. I wonder. Kind of feels like a waste of money then, 20 bucks for this mount. Without the advantage. Thank you for coming. Knowing you, you have probably guessed what I want to talk about. I'm not into chicks as a chick, but for you, Elise, I don't mind. Alize. Oh, okay. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. Okay. A lot like me. Yep. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalimo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure to give her all the support she needs. Aight? Whatever. Thank you, Filomena. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, well, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. Too lazy to run there. Just teleport as close as I can. Da-da-dum-dum. Da-da-dum. Lord Hien is expecting you. Is he? Well, if he is, that's... Alright. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
So it would seem.
Candid as ever, you giddy. And correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea.
Candid as ever.
'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire.
Am I playing Star Wars?
And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own.
Okay.
In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractured city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies.
Oh. Everyone's interested.
During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Nope.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allegans created the floating continent with land taken from the burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Damn, you relax.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allegan field generators.
Yep, there was something of the like, I guess. Sure.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allegans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
That's one way of putting it.
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only
No,
one
Red
other
Moon.
notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe.
Steppy.
Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whether this road leads?
Complete. It is well then, I will join to the Azim Steppe with the Scions, Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no meteorologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission, but more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We will need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Yeah, just go. Just go. We don't want you. Have care on the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Yep. Fuck out of here. Just the 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we take first for reunion? Gerbania, Far East. Go on throne. I guess. Was there no other place there? Doesn't Reunion have a... Or did I miss it? Oh, there's that one. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty far. Okay. Did it have a chocobo? Yes. No, it has a porter. Did it have a chocobo though? No. Wait. There is a crystal there. Oh my god, man. Ay, 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 ay. Hello. Alright, where's this guy? So this is the Azim step. The tails do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. We ain't got time for the scene. Actually, we do, but yeah, whatever.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here we shall travel to Molulo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Flying! Let's go Falcon though. Serena. Ian, Philomena, I am glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with them all. It concerns not only the people of the steppes, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of the Naama's power. There I believe you will find what you seek. Ah yes, I know the place. It is a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on the alliance? Should the Emperor return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or not. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Naama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Naama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, you may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Now, nor we, 100-fold stronger as they who choose to fight of their own accord. Money. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. That's right here. What is that? Mata-mata! Chatomata! Chatomata! Where's my music, yo? There you go. Mushuwu. 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 A name. You know, these... Yeah, I wonder what's down there. That'd be cool to find out.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
That's how much ether there's there. The burn confirmed as a zone in the next expansion.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
Oh, absorbs all the ether around.
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Parkour. 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 Oh, all my HP, huh? Talk to Miss Serena. You found out which you seek then? Great indeed, in the Dusk Mother's power. How great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not, a less will suffice to protect our lands. The blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dotharal. Their consent shall be the key. Dotharal, they spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dotharal fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dotharal Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadu. Sadu! Yay! Yay, yay! Yeah, you're inside of me. Okay, need to go there. So let's just teleport here. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, they didn't have any birds or anything like that. The long run. Bum ba-da-dum bum bim bum 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 ba-da-ding bum bum. And the close will be this, but it's not really that close, is it? Huzzah! Adventure awaits! God, I love that you can't die unless you're in combat. Such a great mechanic. Hey. Hey. I don't know why they don't have an ethers right over here. Da-dum, da-dum. Da, 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 da. You again. Other matters demand our time, Kagan. Unless it is battle you seek. It's like we don't have time for anything unless it's Mortal Kombat, then we can do that. Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dotharal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow, but for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely? Hey. Namely battle with you, Kagan. Then Adam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dotharal as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms? Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatoon has made her choice. Shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall never soon forget. Already my salt burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kagan. Now wait me outside the Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you on. Fucking battle hungry. Leave it to me. Battle hungry freaks, man. Sadu. Sadu dadu. Barley. Thrall. Dotharal. It's so hard to say their name. Not too far away from these guys so they can see us fighting, right? Yep, let's go. Fuck her up. Gather my witnesses. I had waited all the way till the morning, huh?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
I'm not against it.
Oh, they didn't want for conviction.
Oh well.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Sure. Woohoo! Fuck, wrong button. Damn, bro, that last phase kinda hurts more.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
Oh my god, these fucking crazy maniacs.
Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, please, it's just sand, man. Also, who are you again?
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Yeah.
Be gone, Moonstruck Coroneer! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothar! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Yeah, you lost the last one, so... What is going on? What's wrong with these people?
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Orinir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
Ugh, these words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Wind from a horse's backside. God damn, bro.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Daidakul, join me.
He's so happy.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Jesus Christ. Sure.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Fallen brothers. Okay, this I can do on the move, this one I guess.
Kneel or die! Bow down before me!
And then to...
Kneel or die!
Kinda OP, not gonna lie.
Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
Oh, whoa, 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 buddy, you just fucking like went to 0 over there, you know? What was that about, huh? Excuse me, Ian, can you like stop dying? Yeah, whatever. Hit me, I don't care.
Bow down before me! Mark well and learn! Kneel or die! Bow down before me!
I just ran out of the arena. Huh?
Tremble before the sun!
Am I supposed to just kill him then? Should I just kill him or kill the thing? I don't even know. Oh no, he's taking like no damage. Oh, well, yeah.
Let us be about it!
Alright. If you want. Hey, yeah. Every step you take, every move you make, the sun is watching you. Now fall. Easy.
Aoife, to me. Have at you.
What strength? What grace is this? Oh god, now... Oh, the cringy moment. Ay, 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 ay.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
Jesus Christ, man. The voice
'Twas a
actor
battle to
extras
burn
for this is
soul and
crazy.
flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
The voice actress for her is so good.
What does the sun say to that?
There's only one thing the sun can say to that.
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged.
Pretty much base
and
motives.
found worthy.
Pretty much the same motive, really. It's might over everything.
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Can't blame the guy, though.
You stole her. Why?
Are you my Nama?
Oh, good.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Just horny, dude, man. You're just horny. Everyone knows it's Sadu, right?
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh, God. Cringe. Little? Deflated. Little son.
Little son! Little son!
The voice actress for this is so good.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh, God.
We have wasted enough time here. Cyrena waits for word of our success.
Fucking listen to these idiots. No? Okay. Just fucking leave these guys. Oh my god, bro. I love it. Little son, little son. Yeah, not only to content with Sadu, but Magni too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant, having passed such a test. You could not well deny you their allegiance. The Maul will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. Yeah, thank you enough, Cyrena. None of this would have been possible without you. I really gotta go pee, so I'll be right back. Alright. We back, baby. Got a cookie. Nom 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 nom. So. Endure. We have the requisite consent. It's time to put Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. Let's go. Where's the music, though? Hiya. There we go. Music. Lisa. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Cinema time.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Raising MacGuffins, man, everywhere. I did not pretend to understand what you did, you stole up, but you did it. Thanks to you and Filmina, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed, the others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Whoa, 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 whoa. Judging by triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tara and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Well, thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you mail it to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break in treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there's not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Domo's defenses, for the time being at least, all of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? What an annoying city. Shtala has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. The sounds of 7 Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting? Yeah, bro, let's go. Big cinematic. That's what we love to see. What we love to see.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin.
Mistress.
It gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Oh.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Guest of honor.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
I mean, obviously.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But At the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
It doesn't matter.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
Yep, that's the point.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces, would be too enticing to ignore.
Politics, what a pain in the ass.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Yup. Shit, here we go. God
that
damn.
Way. Sorrow. History must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract.
Eons
Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Champions beyond the rift. Oh, God.
Is it over?
Nope.
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Who are you talking to? There are no servants in that room. Oh god, bro. I love that. It's so good.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we couldn't identify the cause, milady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Why can't you say it's similar to when you have a headache?
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian, the Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Here we go. The real story begins. Hour and a half. Tried to call Rianji on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Oh, Rianji, something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But we should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Rianji. He heard the voice too. Imthanalan? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Rianji, there can be little doubt the signs were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Endure. You have learned the emote Endure. Nice. Alright. Rianji agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the elder seats here. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Let's go.
Rianger! God, it's good to see you.
Been a while, huh?
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Did you?
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
Uh-oh.
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
And... Ay. Cast, open the gates. Oh shit, not you too.
I hear it too.
Surprised I don't hear it. What the fuck? Ah, there we go.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola!
Rianger.
Throw wide the gates.
Okay, we're good. We're here.
No, this can't be happening!
Ay.
Y'shtola, Urianger! Open your eyes!
Where's Kral, by the way?
Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again!
Oh, man. Heavy. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. And before your very eyes, my lady, none here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Tancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady, the world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone new Saluminsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, he should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Ah, that little guy. I am increasing the size of the camera because there's gonna be a lot of reactions coming up. Yeah, man. Emotions running heavy right now. Hey. Found my hair there. Hair is shiny. Hey. I'll be a bestest friend. Jesus Christ. As you have probably guessed, it's Gabu we have come to see. The private here will bring him out for us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It is difficult to explain. Look at this little guy.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
This cute guy.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
At least he walks, I guess.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens?
No stars tonight.
I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea.
Yeah, tiny
Been
bit.
reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
Still have me? I'm still here, bitch. Alize?
And for that I am grateful. I don't know what I would do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Uh-huh. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Let's go back. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Yep. I love Singaboo Gaboo's kid. Oh, where am I? What's going on here? I just went to the God's Realm. I did something on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they are both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on it in the face of great adversity. Bearing heavy burdens, everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, but it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace...
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear the feeble nation apart.
Do it. Execute Order 66.
Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
Can you?
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh.
Ay, 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 ay. The main character.
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
You don't make plans, you just execute them.
Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it! Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alec.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy. Both yours and mine.
Oh, God.
Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you, pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Technically. I still... Well, let me have this finished first. Meanwhile, resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. Resistance in the Empire? Oh. These guys. What in the world? So this is what I don't understand. Like, first of all, why was Emmett Selk hiding when, what's his name? When Elidibus was there? There was no reason, right? Could have just been there as well. I mean, it just creates more dramatic effect, I guess, but it's like, why are they not really talking amongst themselves kind of thing, you know? I know Elidibus talked to La Brea at one of the cinematics, but that was pretty much all there was. Well, there was the gathering of the Ascians, but I believe they were all like La Brea's Ascians. They weren't like actual Ascians. Like, they weren't like actually reborn Ascians. Sorry. They were reborn parts of Ascians. They weren't like the original Ascians, like fully fledged survivors. But it's like, why is himself not talking to Elidibus? Also, why is Elidibus not talking to Crystal Mommy, you know? Like, god damn, just go down there and have a conversation with her. There's no way he can't access the Ethereal Sea and go have a chat with her. Oh well, dead, all dead, yet I see no wounds nor any evidence of battle. That's probably my biggest problem with the story as a whole. Like, why is Emmett Salk not talking to Vena? Throughout all these like thousands of years, just we'll go and talk to her, see what's up. Like, why did you do this? You know. Or if he did, I wish they would show us that he did. Like, see what the argument they had. We can only assume what the argument was, right? But it's like, I would love to see that conversation. Damn them, they finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabanya, a gas, Black Rose it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this. I thought the project abandoned and its valve fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Palace of the Dead music. Let's go. Fools, what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters, the Asians. Can it be a coincidence that their trail led us here? Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Create chaos. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. Jesus Christ, pilot. Where's the angry elf? There he is. Soul searching. Alize is at her wit's end.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news.
You know I'll come, baby.
After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle.
Maybe it's
And
age-related.
still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
What's up, Cryle? That walk, though, Jesus Christ.
Cryle! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Oh, God.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Fair enough.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened. Thanks to a certain someone.
Yeah, thank you, Estinian. Shall
A
be
certain
remembered.
someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Are you talking about me? Oh, okay.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
You go do you, Kral. You go do you. Free tuning. Yeah, you count those bottles, girl.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep.
Yeah, at a glance.
Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Yeah, we already know that.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes?
Yes.
If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
Oh. Okay.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
I'll just need Matoya and
Oh,
stuff.
it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Is that a dungeon? And I don't have flying. Suck. Hate going to Matoya's crystals. I can't fly there. Annoying. Click clocks. Clicks on locks. Click locks. What a name. An overgrown ambition. I'm doing kind of like running in zigzags. Ah, my leg! Fell asleep. Is there no music in this area? Makes sense, there's no aetherite either. And there is a bit, right? But it's very, very light. Yeah, there's like super quiet music in the background. If you can call it music, I guess. There we go. There it is. I heard Master Martha was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. You're so gracious, Alize.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Fair enough. You go, Grandma.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Nothing.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
Broodmother's daughter?
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe, and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Mm-hmm.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamico? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go.
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I like Matoya more and more.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
She is a crone, but she's our crone.
Let's be off then.
Oh, God. Oh, then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days.
Oh,
But
she's
chalk it up to old
losing
age, but
ether
I
here
don't
too.
doubt it's that simple.
Ether density is going down here too.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Thinning of the ether. What can the thinning of the ether really mean? Knowing what I know, it's either Hydaelyn is getting weaker, or it's Fandaniel already making moves. But Fandaniel shouldn't be making moves because Elidibus is still around, and he would notice this. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I thought Kral would stay. Yeah, I really gotta pee. I will BRB. Ah. Alright. Let's keep going. Let's go. I was can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can be bad news, can it? Liz would have said, unless... there's no point speculating. Liz said she'd notify the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphinaud's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Bye-bye! Oh well. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Guess that's another way to run there. Let's see. Can I go to them? Probably. Oh, there it is. Maybe silence, the commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. What's this? Oh. Maxima, my friends. How you been?
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphinaud, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Yeah, we know of this guy.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
Auspicious.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphinaud?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events.
Alize, relax.
Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians.
Another Ascian hunter? Like
this
the science.
shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphinaud, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn.
Oh. Maybe.
Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphinaud still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphinaud asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
Well, you're deserters, so...
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
Yep, you know, it's a win-win, kinda.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
So it would
We knew
seem.
this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't.
But the Alliance...
Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Yeah. The war is
Consider it
coming!
done. We'll send word when...
Uh-oh. Ay-ya. Ay-ya.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
Warriors beyond the rift.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So that was Alphino. Thought Alphino and Alize left were summoned together actually. So Alphino is safe for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lise tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change to the Enclave. Can change to the Enclave. It's not 400. Ah, the second ring. Yeah, I can practically buy a new set of equipment completely soon, so there's that. I see you have tidings for Lord Hien. May I show you in? Yeah. Yeah, please. Oh, everybody's here, huh? Why did you send to Tsui, though? Oh, emissary, I guess, instead of the leader. Interesting. Pirate leader doesn't want to show up. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Naxia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud people have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Do share? Thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he's our emissary for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops. This is a very long stream. Yes. It's only gonna go for maybe 30 minutes, or maybe until I finish Stormblood. We'll see what I can accomplish in 30 minutes. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect the blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allagan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes, I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Seryu's Aegis, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azisla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too, if you don't mind, though. I am no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave... Yugiri. Wait, 1 sec. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the war council to a close. There we go. Understood. Your mounts are settled and ready, my lord. Where the storms? Money, yes, money. Money's good. We'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon. As before, join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Don't teach me anything. What is this though? It looks like it's like an unfinished something, though it is finished, but just looks unfinished. Just looks so weird. It's probably a similar stone to the one in the steps. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Let's go. Yeah, these guys work best.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand.
So,
should the barrier work as we intend, Dorma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Commence the operation. God damn.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. $4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yalms. We've done it.
Why did they come at 6,000 yalms? I guess I wouldn't expect it might crash into one another. Ah, a test subject.
An Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
No, this is actually perfect.
This is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
It's a double gift, actually. Surprised it didn't just, like, explode, though.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
No, you weren't. Not in this case, buddy. Not in this case. Yeah, so he's the one who lost consciousness in the previous.
It's Alphino.
Wait.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Fine.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
So I guess he did arrive before Alize then.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
So
it is a day for fated reunions.
Yeah.
Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light? I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Well.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Shit exploded.
How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause, It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Hebrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
Not me, but yeah.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
Kind of.
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
Suspected, yeah.
Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group.
Yeah.
And while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source.
Top 3 dogs, man.
The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Most likely Elidibus.
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heideland's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Yeah, you Nazi bastards.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours.
Hours?
Gods.
Seconds.
You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvas.
Elidibus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
Oh yeah, the bodies of them itself.
And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young, Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor?
Or both.
I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
Yeah, go for it. I have no quarrel
You saved
with
my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Let bygones be bygones.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises.
Yep.
Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
Yeah, no worries, bro. I'll help you with your children and all that shit. You're not a bad guy, just misplaced your faith. Also, overall, he treated his territories
So that was the infamous
decent.
Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Oh yeah, an unexpected person to be alive, to say the least.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing, bro. Look at my traps, though. God damn. Obviously fake, but still. Solid traps. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My final sealer is examining him as we speak. How's he? That's wrong with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. Cursed voice. I share frustration, Alize, I do, but Alphino has returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then. My lord, now that we know Serious Wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in the Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay, save for some few who boast teleportation magics. The bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Alderaan Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Alderaan friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every eon of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yogiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lisa and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
Oh shit. So they will have it ready.
See that you do.
I can't believe what Xenos actually did to him. Oh my god, bro.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
An asshole.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
This fucking guy. Toodles.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
The rebellions and stuff is what he wanted, I assume.
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey?
Hey? This guy, bro.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
I definitely like him more during Endwalker than I like him in sorry, I like him more in Shadowbringers than I like him in here, but yeah. Still pretty much the same. Parley on the front lines. We must leave now to convene with yours as leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I'll leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we have arrived in the locks, we are to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Okay. Parley on the front lines. So this is very close, very far from the front lines, by the way. It must be the sand party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Actually, no. Should be still set to what I want to do.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Just make
Glad
out
to
the
be
two.
here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
Gaius is alive?
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Pretty much.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal.
Yeah, fair enough.
Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
Sounds about right.
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea.
He barely made it.
The threat
I guess
of an unknown
was.
weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it.
Wind magic. Blow it all away.
As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Always look on the bright
Oh, speaking
side
of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Galvus would be attending.
Ah, the Emperor himself.
The Emperor himself? Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
I think he wanted me to attend, but yeah.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Ah, okay, so I'm a separate entity from the Scions. Got it. I'll be there. Yeah. Not fond of politics, but it's fine.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
And probably, I think he wants to nuke us all together.
Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Fuck. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Alright. Fine. Stream goes on. Up until... probably until I finish the dungeon. These two again. Idiots. No one has survived this attack twice! Like, bro, I can just fucking stand still. Hey, big boy. The giant of a man.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
Yep. That's what he wants.
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace.
Now, why did they make him look like Schwarzenegger?
Only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader. One purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
Silence, girl.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
Yes.
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
And then...
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise.
One of their leaders.
You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people.
Yeah. It's trying to offend.
There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
Didn't you, like, kick out the...
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers?
Yep.
I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion.
True.
Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
I agree. It sucks, but yeah, that is what it is.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
And that was diverting from the main topic.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here.
Well said.
Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
It's a weird-ass crown.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well.
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Constructive direction. Just gotta ask the right questions. Oh, they have no flags. Also, where is this construct? This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do to not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphino would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any, so the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though. So, why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? I will say one thing for this Varys: he is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Yeah, we don't know. Ask. You would have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. Yep. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Hian, you receive an imperial education. Did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens. Come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his radiance's own person. I share your disdain for the hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with the fervor others reserve for the divine. It is a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something? Please. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. No. God have mercy, but for Lady Alice's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiation table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I would have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you're right. Thank you, Fulmina. Let's go. You've spoken with everyone then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt. Hey, welcome back.
Now then, who would have the floor?
It's like Son interested.
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
Very well.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affair surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Barrens said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally.
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
From an Ascian.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
And here comes the big secrets.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance, for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Yeah, pretty much, since there were 7.
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left!
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable! Unconscionable!
And don't forget that everyone on the reflections will also die, but yeah. Hey, join the message.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Until you've been made an Ascian yourself, basically.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice,
there it is.
He may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation.
There's that sentence from the Endwalker.
That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Aye-ya. Aye-ya. She threw it at him.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
It's really, I'm the only one who needs for his plan, to be honest. True. She's not the main character. Look at me, not her. God damn.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eosians never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
And another quest. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle, so as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Money! The face of war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
Nope.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
I'll be there.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother.
So wait for it.
But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Easy peasy. But first,
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
we need to say our goodbyes, Alice.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
Aye, aye. Not a problem. But first, a headache.
We would be honored.
Can I get a headache?
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
Don't worry, I'll clear the roads, kill all of
What
them.
I
no
wouldn't
worries.
give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands.
Headache? No headache.
Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it.
Wouldn't be alive. Tell the tale.
It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Cool story, bro. Where's the head? Is she supposed to disappear in a few seconds, something? She's the last one. In the dark and accessible. Ah, okay. Oh no, I know when she disappears, when I have the headache, the next headache, which is here. Alright, so we're gonna do the dungeon. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. And we'll call it a day. I can't repair, right? Yeah, I don't have anything. It's the 60s, right? Oh, I can buy level 70 gear. Probably, right? Better pop. Will be substantially better though. Wait, this is level 70, isn't it? Yeah, okay, never mind. Level 80 that I should be worried about. Damn, girl. Oh shit, look at that. People just like staring at one another, huh? Ah, Kappa Samurai. It's not a kappa, it's a frog, but yeah, whatever. Oh god, what is this? Angel. Angel. Peko, Pekoyama. Pekoyama, Peko. Ay, ay, ay. This is why no one wants to play this game, bro. Like, new players don't want to come because of weird shit like that. Hey, you sold everything? God bless. Oh, we got here. Samurai arm? Yeah, C395, but I'm using 400, so... yes, that's a nice look one. Tsukuyomi. Ah, it's the... okay. Suzaku. Why is Suzaku flame, though? Wasn't Suzaku... Oh, Susanoo was the water, never mind. Seiryu. It's green? Blue. It's good looking. Byako. That's the best looking one. And Susanoo's is the water. Lightning water. Water lightning. Pretty cool. Not it though. This is really nice though. With the butterflies and shit. Just hate that it shows the blue still. It's probably the only thing I hate about it. That's a nice looking one. Fiend is cool. This one's probably my favorite when I just saw the full swords. This is not it, but it's nice. This one's really nice. Look at that beauty. And these are whatever. Best one obviously is this one because it makes a sound when you draw it out. Oh, this is the guy who was playing. Oh, girl, whatever. Not sure what this person is playing now. What is going on over here? Is that Wonder Woman? Miranda Dawson? Miranda Lawson. This is why people don't want to play this game, bro. What's going on over here? No music here? It's like you get weird shit like that and like, yeah, no, that's not me. It's too weeby. Even though there's nothing weeby except like the people in this game. Let's go start. Stay away from me. Let's go set though. Alright, it's gonna take much longer, and then yeah, I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll do the dungeon next time. Oh yeah, I didn't do the gold sauce. The gold sauce. Which event is on now, by the way? No. It was probably the slices right or something like that. Yeah, event square. Has to be this, right? Yeah. Damn it. Alright, what's this? 1216? Ain't it, son? But that's the one. Hells yeah. Alright. 1. Oh. 213. Ah, yeah. Fucking bumbaclat, man. Ah, yeah. Alright. You piece of shit, man. Jebaited like a motherfucker. I wonder, did I gamble this? I don't think I gambled this week, right? Like, I didn't participate in the lottery, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, which event is it on? Oh, it has concluded. Was this the wind blows? I guess. Whichever way the wind blows. Yeah, I didn't buy tickets last week. It is what it is. It is what it is. No. We need one. Few more of these there. Eight, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's not winning for sure. What's next? 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe? 4, 1, 4, 5, 1, 4. It's not bad. How long is this going to take? Yeah, I probably can't even queue. Yeah, 360. Kill me now. Oof. Soft landing. Yeah, let's play. Okay. What else am I gonna do now? Aye. Ooh, I got it. Hell yeah, brother. Give me that shit. 25. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's... Oh my... No! That's not it. I need to go a bit further. I need like the front paws or some shit like that. Let's see... Yep. No. A little bit more. It's like slightly behind the front paws. It's like the front paws, but like the back side of the front paws. Nah, it's a bit much, I think. Oof, that's way too high. Ain't happening. No buenos. Oh my god, what am I even doing at this point? Just wasting coins, man. Yo, this queue is taking way too long, man. Get me in the dungeon already. Hey. Hey. Oh, that might be a good one. Yeah. Fuck my life. What is this shit? The game is rigged, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. A bit more. Not even close. How am I supposed to grab with? I wish it was a bit clearer. Yeah? God. Some bullshit. How was that not it? That had to have been it. Let's try again. Come on. Brother, what am I supposed to hit you with? Maybe? God. Fuck's sakes, what am I supposed to hit you with? Back legs, let's go. Okay. Alright. Back legs it is then. Huh? Hey, we got it. There we go. Okay, so it's back legs. Easy. Easy peasy. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Nope, none of this. Hey, man, finally done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Duty pop. Gimlet dark. Let's go. I want to see an ultimate, an LB3 by Hian.
Leave this to me.
We can't because we have to also do shit, right? Oh no, we got a slow tank. Bro, I'm level 70, why can't I use this?
Forward! Forward!
Why can't I use this? Why are we not moving though?
I shan't hold back!
Yeah, we got them all, guys. Don't worry, we got them all. There he goes. Rest in pieces. There was the healer. Well, we got a res mage, I guess. So. Yeah. The healer, bro. That's the shit that I like to see, man. Poor healer. What does this sound? Whatever.
You underestimate me! Out of my way!
I didn't have the energy. No Kenki Gouge, bro. Ah, shit, Tsugiri.
This thing died.
What it is. I want the Heian one, man. The Heian LB is the best. Is the best beast. Is the best in the West. Oh, alright, let's go cinemas. These savages best are Vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Not impressive? They let us be brief. Hey. How am I in it? Or did the boss actually attack? What the fuck? What happened? I have no idea what killed me. I wasn't in the light. What the fuck happened? I have no idea what killed me now. It's so weird. The Stolen Brothers. No? Alright, I'll do it then. I could have just ended it, to be honest. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck killed me there. It's fucked up. We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. Losing to savages and running with your tail between your legs. That's what happens. I love this like super anime style, like smoke bomb or light, whatever, and then they just disappear. It's like, bro, like I'm not blinded, I can see where you went. But no, they just actually disappear, you know? Give it. Whatever. Hey, we win it. Hell yeah, brother. Oh shit, accommodations. Probably happy that I ran forward.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
Perhaps.
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Mm-hmm.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
Infinite.
No! No! No!
Eons become infinite. Not like this. I really love that sentence.
Oh no. Don't tell me.
Yep. Now you've
Are
seen
you
it.
all right?
Me? Yeah, I'm fine, brother.
Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay, it's 5 p.m. and nah, we're done. We're done. I can't. Need to keep a schedule. All right, that's it for the stream. Only 9 hours long. I know it's a short stream today, but what's going on with my hair? Okay, my hair is also a mess now. Nice, there we go. That's so much better. Now we're talking. Anyways, that's it for the stream. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Friday or Saturday, one or the other. I'll tweet at some point during the week when I know. Probably closer to Friday, though. Anyways, take it easy.